8 centuries ago, the illustrious founder of the Great Zhou dynasty emerged, establishing the Demon Extermination Department to rid the world of malevolent spirits. Fast forward 800 years. A soul from another realm descends upon the Great Zhou Empire. Amidst political turmoil, the suppressed demons, having languished for centuries, stir restlessly, plunging the world into chaos. Zhou Ping'an initially contemplated enduring in the Demon Extermination Department until the end of time, but the demons refused him peace. Zhou Ping'an declared, "Since you will not allow me to live in tranquility, I shall exterminate the fiends." Chapter 1. The Demon Extermination Department in the capital of the Great Zhou Empire. The young Zhou Ping'an entered the imperial palace with a heart full of trepidation. He dared not lift his gaze, nor did he dare to look around. All he could do was closely follow the elderly man ahead of him. Zhou Ping'an had traversed into the Great Zhou Empire 18 years prior. Indeed, he was one among the countless souls swept away by the tides of time. However, unlike those audacious and flamboyant time travelers, Zhou Ping'an possessed no talent for cultivation. Throughout his 18 years in this realm, he had attempted numerous methods of cultivation. All to no avail. Ultimately, he resigned himself to his fate, accepting his role in this world and dutifully serving his mother. As for his father, he had never laid eyes on him since his arrival. He had inquired about his father on several occasions, but his mother always spoke in veiled terms. It was not until a month ago, when she sensed her time was drawing near, that she entrusted him with a token and instructed him to seek out the proprietor of the Duobao Pavilion in the capital. After conveying her final wishes, she passed away. After managing his mother's affairs, Zhou Ping'an arrived at the Duobao Pavilion, presenting the token inscribed with the character for demon to the proprietor. This led to the earlier scene, where the proprietor, without hesitation, escorted Zhou Ping'an into the imperial palace. He had expected the palace guards to impede their passage, but unexpectedly, the elderly proprietor navigated through the palace with the ease of one who belonged there. After winding through the palace, they arrived at a side hall, where 3 grand characters proclaimed Demon Extermination Department. Just as Zhou Ping'an stood in astonishment, the floors suddenly cracked open, revealing a passageway before him. A chilling wind swept through, and from the darkness came an eerie roar. Zhou Ping'an's complexion paled. These roars possessed a disquieting power that unsettled the mind. "Fear not, they are merely demons," the benevolent proprietor remarked. Zhou Ping'an's lips twitched. Did the proprietor truly comprehend his words? Merely demons? He had spent 18 years in the Great Zhou Empire and had never heard of such creatures. Descending the staircase under the proprietor's guidance, Zhou Ping'an eventually beheld the ground below. They had arrived at the prison of the Demon Extermination Department, where various demons were confined, a core area of the department, known only to a select few within the royal family. The proprietor explained to Zhou Ping'an, "Can you read?" "Yes," Zhou Ping'an nodded. "Then take a look for yourself." The proprietor tossed him a thick volume, inscribed with the title Manual for Miscellaneous Duties of the Demon Extermination Department. "Zhang-san, there is a newcomer. You are responsible for mentoring him." The old shopkeeper turned and departed. From the shadows emerged a bald figure, and as this figure approached, Zhou Ping'an nearly struck him with the books he held. It was quite alarming. Half of his head appeared to have been sheared off, leaving one to wonder how he survived such a grievous injury. The newcomer, a servant by the surname Zhou. "Are you the son of Zhou Buer?" Zhang Sang glanced at Zhou Ping'an's profile. Zhou Ping'an nodded. Zhou Buer was his father, whom he had never met. Zhang San's demeanor softened considerably upon recognizing Zhou Ping'an's lineage. The Demon Extermination Division was not a place for just anyone. He had little patience for those who relied on connections. Yet it was a different matter when it came to the offspring of his own kin. Zhou Buer, a demon slayer in the service of the division, had perished 18 years prior while pursuing a formidable demon, an encounter during which Zhang San himself lost half of his head. As the sole descendant of Zhou Buer, Zhou Ping'an was indeed entitled to enter the Demon Extermination Division. "From now on, you shall accompany me. Since you are new, I shall not assign you any tasks just yet. Go and collect a uniform, then find yourself a room. Tomorrow morning, I will introduce you to the workings of the division's prison," Zhang San said, patting Zhou Ping'an on the shoulder with an unexpectedly warm demeanor. "Never mind. I shall accompany you. Those treacherous beings are fond of preying on the inexperienced," Zhang San added, leading Zhou Ping'an deeper into the Demon Extermination Division. "Zhang, what brings you here?" A fellow servant approached eagerly. "A new servant has arrived. Prepare a uniform for him, and ensure it is brand new. Do not attempt to pass off anything worn by the deceased. He is family, not one of those with connections," Zhang San scoffed. Meyer's eyes brightened as he glanced at Zhou Ping'an, standing behind Zhang San. "Family? Then we must not be negligent. Please wait a moment, Zhang. I will select a fine outfit." Before long, Meyer returned, carrying a black uniform and a small porcelain vial. "Well done for your discernment." Zhang San acknowledged with a nod of approval upon seeing the vial. "Thank you, Uncle Ma." Zhou Ping'an accepted the uniform and the vial graciously. Indeed, as expected of family. Your sweet words are delightful, Ma Er chuckled. Feeling the warmth of Zhang San and Ma Er's kindness, Zhou Ping'an's demeanor brightened as he sweetly addressed them as uncle, prompting hearty laughter from both men. After casually selecting a room, Zhou Ping'an eagerly opened the manual titled Demon Extermination Division, Servant Handbook. The Demon Extermination Division was established by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, gathering extraordinary talents dedicated to capturing demons. Indeed, this was a world inhabited by demons. Before the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, demons wreaked havoc, terrorizing humanity and preying upon them. Legends spoke of great demons capable of annihilating a nation overnight. Humanity was akin to livestock, their survival hanging by a thread. It was not until the founding emperor of Great Zhou emerged, unifying the realm and establishing the Demon Extermination Division, that demons were vanquished, restoring peace and order to humanity. Though demons retreated into the mountains, occasional disturbances arose. They no longer posed a significant threat. Despite being merely a thin sheet of paper, Zhou Ping'an perceived the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Recognizing the immense sacrifices humanity had endured in their struggle against the demons, Zhou Ping'an let out a long sigh. Having initially believed that his abilities would allow him to navigate the complexities of the Great Zhou dynasty with ease. However, it became increasingly evident that the world was far more intricate than he had anticipated, with even demons and monsters lurking within it. Who could say what other peculiarities might exist? As a transmigrator, Zhou Ping'an did not possess any extraordinary talents, yet he did possess his own unique abilities. At the tender age of 18, he awakened the power of longevity. Longevity, while seemingly impressive, merely conferred a prolonged existence without granting immortality. A stroke of misfortune could easily lead to his demise, especially now that he was aware of the existence of demons and monsters in this realm. He pondered whether consuming his own flesh would grant him longevity. If so, he would be akin to a reincarnation of Tang Sung. And what chaos would ensue if those demons discovered this fact? Joining the demon-slaying bureau was an unexpected turn of events, yet upon learning more about it, Zhou Ping'an felt that there was no place more suited to him than this organization. The bureau was situated 100 feet beneath the imperial palace. Guarded by the elite of the palace above and the demon slayers below, there was no place safer than the bureau's prison in the entire realm. The final page of the demon-slaying bureau's manual for miscellaneous duties contained a scroll of cultivation techniques, known as the breath cultivation method, despite its unassuming name. This technique was the culmination of countless powerful practitioners' wisdom throughout the ages, a closely guarded secret of the bureau. Should this technique be leaked, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the myriad warriors of the Great Zhou dynasty. That such a precious cultivation method was so easily accessible to Zhou Ping'an underscored the significance of one's birthright. Martial arts techniques were something Zhou Ping'an had long yearned for. He had even traveled to the capital to seek a master at a martial arts academy, only to invest years and 100 taels of silver with little to show for it. Had it not been for the success of the other youths who entered alongside him, he might have suspected that the academy was merely toying with him. After that experience, he had resigned himself to the belief that he was not cut out for martial arts. Yet now, with the breath cultivation method before him, the long-dormant desire to practice martial arts surged back to life. The failure of the academy to teach him was not due to his own inadequacy. Rather, it was the institution's shortcomings. He also possessed a blood demon pill, crafted from the essence of demon blood to strengthen one's physique. Zhou Ping'an opened a small porcelain vial, revealing 3 pills within. According to the Bureau's regulations, a miscellaneous worker was entitled to only 1 blood demon pill per month. Yet Ma Er had generously bestowed upon him 3. Such kindness was truly significant. The blood demon pill was a secret concoction of the Bureau, valued at 100 taels of gold each, and in the outside world, it was a rare commodity, fetching prices as high as 1,000 taels in the black market. Zhou Ping'an carefully stored the blood demon pills, aware that without having stepped into the realm of martial arts, consuming one would be tantamount to courting death. Following the instructions of the breath cultivation method, Zhou Ping'an sat cross-legged on his bed, seeking to attune himself to the spiritual energy of the universe. Sensitivity to this energy was the first step in cultivating the method. Those with keen intellect could perceive it within the span of a tea ceremony. Ordinary individuals might take the length of a burning incense stick, while those less gifted could require several hours. However, Zhou Ping'an sat in meditation throughout the night. Yet he found no trace of this elusive energy. He could not help but descend into profound doubt. Could it be that his innate talent was truly so lacking? The qi nourishing technique is widely regarded as the most formidable foundational cultivation method in existence. If he could not even derive a sense of qi from it, it would be a foregone conclusion that he could never tread the path of martial arts. He must not lose heart. After all, it was merely one night without results. If one day proved ineffective, he would try for 2. If 2 days failed, then a month. If a month yielded no success, then a year. Regardless, he was destined for longevity. Even if it took time, he would carve out a path in martial arts. Zhou Ping'an silently vowed. After freshening up, Zhou Ping'an donned the uniform, which, despite its pure black hue, was surprisingly lightweight and breathable, offering a remarkable comfort that left him wondering about the material it was crafted from. Not bad, quite spirited. Reminds me of my own youthful vigor. Zhang San nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Zhang, what tasks do we as auxiliaries need to undertake? Zhou Ping'an inquired, glancing at a barrel behind Zhang San, which stood as tall as a person. Heh. Bloodletting. Zhang San chuckled mischievously. Bloodletting? Whose blood? Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. The blood of demons? Zhou Ping'an's face paled abruptly as realization struck him. Chapter 2. Martial arts. Following closely behind Zhang San, Zhou Ping'an was both anxious and exhilarated. Having traversed this world for 18 years, he was on the verge of encountering the legendary demons. As Zhang San unlocked the pitch-black iron gate with an ebony key, a foul stench mingled with the scent of blood assaulted him. Zhou Ping'an instinctively pinched his nose. The odor was unbearable, 1,000 times worse than a cesspit. Zhang San, however, was unfazed. It's like this the first time. After a few visits, you'll get used to it. With a mighty roar, Zhang San, his arms bulging with sinew, single-handedly pushed the heavy iron door open. Zhou Ping'an stood agape, having known during his training that a martial artist's strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The instructors at the Martial Arts Academy possessed arms capable of lifting 1,000 pounds. Yet this iron door must weigh at least 10,000 pounds. Impossible for those instructors to budge. Uncle Zhang, how much does this iron door weigh? Zhang San smacked his lips. I can't recall precisely, but it should be around 50,000 pounds. 50,000. Zhou Ping'an nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. He had assumed the door weighed about 10,000 pounds at most, yet it turned out to be 50,000. To push open a door weighing 50,000 pounds, was Zhang San even human? The strength of martial artists was indeed terrifying. Seeing Zhou Ping'an's astonished expression, Zhang San felt a swell of pride. It was worth showing off a bit in front of this lad. Uncle Zhang, what realm are you in? Zhou Ping'an could not contain his curiosity. 8th level of postnatal. Zhang San replied casually, as if discussing something insignificant. However, to Zhou Ping'an, the phrase 8th level of postnatal resonated like thunder. Martial artists were classified into postnatal and innate categories, with postnatal having 10 levels. To reach the first level of postnatal already marked one as extraordinary. Joining the military could easily secure a captain's position. And working at a martial arts academy or a security agency could yield a monthly income of hundreds or even thousands of taels of silver with ease. Prior to this moment, the most formidable warrior that Zhou Ping'an had encountered was the master of a martial arts school. A renowned figure in the capital with a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the acquired realm, often gracing the company of nobility. Yet, within the demon-slaying department, even a mere servant bore the cultivation of the 8th stage of the acquired realm, a disparity that was nothing short of astonishing. What are you standing there for? Hurry inside. As Zhou Ping'an was lost in thought, Zhang San effortlessly carried a towering iron barrel into the building. Oh, coming right away. Zhou Ping'an struggled to drag the barrel behind him. Each barrel stood as tall as a person, and he pondered how much blood it would take to fill them, questioning whether the demon could even consume it without perishing. However, upon encountering the creature within the confines of the cage, all his doubts dissipated. Before him coiled a magnificent white python, stretching an impressive 100 feet in length, its snow-white scales resembling bone. The instant the serpent opened its eyes, Zhou Ping'an felt his heart constrict violently, as if a terrifying pressure sought to reduce him to pulp. Zhang San remained unperturbed, standing calmly beside him. This was a trial that every servant in the demon-slaying department must endure. If one could not withstand the pressure emanating from these imprisoned demons, how could they ever hope to manage them in the future? Thud, thud. Zhou Ping'an's heart raced with increasing ferocity, threatening to shatter. His vision blurred, and his breaths grew heavier. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to abandon the trial. Merely stepping back from the cage would alleviate his suffering. His breathing quickened, and as he lifted his right foot, it swiftly descended again. I will never give up. Zhou Ping'an roared internally. Under the oppressive weight of fear, he endured for an entire hour, which felt akin to a century in its duration. Suddenly, he sensed a lightness in his body as the heavy pressure dissipated. Zhang San nodded in satisfaction at Zhou Ping'an, who had regained his composure. Though your talent may be lacking, you possess unwavering determination. In the demon-slaying department, you may yet achieve greatness. Zhou Ping'an gazed at the pristine serpent demon, now accustomed to its overwhelming presence, and met its crimson gaze without flinching. The serpent's massive body was pierced by numerous colossal steel spikes, each connected by chains the thickness of a person's embrace, embedded into the walls, rendering the creature immobile despite its immense strength. Beneath the serpent lay a stone tablet inscribed with the following: Scalebone Serpent Demon, a fourth-stage beast of the acquired realm. In the year 363 of the Zhou dynasty, it devastated Qingshan town, claiming the lives of 100,000 civilians. Demon Slayer Ling Feng pursued it for 1,000 miles, engaging in a bloody battle for half a month before capturing it alive. Thus, this majestic white serpent was named the Scalebone Serpent Demon. Restlessly, the serpent twisted its body. Addressing Zhang San, Sir Zhang, isn't it still short of a month? Why have you come for blood again? Zhou Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. This serpent demon had devoured 100,000 commoners in a single night, undeniably a malevolent fiend. Yet, upon speaking, it emitted a tone that evoked a sense of pleading. Reminiscent of a dog, Zhang San chuckled. A new servant has arrived. I intend to have him hone his skills. If all goes as planned, you shall be responsible for him in the future. The scaled-bone serpent demon cast a glance at Zhou Ping'an. Him? A useless wretch with blocked meridians and an empty dantian? Zhou Ping'an's pupils constricted. Was the serpent demon referring to him? No wonder he had made no progress in his cultivation after so many years. It turned out his meridians were blocked. Did this not imply that he would never tread the path of martial arts in this lifetime? Enough of your incessant prattle. Zhang San's hand flickered with a dark light, causing the serpent demon's pristine scales to shatter, and crimson demon blood gushed forth like a waterfall. I am dying. To recover from this, I would need to consume 10 fat pigs. The serpent demon shrieked in agony. Very well, but I require a drop of your marrow. Zhang San replied with a slight smile. You are a devil? The serpent demon lamented. If you refuse, I shall take it myself. Zhang San retorted coldly. No. I will give it. The serpent demon opened its maw wide, and a droplet of crystalline marrow fell into the iron bucket. An extraordinary event unfolded. The serpent blood within the bucket began to boil, transforming into a clear, translucent liquid. The marrow was the essence of the serpent demon. After expelling a drop, its form visibly diminished. After filling 2 iron buckets, Zhang San carried one in each hand as he exited the cage. Henceforth, this serpent demon shall be entrusted to you. Draw blood once a month. 2 large buckets each time. Feed it every 2 days. The amount is at your discretion, as long as it does not starve. Zhang San instructed Zhou Ping'an while securing the iron door of the cage. Uncle Zhang, am I truly unable to cultivate? Zhou Ping'an could not help but inquire. Blocked meridians are a minor issue, but your dantian is empty, rendering you incapable of storing internal energy, Zhang San sighed. Zhou Ping'an offered a bitter smile. There was nothing more agonizing than being given hope only to have it snatched away. In the outside world, he would likely be devoid of martial prospects. However, Zhang San's tone shifted. Zhou Ping'an's eyes brightened instantly. Uncle Zhang has a solution? Indeed, I am not without resources. Observe these 2 buckets of demon blood. They are prepared for you, Zhang San remarked, patting the buckets. Typically, martial practitioners of the Great Zhou dynasty pursued the path of cultivating internal energy. Yet, there were always those who diverged from the norm, refining their bodies through the essence of heaven and earth, honing their physical forms to perfection. These practitioners could even combat demons with their physical prowess, displaying formidable strength. Body cultivation? Zhou Ping'an instinctively uttered. Precisely, it is body cultivation. Body cultivators do not cultivate internal energy, thus they require neither meridians nor a dantian. Zhang San nodded. However, the path of body cultivation is excruciatingly painful. Only those with immense willpower may attempt it. Uncle Zhang instructed me to lock eyes with the scaled bone serpent demon, intending to gauge my potential for cultivating the path of physical refinement. Zhou Ping'an grasped the implication. Zhang nodded slightly. Should your resolve prove inadequate, I shall naturally assign you a more leisurely task, allowing you to live a tranquil life. However, you have not disappointed me. Zhou Ping'an, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Uncle Zhang, please refrain from such flattery. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Haha, no need for insincere praise. Just refrain from cursing me in your heart later. Zhang chuckled. How could I? I would never. Wait, what are you doing, Uncle Zhang? Before his words could fully escape his lips, Zhou Ping'an found himself stripped bare by Zhang. Bewildered, Zhou Ping'an pondered whether Zhang was truly so understanding or if he harbored some peculiar inclinations. Thud. Before Zhou Ping'an could collect his thoughts, Zhang unceremoniously tossed him into an iron barrel. Sizzle. The moment Zhou Ping'an's skin met the crystalline serpent blood, he was overwhelmed by a searing pain. Gurgle, gurgle. The serpent blood began to boil violently. Damn. Zhou Ping'an couldn't help but curse. The agony was unbearable, as if every fiber of his being were ablaze. The path of physical refinement is indeed cruel. Ma Er, munching on sunflower seeds, approached. This is the only way for this boy, after all. He is the sole son of Brother Zhou, and we must contribute in some way. Zhang sighed. To refine the body using demon blood, opening all the pores, and to perceive the spiritual essence of the world through them. This process is excruciating, and few within the demon-slaying department would willingly endure such torment. Ma Er shook his head. His resolve is commendable. He should be able to manage. Zhang remarked. I wager he can last no more than an hour. Ma Er chuckled. I'll bet 2 hours. A voice emerged from the darkness. I bet 1.5. Gradually, voices began to emerge from the shadows, revealing that the oppressive confines of the demon-slaying department's prison housed numerous others. Zhou Ping'an could hear their murmurs, yet at that moment, he was too preoccupied with enduring the inhumane suffering to pay them any heed. Endure. I must train. I must possess the strength for self-defense. Zhou Ping'an continually motivated himself. Chapter 3. Demon Techniques. Zhou Ping'an lost track of how long he remained within the iron barrel. He only knew that the longer he endured, the greater the rewards he would reap. As the demon blood continued to integrate into his body, his flesh, bones, and internal organs underwent a profound transformation. Zhou Ping'an entered a peculiar state, able to introspectively examine his own form. He beheld countless glowing points, the essence of spiritual energy contained within the demon blood. Demons, far more long-lived than humans, had this scaled-bone serpent demon existed for a millennium, despite being merely a fourth-tier demon. Over the course of 1,000 years, the serpent had absorbed the spiritual essence of the world, its flesh brimming with vitality, a true boon for any martial artist. Upon emerging from that extraordinary state, Zhou Ping'an felt invigorated, his body teeming with boundless strength. He inhaled deeply, only to be caught off guard by a sudden wave of foul stench. Finally awakening. After being submerged in demon blood for an entire day and night, he had indeed become the foremost disciple of the Demon Slayer division, Zhang San remarked with a smile. The once crystal-clear demon blood had transformed into a pitch-black substance, exuding a repulsive odor. How could this happen? Zhou Ping'an exclaimed in astonishment. You silly boy. You have completed the first step of martial training, the essence extraction of the I Ching. All the impurities within you have been expelled, and the 360 meridians are now open. You should be able to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Zhang San explained. Really? Zhou Ping'an was overjoyed and hurriedly activated the nurturing qi technique. Indeed, he felt the influx of spiritual energy. All 360 meridians were open, and the spiritual energy surged into his body. However, due to the blockage in his meridians, the energy could not circulate, and thus could not condense into internal power. The scant spiritual energy that managed to reach his dantian was almost entirely lost, slipping away through its deficiencies. Even with Zhang San's assistance granting Zhou Ping'an the eligibility to step into the martial realm, his cultivation efficiency was far from commendable. The difficulty of physical cultivation was already considerable, and Zhou Ping'an's efficiency was a mere fraction, a tenth or even 100th of that of an ordinary cultivator. Nevertheless, Zhou Ping'an was quite content. At least he could now pursue martial arts. As for the low efficiency, it posed no problem for him. If others cultivated for 10 years, he would spend 100 years. If they trained for a century, he would train for a millennium. Time was of no concern to him. He set a modest goal, to cultivate within the Demon Slayer division for a century, and he vowed not to leave until he reached the 10th layer of the heavenly realm. Uncle Zhang, are you in a good mood? After freshening up, Zhou Ping'an inquired, noticing the broad smile on Zhang San's face. You did well, kid. You endured for a day and a night. I profited handsomely, Zhang San exclaimed with excitement. Having earned a substantial reward, Zhang San was eager to indulge in some revelry, setting his sights on the Xiuquan Pavilion, the grandest brothel in the capital. Zhou Ping'an was curious to witness the splendor of the capital's largest establishment, but Zhang San insisted on leaving him behind to tend to the scaled bone serpent demon. The serpent demon had already endured bloodletting twice in a month, and had suffered the loss of a drop of its bone marrow, leaving it severely weakened. If not fed promptly, it could very well perish in the dungeon. While the death of a demon was of little consequence to the Demon Slayer division, it was still considered an asset, and efforts should be made to preserve it. After the essence extraction from the demon blood, Zhou Ping'an's strength had significantly increased. Lifting a hefty pig with one hand was now a trivial task. As for the heavy iron door, brute force was unnecessary. It operated via a mechanism that would open with a simple pull of the handle. Yesterday, Zhang San had pushed it open with sheer strength, merely showcasing his might. All right, let us set another small goal, to push this iron door open with my own strength. He entered the cell and beheld the scaled bone serpent demon, which had shrunk significantly in size. At long last, the moment has arrived. I crave blood food. Hasten to provide me with it, or I shall perish from hunger. The scale-bone serpent demon gazed hungrily at the hefty pig in Zhou Ping'an's grasp, its eyes turning a vibrant green. With a powerful flourish of his arms, Zhou Ping'an sent the enormous pig, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, soaring through the air in a graceful arc. With a resounding crunch, the serpent demon opened its cavernous maw and devoured the pig in a single bite. Having fulfilled its meal, Zhou Ping'an prepared to exit the confines of the cage, for he needed to devote time to his cultivation. Hey, don't leave. Grant me another fat pig. This one hardly satisfies my hunger. The scale-bone serpent demon pleaded anxiously. Zhou Ping'an paid little heed to the demon, recalling Zhang San's admonition that it should not be overfed. Keeping it hungry was sufficient. Wait. I possess a method to aid your martial cultivation. The serpent demon shouted. Indeed, just as Zhou Ping'an was about to depart, he turned back. You are a demon, and I am but a human. How could you possibly possess a method for my martial cultivation? Zhou Ping'an regarded the demon with skepticism. I am the scale-bone serpent demon, having lived for a staggering 3,655 years. To put it in your human terms, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. I have encountered countless warriors, even having crossed blades with the founder of your Great Zhou dynasty, the demon asserted. Continue boasting. You think you are worthy of facing the Great Zhou's founder? Zhou Ping'an scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. The strength of the Great Zhou's founder has always been shrouded in mystery, yet one thing remains indisputable. He was undoubtedly a preternatural martial artist. This scale-bone serpent demon, being merely a fourth-level acquired realm beast, could not possibly contend with him. You pursue the path of physical cultivation. Do you comprehend how the human cultivators came to be? The serpent demon inquired. Spare me your idle chatter. Zhou Ping'an retorted, uninterested in guessing. The path of physical cultivation is a method that your human warriors have imitated from us, the demon beasts. Though your kind is exceptionally gifted, your physical cultivation is ultimately a pale imitation of our own. I see that you have achieved some success in refining your essence. Thus, if you provide me with 10 fat pigs, I shall impart to you the secrets of body refinement. Zhou Ping'an smirked. 10 fat pigs? You certainly have the audacity to ask for that. Moreover, how can I trust the veracity of your claims? My very existence is in your hands. Do you think I would dare to utter a falsehood? The scale-bone serpent demon replied, a hint of grievance in its tone. 10 pigs is far too excessive, at most. I can offer you 2. Zhou Ping'an shook his head. After all, he had to feed it regardless. If he could gain something of value in return for feeding this demon, why not seize the opportunity? 2. Do you believe this body refinement technique is as cheap as cabbage? 8 pigs, and not a single one less. The serpent demon insisted. 2 pigs, just 2 pigs. No more. Zhou Ping'an huffed in protest. Very well, 2 it shall be. The scale-bone serpent demon reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing that its own survival depended on securing more blood food. Zhou Ping'an procured 2 hefty pigs from the storeroom. Once the serpent demon was satiated, it began to dictate the body refinement technique while Zhou Ping'an meticulously transcribed it. After 2 full hours of diligent writing, the manuscript for the transformation of the dragon technique was finally completed. The transformation into dragon technique has been passed down through generations within the lineage of the scale-bone serpent demon. It is said that mastering this technique to its utmost potential allows one to metamorphose into a dragon. Little brother, seeing how cooperative I am, wouldn't it be possible to procure a couple more plump pigs? The scale-bone serpent demon implored, its obsequiousness evident. Zhou Ping'an shot a glance of disdain at the serpent, noting its audacious attempts at manipulation. Once Zhou Ping'an exited the confines of the cage, the serpent's servile demeanor evaporated in an instant, replaced by a fierce glint of malice in its eyes. Foolish human. The transformation into dragon technique of my clan is not so easily mastered. I merely employed a trivial ruse to secure 2 hefty pigs. This newcomer is easily deceived. I shall procure many more in the future. After leaving the prison, Zhou Ping'an sought out Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma, could you take a look at this technique and see if there are any issues? The transformation into dragon technique. Now that's a novel concept. I never anticipated that the scale-bone serpent demon had hidden a technique. Uncle Ma chuckled. Uncle Ma, you don't seem surprised at all. Zhou Ping'an remarked, taken aback. Demonic techniques are not uncommon within the demon-slaying department. However, they come with significant drawbacks. Are you certain you wish to pursue this path? Uncle Ma inquired. Drawbacks? What sort of drawbacks? Zhou Ping'an pressed. The cultivation process is exceedingly slow, often taking centuries or even millennia. Humans simply do not possess such longevity. Even innate realm warriors typically live only 300 to 500 years, Uncle Ma explained. Zhou Ping'an's eyes gleamed with understanding. What might be a disadvantage for others was not for him, as he was destined for longevity, potentially outliving demons themselves. My aptitude is rather lacking. I wish to see if demonic techniques might afford me a breakthrough. he stated. Uncle Ma nodded. If you are genuinely interested in demonic techniques, I shall procure a couple of tomes for you. Thank you, Uncle Ma, Zhou Ping'an exclaimed, elated. You are still young and may easily be deceived by those demons. Should that scalebone serpent demon request more food from you, insist on spiritual herbs. Those are the true treasures that can significantly enhance our martial prowess, Uncle Ma advised. Spiritual herbs? Do those demons even possess such things? Zhou Ping'an fumed, realizing the serpent had dared to play him for a fool. Naturally, they possessed none. Prior to being confined within the demon-slaying department, their valuables had been thoroughly confiscated. However, the absence of physical herbs did not imply ignorance of their whereabouts. Before the emergence of the Great Zhou's founder, demons were the true sovereigns of this land, with lifespans extended enough to remember the locations of spiritual herbs from millennia past. Zhou Ping'an suddenly grasped the rationale behind the demon-slaying department's decision to spare the lives of these demons, beyond utilizing them as blood banks. They sought to extract knowledge about spiritual treasures from their lips. Take this transformation into dragon technique and cultivate it. Practice it casually without excessive diligence, Uncle Ma instructed. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Ma. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhou Ping'an commenced his practice of the transformation into dragon technique. The technique was not particularly challenging to learn. Its fundamentals were simple, requiring only time for accumulation. While rare treasures could expedite the process, such resources were beyond his reach. Wait, I possess 3 blood demon pills. Surely, they could be considered rare treasures as well. Chapter 4. The work of a menial. Zhou Ping'an consumed a blood demon pill, and at the moment it dissolved, a formidable power surged within him. Such a potent effect. It is no wonder that this elixir was crafted from demon blood. Zhou Ping'an was overjoyed and hastily activated the transforming dragon technique to absorb the immense medicinal energy. The foundation of the transforming dragon technique lies in refining the true dragon's power. This true dragon's power is distinct from the internal energy of human martial artists. It does not require meridians or a dantian, but is stored within the flesh and blood. When summoned, the true dragon's power can erupt with astonishing strength in an instant. To condense even a trace of true dragon's power signifies entry into the postnatal realm. A trace of true dragon's power equates to the first level of the postnatal realm, and thereafter, the required true dragon's power for each subsequent level doubles. The second level requires 2 traces, the third level 4 traces, and so forth. To ascend to the 10th level of the postnatal realm demands 512 traces of true dragon's power. As for entering the innate realm, the threshold is set at 1,000 traces of true dragon's power. The scalebone serpent demon, despite training for over 3,000 years, has merely achieved the 4th level of the postnatal realm, possessing at most 15 traces of true dragon's power. This illustrates just how slowly demons cultivate. Zhou Ping'an focused his mind and fully activated the transforming dragon technique, guiding the medicinal energy of the blood demon pill to circulate within his limbs and bones, faintly resonating with the sound of dragon's roar in his chest. His entire body was undergoing a remarkable transformation at an astonishing pace. Zhou Ping'an was elated. The combination of the transforming dragon technique with the pill's effects exceeded his expectations, and the exhilarating sensation of rapidly enhancing his strength was addictive. However, merely after a short tea session, this sensation abruptly ceased. Zhou Ping'an twitched his mouth. The consumption of the transforming dragon technique was indeed excessive. 1 blood demon pill could only sustain him for a tea session. Calculating, even if he utilized the remaining 2 blood demon pills, he would still be unable to reach the first level of the postnatal realm. Under normal circumstances, 3 blood demon pills would be sufficient for a martial artist to enter the first level of the postnatal realm, and some exceptionally talented individuals could even ascend to the 2nd level. Zhou Ping'an estimated that he would require at least 10 blood demon pills to enter the first level of the postnatal realm. Each blood demon pill is worth 100 taels of gold. Thus, 10 would amount to 1,000 taels of gold. This is gold, not silver. In the Great Zhou dynasty, an average family of 3 spends only 4 to 5 taels of silver a year. Zhou Ping'an couldn't help but gasp. They say the poor write and the rich wield power, yet the expenses of martial cultivation are simply outrageous. He needed to find a way to earn money. Zhou Ping'an stroked his chin. In the following days, apart from feeding the scalebone serpent demon a chicken every 2 days, he spent the remainder of his time cultivating in his room. After 10 days, Zhang San, who had gone out to train in the Kunzi divine technique, finally returned. Compared to his previous spirited demeanor, Zhang San appeared somewhat dispirited and exuded a strong scent of powder. Uncle Zhang, you reek of powder. Were you soaking in a vat of it? Zhou Ping'an remarked, bemused. Hee, little children should not pry into the affairs of adults. Zhang San chuckled proudly. Are you feeding the scalebone serpent demon? Zhang San beheld the emaciated hen clutched in Zhou Ping'an's grasp, This pitiful creature weighed scarcely 2 pounds. Feeding it once every 2 days, wouldn't that drive the scaled-boned serpent demon to madness from hunger? Indeed, this serpent demon was rather disobedient. So I have slightly reduced its rations. Zhou Ping'an nodded in agreement. Ah, the youth of today, each more formidable than the last, Zhang Sen chuckled, shaking his head. Initially, he had been concerned that Zhou Ping'an, being young, might feel pity for these demons. However, it became evident that his worries were unfounded. This lad possessed a heart colder than his own. The scaled-bone serpent demon had indeed fallen into dire straits in the hands of such a youth. Upon entering the demon's cage, Zhou Ping'an was met with Zhang San's boastful tales. You have no idea how I, old Zhang, have spent the last 10 days. Indulging in the company of countless beauties at Xiuquan Pavilion. Zhou Ping'an shook his head, banishing those alluring images from his mind. Awoo, awoo. The scaled-bone serpent demon emitted a chilling wail upon seeing Zhou Ping'an, driven purely by hunger. It had anticipated that a new caretaker might offer a reprieve. Yet this newcomer was even harsher, providing only a meager hen every 2 days, one devoid of any fat. Heavens, what torment have I endured? Not even in the hands of the living Yama, Zhang San, did I suffer such deprivation. Even then, I could feast on a plump pig every 2 days. Awoo. The serpent demon wept, its sorrow palpable, feeling as though its ancestors were beckoning it. What are you howling about? Have I not given you a hen? Zhou Ping'an scoffed. Although the dragon transformation technique was indeed a remarkable body refinement method, the serpent demon harbored ill intentions, and Zhou Ping'an had no inclination to show it any kindness. A mere hen? Eating just one every 2 days is utterly insufficient. I am on the brink of starvation. The serpent demon lamented. There are limitations. The demon-slaying bureau's budget is tight, and this is all I can provide, Zhou Ping'an replied, shrugging his shoulders. Please don't leave. I have treasures. I possess treasures. The serpent demon cried out. Zhou Ping'an's lips curled into a smirk. It seemed the demon had capitulated, revealing that it was not as formidable as it appeared. Speak then. What treasures do you possess? If they are of ordinary quality, do not embarrass yourself by presenting them, Zhou Ping'an retorted. Though the serpent demon longed to swallow Zhou Ping'an whole, its desire to survive compelled it to feign a smile. Surely, I offer you 1,000-year-old ginseng. It is a remarkable item, capable of strengthening the body and prolonging life, an invaluable elixir for warriors. The serpent demon chuckled slyly. Just a single root of ginseng? That might be worth a plump pig at most, Zhou Ping'an replied nonchalantly. You. The serpent demon nearly erupted in indignation. 1,000-year-old ginseng. A precious herb could fetch thousands of taels of gold, while a pig was worth a mere handful of silver. This young man was utterly unreasonable. Perhaps I could negotiate a bit. The serpent demon attempted to haggle. However, Zhou Ping'an turned away, indicating that if it still had the energy to negotiate, it was not yet sufficiently hungry. As the gate closed, the serpent demon's anguished cries filled the air. 2 days later, when Zhou Ping'an arrived with a small quail in tow, the scale-boned serpent demon grew fearful. This young man was genuinely intent on starving him. A plump pig was merely a plump pig. The scale-boned serpent demon wept. Location, do not play tricks. I do not want anything too distant, Zhou Ping'an huffed. It is near the capital. The scale-boned serpent demon revealed the whereabouts of the ginseng he had hidden for a millennium. Zhou Ping'an directly went to Zhang San, who was engaged in idle chatter with my heir. Uncle Zhang, this is the location of the millennium ginseng I extracted from him. Zhang San nodded, understood. Leave this matter to me. Once the ginseng arrives, you shall have your share. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Zhou Ping'an exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. Ping'an, do not truly starve that scale-bone serpent demon. He has only been imprisoned for a decade, and he possesses many valuable items. It would be a pity if he were to perish, my heir cautioned. I understand. I merely intended to frighten the scale-bone serpent demon. I did not anticipate that he would be so timid, unable to endure after just a few days. Zhang San raised an eyebrow in triumph. 2 days later, a millennium ginseng was delivered to Zhou Ping'an's chamber. Zhou Ping'an initially intended to share the ginseng with Zhang San and ma heir, yet both rejected it, deeming a mere ginseng beneath their notice. Thus, Zhou Ping'an indulged in the entire ginseng alone, causing the youth who delivered it, Niao Wushuang, son of the Duke of Yong'an, to drool in envy. At merely 15 years of age, Niao Wushuang had already reached the 3rd level of the acquired realm, having been placed in the demon extermination office as a mere errand boy through the Duke's extensive connections. Although Niao Wushuang and Zhou Ping'an held similar social standing, it was well known that the menial labor at the demon extermination office was a lucrative position, offering not only a high salary but also the opportunity to gain benefits from the demons, far surpassing the hardships of wandering outside. Unfortunately, the privileges of the menial laborers at the demon extermination office were only granted after earning merit. Even as the son of the duke, he held no special rights. If he were to sacrifice himself for the demon extermination office, his descendants would inherit those privileges. Pa. Who needs that? I, the duke, shall rely on my own strength to become a demon slayer. Nia Wushuang scoffed. Zhou Ping'an also fulfilled his promise by sending a fat pig to the scale-bone serpent demon. Whenever he encountered difficulties while cultivating the transformation dragon technique, Zhou Ping'an would consult the scale-bone serpent demon. With the memory of past experiences, the scale-bone serpent demon dared not play any tricks, fearing Zhou Ping'an might retaliate. He did not wish to endure the pangs of hunger again. The scale-bone serpent demon, having lived for over 3,000 years, had reached an exceptional understanding of the transformation dragon technique. Finally, after a year, Zhou Ping'an achieved a breakthrough. As a wisp of true dragon power formed within him, coursing through his limbs and bones, Zhou Ping'an officially entered the first level of the acquired realm. Ha! I have finally broken through. Zhou Ping'an exuberantly leapt with joy within the confines of the prison. The scale-bone serpent demon curled his lips disdainfully. A millennium-old ginseng root and 3 demon blood pills a month. Any fool could break through to the first stage of the postnatal realm with such aid. Yet, the serpent demon wisely sealed his lips and even shamelessly offered congratulations, his words so sycophantic that even he found them unbearable. But he had no choice. He must serve this little ancestor well, for without his sustenance, tears would come too late. Very considerate. Tomorrow, I'll give you a cow. In high spirits, Zhou Ping'an generously provided an extra meal for the serpent demon. The serpent demon rejoiced. Thank you, Lord Zhou. With a thunderous shout, Zhou Ping'an exerted his strength, and a dragon's roar echoed within him as his arms surged with power. Yet, the iron gate remained immovable. Embarrassed, Zhou Ping'an scratched his head. His arms now possessed at least 10,000 gene of force, but still, the iron gate would not budge. The path of cultivation was arduous and long. Chapter 5. Killing the martial arts manuals promised by Ma Er had finally arrived. One titled The Mighty Bull Demon Fist, the other Turtle Shell Technique. One specialized in offense, the other in defense, precisely what Zhou Ping'an required. Ping'an, you can't just train relentlessly, balance work, and rest. You've been at the demon-slaying division for a year without ever stepping outside. Seeing Zhou Ping'an preparing to retreat to his room for more training, Zhang Xin couldn't help but advise. Everyone acknowledged Zhou Ping'an's diligence. His temperament and perseverance were exemplary. Yet, his talent was lamentably poor. Despite their special tutoring throughout the year, he had barely reached the first stage of the postnatal realm. The path of martial cultivation became increasingly arduous. Even with Zhou Ping'an's endurance, without a stroke of fortune, he was likely to remain stuck at the third stage of the postnatal realm. There's nothing to do outside anyway. Better to train. Zhou Ping'an shook his head. I know you have no family out there, but training cannot be done in isolation. Exposure to the outside world is beneficial. Besides, your cultivation demands diverse resources. You cannot rely solely on the 3 demon blood pills the division provides each month. Zhang Xin reasoned. Zhou Ping'an pondered and conceded the point. His talent was insufficient, and the monthly 3 demon blood pills were but a drop in the ocean. As his physical form improved, his consumption of pills multiplied exponentially. He must find resources elsewhere. Yet, a harsh reality confronted Zhou Ping'an. He had no money. Seeing Zhou Ping'an's embarrassed expression, Zhang Xin smiled faintly. Here, 100 taels of gold. Carry it with you. Buy whatever you need. No, Uncle Zhang. You've already taken good care of me. I can't accept your gold. Zhou Ping'an hastily declined. If you still regard me as your uncle, then take it. Refusing makes me unhappy. Zhang Xin said sternly. All right, then I'll consider it a loan. Zhou Ping'an relented. Zhang Xin nodded, paying no heed to Zhou Ping'an's promise to repay. To men like them, a mere 100 taels of gold was insignificant. The demon-slaying division's prison had a secret passage leading outside. When Zhou Ping'an emerged, the glaring sunlight startled him. Before his departure, Zhang Xin handed him a prescription specifically for refining the body. They are merely common medicinal herbs. However, when combined, they can unleash formidable therapeutic effects. At Baichao Hall, Zhou Ping'an entered a pharmacy, bearing gold, and presenting a prescription to the shopkeeper. The herbs you require are quite valuable. A single set costs 1 tael of gold. The shopkeeper remarked after a cursory glance. I shall take 50 sets, and I also require some fresh centenarian ginseng. Zhou Ping'an replied. Fresh centenarian ginseng. Such a rarity. Yet, if you are willing to wait for an hour, I can procure a few for you, the shopkeeper offered. Very well, Zhou Ping'an responded amiably. An hour later, he departed Baichao Hall with a substantial bundle of herbs, along with 5 living centenarian ginseng plants tucked under his arm. As for Zhou Ping'an's intention behind acquiring fresh centenarian ginseng, it was undoubtedly for cultivation. Indeed, he aspired to grow ginseng, transforming centenarian ginseng into millennial ginseng. While this may seem a fanciful dream to others, for Zhou Ping'an, it was entirely feasible. He possessed the gift of longevity, enabling him to live for a millennium. And after 1,000 years, he would reap the rewards of millennial ginseng. Presently, having only 5 plants, the results were not yet apparent. But what if he had 100, or even 1,000? Time was of no concern. Zhou Ping'an had plenty of it. As he reveled in the delightful fantasy of owning countless millennial ginseng plants, a figure swiftly brushed past him. It was him. Although their encounter was fleeting, Zhou Ping'an recognized the young man who had previously gifted him with millennial ginseng. The youth appeared stronger than before, evidently having entered the 4th stage of the postnatal realm. Zhou Ping'an was astonished. While Nie Wushuang had progressed from the 3rd to the 4th stage in a year, he remained at the 1st stage. And the disparity was growing ever wider. Ah, the prodigy of youth. How enviable. But wait, why should I envy him? He may live for a mere century, after which he will become naught but dust, while I am destined for immortality. After this self-reassurance, Zhou Ping'an hummed a cheerful tune, preparing to return to the Demon Slayer's prison. Though this was the capital, nowhere could match the safety of the Demon Slayer's prison. Don't move. As Zhou Ping'an stepped into a dim alley, a dagger was suddenly pressed against his neck. His complexion turned pale. He had warned himself not to stray from the Demon Slayer's prison, yet trouble had found him merely an hour after leaving. Spare me, noble sir. Are you after wealth or pleasure? If it's wealth, I have a tale of gold on me. If pleasure, perhaps you should seek your amusement elsewhere? From the shadows, the assailant scoffed. Enough of your nonsense. Remain silent, or I shall not hesitate to end you. Zhou Ping'an immediately sealed his lips. Seeing his compliance, the assailant let out a slight sigh of relief. Zhou Ping'an's keen senses detected a whiff of blood in the air. Was he injured? His eyes brightened with realization. Based on the scent of blood, the assailant must have sustained an injury to his right shoulder. This is the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, a place guarded with utmost vigilance. Who, pray tell, is this man wielding a sharp blade? A thief, or perhaps a rebel? He has taken Zhou Ping'an hostage, dragging him into an abandoned house, where he binds him tightly with a strip of cow tendon. Afterward, this individual seems to expend all his energy, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. In the faint light, Zhou Ping'an gets a clearer view of his captor, a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a deep, bone-visible wound on his right shoulder, blood flowing profusely. Zhou Ping'an glances outside. Although the secret passage of the demon-slaying division lies nearby, he finds himself powerless to move, his hands and feet bound. The vicinity of the secret passage is desolate, devoid of human presence, rendering his cries for help futile. Don't move. Luo Bai sneers. Zhou Ping'an shrinks his neck. I want to move. After the recent test, Zhou Ping'an has discovered that he possesses the strength to break free from the cow tendon. This mysterious man, grievously injured, might not be entirely hopeless if he chooses to fight with his last ounce of strength. However, to err on the side of caution, Zhou Ping'an decides against making any rash moves. Luo Bai, observing the boy before him, whose physique resembles his own, reveals a cold smile. The relentless pursuit by the demon-slaying division, combined with his severe injuries, suggests that he is unlikely to escape the capital unscathed. Yet, the appearance of this youth ignites a flicker of hope within him. He formulates a perfect plan, but first, he must tend to his wounds. Otherwise, the very act of bleeding could spell his doom. The scent of medicinal herbs. Luo Bai notices the large bundle beside Zhou Ping'an. In his earlier panic, he had overlooked the rich aroma of the herbs. Ah, fortune smiles upon me, Luo Bai exclaims, opening Zhou Ping'an's bundle, which reveals an array of medicinal ingredients that catch his eye. To his astonishment, he discovers that Zhou Ping'an's chest is swollen. Upon reaching in, he pulls out several ginseng roots. Centennial ginseng. Luo Bai is elated. With a crunch, he shoves one of the 100-year-old ginseng roots into his mouth, chewing greedily. His pallid complexion begins to regain its color at a visible rate. My ginseng. Zhou Ping'an's heart bleeds. The scoundrel has consumed not merely a 100-year ginseng, but the promise of a millennial one. After bandaging his shoulder wound, Luo Bai crouches before Zhou Ping'an. You are unfortunate to encounter me. Today, I shall borrow your life to execute a perfect escape. Luo Bai brandishes his dagger close to Zhou Ping'an's face, planning to mar his features and inflict a wound on his shoulder, don his clothing, and deceive the demon-slaying agents into believing the corpse is his own, allowing him to slip away unscathed. What? You intend to kill me? Please spare me, noble sir. Zhou Ping'an trembles uncontrollably. Luo Bai chuckles coldly. Rest easy on your journey to the afterlife. Yet, unbeknownst to Luo Bai, the cow tendon binding Zhou Ping'an has loosened. As he approaches Zhou Ping'an unguarded, a sudden crack resounds. The tendon snaps. How is this possible? Powerful bull demon fist, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. Zhou Ping'an unleashed a powerful punch that struck Luo Bai squarely in the chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed ominously, and Luo Bai was sent hurtling backward. With a thunderous crash, his body collided with a wall, shattering it. Like a rampaging bull, Zhou Ping'an charged forward, and as Luo Bai hit the ground, he was met with a crushing foot. A sickening thud resonated as Luo Bai's chest caved in, and blood spewed forth. "Spare my life," he gasped, blood frothing at his lips. Yet, Zhou Ping'an remained unmoved, delivering a fatal blow that shattered Luo Bai's heart. It was Zhou Ping'an's first act of killing. He suppressed the discomfort rising within him, preparing to turn and depart. At that moment, a small wooden box slipped from Luo Bai's body. Zhou Ping'an picked it up, too hurried to inspect its contents, and left in haste. The outside world felt perilous. Safety lay within the confines of the demon-slaying division's prison. The commotion attracted the attention of the capital's elite guards, who swiftly surrounded the area. As two demon-slaying envoys entered the residence, they were met with the sight of Luo Bai's charred corpse, their expressions darkening. The fire that consumed him was, of course, set by Zhou Ping'an himself. He dared not leave a trace, and to be safe, he incinerated both Luo Bai's body and the dwelling to ashes. After all, this was the territory of the demon-slaying division, and he need not worry about the fire affecting innocent civilians. Destroy the evidence. One of the envoys scoffed. It was likely a case of infighting among the demon cult's practitioners, especially given the significance of the item in question. Search and seal off all exits. Anyone attempting to leave the capital must be thoroughly inspected. On this day, the capital was rife with tension, as common folk and nobility alike were subjected to scrutiny by the demon-slaying division before departing. Chapter 6. The innate treasure. The capital was in chaos due to the actions of the demon cult's practitioners, yet this turmoil was of little consequence to Zhou Ping'an. Upon returning to the prison of the demon-slaying division, he washed away the stench of blood, though his trembling hands betrayed his unsettled state of mind. This was his first experience of taking a life. The fact that he did not vomit on the spot was remarkable. After bathing and changing, his gaze fell upon the small wooden box. This box had been hidden within Luo Bai's chest. Had Zhou Ping'an not shattered it, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. The lengths to which the mysterious individual went to conceal the box suggested that its contents were extraordinary. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Ping'an opened the box, revealing a withered tree root within. His initial anticipation deflated instantly. Was this truly a treasure? Just a dry root? No. If it were merely a dead root, the mysterious individual would not have gone to such extremes. Zhou Ping'an shook his head, acknowledging his limited understanding of this world. The dried root was undoubtedly more than it appeared. Suddenly, the usually quiet prison of the demon-slaying division became bustling with activity, as shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. Zhou Ping'an quickly concealed the small wooden box and opened the door, just in time to catch a glimpse of several figures darting past. The speed is astonishing. They are all formidable martial artists. Zhou Ping'an's pupils contracted as he realized that there were more martial arts experts hidden within the Demon Slayer prison than he had anticipated. "Uncle Zhang, what has transpired?" Zhou Ping'an inquired, seeking the wisdom of Zhang San. Typically somewhat laid back, Zhang San now bore a grave expression. A grave situation has arisen. Warriors from the demon cult have infiltrated the capital. The demon cult? Zhou Ping'an was taken aback, confronted with yet another unfamiliar term. The demon cult is an organization formed by human martial artists who worship demons, believing them to be the true rulers of this world, Zhang San explained. Zhou Ping'an's mouth fell agape. Are these warriors out of their minds? Do they not understand the principle that those outside our kin harbor different intentions? Why forsake their humanity to serve as pawns for demons? This is nothing short of treachery. They are like children clinging to their mothers. When demons provide abundantly, they naturally serve them. Ma Er interjected with a snort. Since its inception, the Demon Slayer office has been locked in a bloody conflict with demons, harboring deep-seated enmity towards those human warriors who align themselves with demons. Not long ago, when the warriors from the demon cult infiltrated the capital, the Demon Slayer office discovered them and subsequently eradicated their strongholds. Unfortunately, the vice leader, Luo Bai, managed to escape, but today his corpse was discovered, Zhang San revealed. Zhou Ping'an's heart sank. Could the fleeing vice leader be the one he had encountered? Only the vice leader escaped. It shouldn't pose a significant threat, right? Zhou Ping'an ventured cautiously. Luo Bai is merely a 7th-level postnatal warrior. In the eyes of the Demon Slayer office, he is insignificant. The crux of the matter lies with the treasures he possessed, rumored to be the remnants of a powerful demon, entwined with primordial mysteries, Zhang San sighed. Primordial? Zhou Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Regrettably, Luo Bai's body was reduced to ashes by fire, leaving no information behind, Ma Er lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Zhou Ping'an's heart raced uncontrollably, realizing that the one he had incapacitated with a single punch was indeed the vice leader, Luo Bai. That seemingly withered tree root was, after all, linked to primordial secrets. Why are you trembling? Is the mention of primordial so exhilarating? Zhang San gave Zhou Ping'an a disapproving look. Zhou Ping'an smiled sheepishly. Uncle Zhang, you know my circumstances. My talent is so lacking that even reaching the postnatal realm is a struggle. How could I dare to dream of the primordial realm? During this time, you must refrain from venturing outside. The situation is precarious. With Luo Bai's demise, the primordial treasures he possessed are also unaccounted for, and various monsters may emerge, Zhang San cautioned. Zhou Ping'an nodded vigorously. Even without Zhang San's warning, he had no intention of venturing out. The allure of primordial treasures for postnatal warriors is simply too great. Those stuck in the postnatal realm would go mad in pursuit of them. The significant movements of the Demon Slayer office are aimed precisely at these martial masters. Should they dare to cause chaos in the capital, the Demon Slayer office would not hesitate to eradicate them. The primordial treasures must not fall into the wrong hands. They must belong to the Demon Slayer office. Zhou Ping'an shuddered at the thought that Luo Bai was merely a 7th-level postnatal warrior. Had Luo Bai not been grievously injured at that time? Had he not caught him completely off guard? And had he not been a body cultivator? So many hypothetical scenarios. If even a slight deviation had occurred, it would have been Zhou Ping'an facing death. Breathing deeply, Zhou Ping'an sought to calm himself. That withered tree root turned out to be an innate treasure, and he felt as though he had struck gold. However, he dared not inquire further, fearing it might arouse Zhang San and the other's suspicions. With a swift glance, he turned towards the cage. Was there not a living encyclopedia right before him? Zhou Ping'an ventured to the storeroom and fetched a plump pig. Stepping into the lair of the scale-bone serpent demon, the demon was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the pig. Had it not just feasted on a similar creature the day before? Why was this little rascal being so generous? Scale-bone serpent demon, do you desire this plump pig? Zhou Ping'an offered a smile he believed to be benevolent. Yet, to the demon, that smile resembled the grin of a devil. Over the course of a year, the scale-bone serpent demon had seen through this little imp. He was certainly no kind-hearted soul. One misstep in conversation could lead to weeks of hunger. Should the esteemed little Zhou have any inquiries, I shall answer without reservation, the scale-bone serpent demon replied, with a forced bravado. Very well. Do you know what I appreciate most about you? Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow. I am but a simpleton. I implore you to enlighten me, esteemed little Zhou. I admire your cowardly, groveling demeanor, Zhou Ping'an remarked. The demon chuckled in response, yet inwardly cursed Zhou Ping'an's ancestors. Had he not been trapped in the confines of the Demon Extermination Bureau's prison, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this brat a lesson in cruelty. With a swift motion, Zhou Ping'an tossed the pig into the demon's gaping maw. Are you familiar with the demon cult? He asked directly. The scale-bone serpent demon nodded. Of course, the demon cult was established by traitors of the human race, venerating demons. In fact, I have trained quite a number of human warriors in the past. Recently, a significant event has transpired in the capital. Rumors say that practitioners of the demon cult have infiltrated the city and obtained an innate treasure. Do you have any recollections of such a treasure? Zhou Ping'an inquired. Innate treasure? I have not heard of any around the vicinity of the capital. The scale-bone serpent demon replied, shaking his head. Are you certain? Zhou Ping'an's brow furrowed. Indeed, over 2,000 years ago, I visited this place, but Suddenly, the demon's expression shifted. What have you recalled? Zhou Ping'an keenly noticed the change in the demon's demeanor. The scale-bone serpent demon hesitated. But the thought of enduring hunger for another 10 days under Zhou Ping'an's wrath compelled him to yield. I have merely heard that, long ago, a great demon resided here. Perhaps the innate treasure is what was left behind by that formidable creature, the demon disclosed. A great demon? Is it powerful? An innate realm demon? Zhou Ping'an pressed. I am not entirely certain about that. I have merely existed for over 3 millennia, while that formidable demon has been around for 10 millennia. Even for creatures of demonic origin, a millennium is an extensive duration. The scale-bone serpent demon shook its head. Is that all? No further information? After a moment of contemplation, the scale-bone serpent demon remarked, it is said to be a tree demon. Boom. A thunderous realization struck Zhou Ping'an's mind. It connected, indeed. The desiccated root he had acquired was genuinely a primordial treasure left by a great demon. He rejoiced silently within, feeling a surge of fortune. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Ping'an shifted the conversation and presented the technique he had obtained. I have come across a demonic martial art. The tortoise shell technique, which details the cultivation methods of the tortoise demon. However, as a human, lacking a tortoise shell, how am I to practice it? Oh, so you were waiting for me. The scale-bone serpent demon thought with a hidden smirk. The human race is indeed astonishingly talented. Yet from the emergence of the Great Zhou's founder until now, merely a millennium has passed. leaving the human race devoid of profound heritage. Their techniques pale in comparison to those of demons. The tortoiseshell technique is merely a minor art among demonic practices, hardly worth mentioning. Nonetheless, should you wish to cultivate it, you may grind tortoise shells into powder and apply it to your skin. Following this method, your skin could harden like iron, rendering you impervious to ordinary blades. Must it be a tortoise shell? Zhou Ping'an furrowed his brow. Other demonic scales will suffice. The higher the quality of the scales, the more effective the results. The scalebone serpent demon responded instinctively. Oh, is that so? Zhou Ping'an's eyes brightened. The scalebone serpent demon felt a shiver run down its spine. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? You wouldn't intend to strip my scales, would you? No, please, spare me. In an instant, the scalebone serpent demon's wails echoed throughout the demon-slaying bureau's prison. Zhang San and Ma Er exchanged amused glances. Shaking their heads, Zhou Ping'an appeared genteel, yet his methods were more ruthless than theirs, making it evident that the serpent demon would not last a decade in his hands. The serpent's scales were exceedingly hard, leaving no mark even from ordinary weapons. However, this posed no challenge for Zhou Ping'an, for the demon-slaying bureau's prison was not lacking in instruments of torture. A grinding stone forged from otherworldly meteorite iron, after several rounds of grinding, transformed the resilient serpent scales into fine white powder. He tossed the prepared herbs and serpent scale powder into an iron bucket, igniting a fire beneath it. As the concoction began to simmer, Zhou Ping'an leaped into the bubbling liquid, submerging himself within. Chapter 7. Trial in the Cell. The scalebone serpent demon appeared despondent, while Zhou Ping'an methodically drew its blood and extracted its scales. 3 months had passed since Zhou Ping'an commenced his training in the tortoiseshell technique. Each night, he immersed himself in the iron bucket, and through such relentless endeavor, he had finally grasped the fundamentals of the technique. Utilizing the serpent demon's scales, his skin now bore the exquisite patterns of white serpent scales when channeling the tortoiseshell technique. The skin had become remarkably resilient when cut by blades. It merely left a faint mark, yet a forceful strike would still draw blood. Although progress was somewhat gradual, Zhou Ping'an found great satisfaction in it. Accepting his capabilities as they were, advancing bit by bit. Over the past 3 months, the scalebone serpent demon had endured considerable hardship. Subjected daily to the plucking of its scales, from initially 1 scale per day to now 10, leaving it feeling nearly bald. Throughout these 3 months, the capital was rife with chaos as martial masters from various sects of the Great Zhou dynasty converged, causing a tremendous uproar in their quest for the legendary innate treasure. The practitioners of the demon cult seized this opportunity to create further disturbances. Fortunately, the demon-slaying department was well prepared, and with the support of the military, they forcefully suppressed the turmoil, which took 3 months to quell. Yet, the fabled innate treasure remained elusive. Nia Wushuang gazed with excitement at the dimly lit prison. At last, through his own efforts, he had become a servant of the demon-slaying department and gained entry to the coveted prison. Is that him? Nia Wushuang spotted Zhou Ping'an, who was engaged in the plucking of scales from the scalebone serpent demon. This was their 3rd encounter, with over 3 months having passed since their last meeting. Hello, my name is Nia Wushuang, he announced, appearing behind Zhou Ping'an. Startled, Zhou Ping'an turned to see a familiar face. Hello, I am Zhou Ping'an. Nia Wushuang curiously scrutinized the scalebone serpent demon. What are you doing? Draining blood. It must be done monthly. The blood of demons is the primary ingredient for concocting demon blood pills, Zhou Ping'an explained. You two are acquainted now, Zhang San interjected as he entered. Zhou Ping'an, allow me to introduce you. This is Nia Wushuang, and from now on, you two will be a team. Head Zhang, Uncle Zhang. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Ping'an guided Nia Wushuang to familiarize him with the duties within the demon-slaying department's prison. Brother Zhou, as a newcomer, if you don't mind, may I treat you today? Nia Wushuang smiled gently. That might not be appropriate. Zhou Ping'an instinctively wanted to decline. It wasn't that he wished to offend Nia Wushuang, but he felt the outside world was perilous. He had nearly met his end while merely acquiring medicine the last time he ventured out. Brother Zhou, there's no need for formality. This is my sincere intention. Nia Wushuang insisted repeatedly, prompting Zhou Ping'an to reluctantly agree. After tending to the scalebone serpent demon, Zhou Ping'an followed Nia Wushuang out of the demon-slaying department's prison. Brother Zhou, the Golden Abundance Banquet is unparalleled in the capital, and the secret recipe of the Supreme Hot Pot is a must-try. Nia Wushuang said with a smile as he ushered Zhou Ping'an into a private room. Supreme Hot Pot? Zhou Ping'an's expression shifted. This hot pot is made from the meat of demon beasts, offering numerous benefits for us martial practitioners, Nia Wushuang elucidated with a smile. Ah, I see. That indeed warrants a taste, Zhou Ping'an replied. Nia Wushuang was quite the conversationalist, and engaging with him felt like a refreshing breeze. Zhou Ping'an's first impression of him was exceedingly favorable. As the exquisite pot of delicacies arrived, Zhou Ping'an took a mouthful, and his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. The flavor of the demon beast was astonishingly delectable. Even more remarkable was the warm sensation that enveloped his body, a gentle aura nourishing his flesh. Nia Wushuang, with fervent enthusiasm, raised a toast, and in a mere moment, the 2 jars of pear blossom spring were emptied. The effects of the wine surged within him, and Zhou Ping'an felt as though his body were igniting. Have you heard about the significant event that transpired in the capital 3 months ago? Nia Wushuang inquired nonchalantly. Significant? Event? What event? Zhou Ping'an's gaze appeared somewhat dazed. The deputy leader of the demon cult, Luo Bai, has perished, right in the capital. Nia Wushuang stated matter-of-factly. A tremor coursed through Zhou Ping'an, the effects of the wine dissipating in an instant. I know. I heard it involved a primordial secret treasure, which caused quite a commotion in the capital. Zhou Ping'an murmured, his vision slightly blurred. This matter had stirred up quite the uproar in the capital. For him to claim ignorance would only raise suspicion. The place where Luo Bai met his demise happens to be near the secret passage of the demon-slaying division. You were out that day, Zhou? Did you happen to notice anything unusual? Nia Wushuang scrutinized Zhou Ping'an intently, ready to catch any hint of irregularity. Unusual? No, nothing out of the ordinary. I bought medicine and returned to the demon-slaying division's prison. I learned of Luo Bai's incident from Uncle Zhang. Zhou Ping'an trailed off, before collapsing unconscious. Sighing, Nia Wushuang reflected that today's probing was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Their brief encounter prior to Luo Bai's death, coupled with the alignment of time and place, had led him to question Zhou Ping'an. He had hoped to uncover something during the banquet, yet the outcome left him disheartened. Perhaps it truly had no bearing on him. Supporting the inebriated Zhou Ping'an, he shook his head in resignation. This Zhou Ping'an was merely at the first level of the acquired realm. Even if Luo Bai were gravely injured, Zhou Ping'an could not possibly be his match. This trial was merely a manifestation of his reluctance to let go, as the primordial secret treasure was too enticing to dismiss, even with a minuscule chance of success. After laying Zhou Ping'an on the bed, Nia Wushuang departed. Once he was certain of Nia Wushuang's absence, Zhou Ping'an opened his eyes. Phew, that was close. I nearly revealed too much. What a cunning son of the Duke of Yong'an. I almost fell into his trap. A wave of trepidation washed over Zhou Ping'an. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he could have easily aroused Nia Wushuang's suspicion. Nia Wushuang possessed profound cunning. Their brief acquaintance had already led him to doubt Zhou Ping'an. The following morning, they ventured to the warehouse together to fetch provisions, subsequently feeding the scale-bone snake demon. Zhou Ping'an was unreserved about his practice of demonic techniques, as such matters were commonplace within the demon-slaying division. Throughout the proceedings, Nia Wushuang subtly probed several times, all of which Zhou Ping'an skillfully deflected. Realizing he may have been overly suspicious, Nia Wushuang ceased his inquiries. 2 months have swiftly passed in the monotony of daily life. During this time, Zhou Ping'an has diligently devoted himself to intense training, yet he remains stagnant at the first level of the acquired realm, unable to summon the second strand of true dragon power. In contrast, Nia Wushuang, having obtained the demon blood pill, has surged forward, advancing into the 5th level of the acquired realm. This prodigious pace of cultivation has left Zhou Ping'an envious. Even Zhang San, who typically holds disdain for the offspring of nobility, cannot help but commend Nia Wushuang. One day, while Zhou Ping'an is engrossed in his training, a commotion erupts in the demon-slaying division's prison. Uncle Zhang, what has stirred everyone into such excitement? Zhou Ping'an inquires, seeking Zhang San. Consider yourself fortunate. You've only been here for less than 2 years and already encountered such an event, Zhang San replies, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Nia Wushuang, with an eager lick of her lips, seems to have an inkling of what has transpired. A demon has perished. A golden-scaled crocodile of the 6th level of the acquired realm. Ma Er exclaims cheerfully. Isn't it merely the death of a demon? What is there to be so excited about? Zhou Ping'an shakes his head in disbelief. Naive lad, every part of a demon is invaluable. Its flesh and blood are potent nourishment, and the materials from its body can be forged into divine weapons. Possessing even a single demon weapon can elevate one's strength by at least 30%, Zhang San elucidates. The most precious remnants of the deceased demon will undoubtedly be claimed by the higher-ups, yet the scraps left behind belong to them. Do not underestimate these scraps. They are remarkable items in their own right. The esteemed Epine pot from Jin Mantang, renowned throughout the capital, can be forged from the flesh of a mere 1st-level acquired realm demon. Its value and efficacy pale in comparison to today's golden-scaled crocodile. Upon hearing of the potential benefits, Zhou Ping'an's excitement grows. He has felt his training progress stagnating lately. and acquiring even a modicum of the golden-scaled crocodile's flesh might assist him in breaking through his bottleneck. This golden-scaled crocodile has truly lived long. My father, when he was an errand boy, constantly yearned for this creature, yet he passed away before it did. Now, at over 60 years of age, I finally witness its demise. Comments a gray-haired laborer in astonishment. Be content. This golden-scaled crocodile is a 7th-level demon and could easily live for 4,000 to 5,000 years. Were it not for our daily bloodletting, it could outlast several generations, chuckles a burly man with his shirt off. Old Dao, do you think you can handle this? The skin of the golden-scaled crocodile is as tough as adamant, and even practitioners of the 7th level of the acquired realm struggle to inflict harm upon it. Ma-er jests from the side. Huh, do you underestimate me, you little brat? My mountain-splitting axe is designed to handle all defiance. Old Dao huffs. With that, Old Dao spins a gigantic axe that towers over others. A radiant golden light envelopes the weapon. Inner strength. Zhou Ping'an's eyes widen in realization. Clang. The massive axe collides with the golden-scaled crocodile, sending sparks flying in every direction. The sharp metallic roar nearly shatters the eardrums of those present. Zhou Ping'an hastily covers his ears, and it takes a full quarter of an hour for the buzzing in his ears to subside. However, such a formidable strike merely grazes the skin of the golden-scaled crocodile, leaving the axe's blade slightly dulled. What a remarkable 7th-tier beast of the acquired realm. Old Dao exclaimed in astonishment. Step aside, it is my turn now. Zhang San removed his upper garment, hefting a large blade with one hand as he approached. Zhang Tu. The next moment rests upon your shoulders. Old Dao rubbed his aching shoulder, lamenting the passage of time. Were it 30 years prior, a single swing of my axe could have severed his head. Zhang San glanced at the wound of the golden-scaled crocodile, and in an instant, his blade was unleashed. The strike was executed with unparalleled swiftness, and as the gleam of the blade flashed, the beast's head tumbled to the ground. Excellent. Truly worthy of Zhang Tu. The finesse of this strike remains undiminished from years past. The onlookers, a gathering of menial workers, could not help but applaud in admiration. Zhou Ping'an was equally astonished. His Uncle Zhang's prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 8. Unlocking the Meridians. A glimmer of cold light danced along Zhang San's blade as he sliced a piece of pink flesh from the creature. This morsel was the essence of the golden-scaled crocodile, nestled within its cranium, containing abundant spiritual energy. This was the legendary spirit flesh, a rarity only found in beasts of the acquired realm above the 4th tier. Nia Wushuang, despite being the son of the Duke of Yong'an, marveled at the sight of this mythical delicacy for the first time. The spirit flesh was exceedingly rare. Its market value in the black market soared to thousands of gold, yet demand far exceeded supply. The demon-slaying division pursued malevolent creatures across the realm, and in a century, fewer than 10 pieces of spirit flesh had been produced, each reserved exclusively for the emperor, with dire consequences for those who dared to covet them. Disassembling the carcass of a demon was an arduous task, one not to be undertaken by mere mortals. Even a warrior of Zhang San's caliber found himself exhausted after but 2 cuts, necessitating a replacement. The enormous body of the golden-scaled crocodile, measuring no less than 200 feet, was meticulously disassembled, separating its skin, bones, blood, flesh, and tendons. The intact portions would be dispatched to the royal treasury, destined to become part of a grand feast for the emperor and his court, while the leftover scraps would be managed by the demon-slaying division's prison. Despite the remnants being mere scraps, when gathered, they formed Zhou Ping'an selected a seemingly slender bone, yet upon grasping it, he felt its unexpected weight. Despite his prodigious strength, he could barely lift it. In an instant, a radiant glow flashed across his chest, and the bone vanished into thin air. Startled, Zhou Ping'an instinctively glanced behind him, relieved to find Nia Wushuang preoccupied with tending the fire, oblivious to the occurrence. He exhaled softly, his gaze drawn to his chest, fully aware of what resided there. He had hung a withered tree root around his neck. For over a year, this root had remained dormant, and he had not anticipated its sudden consumption of a bone today. To ascertain whether the root was indeed responsible, Zhou Ping'an carefully selected a palm-sized bone, stealthily approaching his chest once more. Sure enough, the moment it neared, the bone disappeared again. Maintaining his composure, he stepped back from the pile of bones. Apprehensive that the root might devour them all, he dreaded the explanations he would have to provide later. Wushuang, could you help me with the bones? They are too heavy for me to lift, Zhou Ping'an said. Nia Wushuang rose, brushing off the ash from his clothes. All right, let's switch tasks. As the son of the Marquis of Yong'an, he was accustomed to a life of ease and was not adept at starting fires. He had long wished to exchange responsibilities with Zhou Ping'an, but had hesitated to voice it. Now that Zhou Ping'an had proposed it, he was more than willing. As Zhou Ping'an fed the firewood into the flames, his mind remained fixated on the withered root. This was a congenital treasure, a source of near mania for the entire demon-slaying department, and it had finally revealed its extraordinary properties. If he could unravel the secret of this treasure, he might well transcend to a congenital state. However, after absorbing 2 bones, the root showed no signs of transformation, remaining as dry and shriveled as before. With so many people around, Zhou Ping'an refrained from further investigation, suppressing his excitement. When the bone broth was ready, each person received a substantial bowl. Upon consumption, the bones in their bodies crackled with an astonishing potency surging within. Zhou Ping'an hurriedly activated the transformation dragon technique, channeling the medicinal power into his bones. With a resounding dragon's roar, the strength of a true dragon coalesced, propelling him into the second level of the postnatal realm. Zhang San and the others beamed upon witnessing Zhou Ping'an's breakthrough. They had observed his relentless efforts over the past days, which had been devoted solely to rigorous training alongside eating and sleeping. Today, this invigorating bone broth had become the catalyst for his advancement. The bones of a 7th-level beast, combined with the secret formula of the demon-slaying department, rendered this broth comparable to rare treasures. Zhou Ping'an was overwhelmed with excitement, but also recognized that his future cultivation would be increasingly arduous. The transformation dragon technique posed exponentially greater challenges with each advancement. The 1st and 2nd levels were relatively simple, but the 3rd level represented a formidable obstacle. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it seemed likely that Zhou Ping'an would remain at the 2nd level of the postnatal realm for the rest of his life. Zhou Ping'an exhaled a heavy sigh, lamenting the woeful inadequacy of his own talent. Following the revelry, tranquility returned. In the stillness of the night, Zhou Ping'an retrieved a desiccated tree root from his chest. What extraordinary power do you possess? The demon cult has emerged in droves for your sake, and the demon-slaying department has turned the capital upside down in your name. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an sprang to his feet, astonished to see golden patterns emerging on the previously barren surface of the tree root. He was certain that these golden lines had not been present before. Had these markings materialized after absorbing the bones of the golden-scaled crocodile? Was it exclusively the bones of the golden-scaled crocodile that could induce such a transformation, or could it be achieved with others as well? Zhou Ping'an glanced at the beast meat beside him. If bones were effective, might the flesh of the golden-scaled crocodile work, too? Without hesitation, he took a piece of meat and brought it close to the tree root. In an instant, the meat vanished into thin air. Zhou Ping'an erupted with joy. It truly worked. He scrutinized the surface of the tree root, noting that after absorbing a piece of meat, the golden patterns had multiplied. Without a moment's doubt, Zhou Ping'an fed the remaining meat to the root. The golden lines grew increasingly abundant and intricate when suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The root detached from Zhou Ping'an's hand, transforming into a beam of golden light that entered his brow. Zhou Ping'an's body trembled, and he collapsed onto the bed. If someone were to enter at this moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the scene before them. A colossal golden crocodile lay upon Zhou Ping'an, its golden glow gradually infusing into his being. In a hazy reverie, Zhou Ping'an dreamt he had traversed realms, morphing into a towering tree, beneath which lay countless corpses of demons, their bodies and blood serving as his sustenance. Thunder roared. Zhou Ping'an jolted awake. Was it merely a dream? Instinctively, he touched his body. Thank goodness, he had not transformed into a tree. A wave of dread washed over him. Where's my root? Wait. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an realized that the tree root was missing. This was dire. It was a congenital treasure. After searching fruitlessly, he sat despondently on the bed. Zhou Ping'an noticed a golden speck on his arm. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not hallucinating, he focused intently. The golden speck was located at his wrist. This is the golden-scaled crocodile. Zhou Ping'an's pupils contracted with surprise. The golden light resided within one of his acupoints, revealing a miniature version of the golden-scaled crocodile. What could this mean? How did a golden-scaled crocodile end up in my acupoint? Zhou Ping'an pondered in confusion. Could this be the wondrous nature of the congenital treasure? He mused thoughtfully. As he moved his wrist, he realized that his strength had not noticeably increased. It seemed he had merely gained a luminous point. Unwilling to accept this, Zhou Ping'an began to circulate the transformation of the dragon technique, drawing the energies of heaven and earth into his body. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy was drawn by an immense force, which Zhou Ping'an found utterly uncontrollable, leaving him helplessly watching as the energy flowed to his wrist. Glug! He witnessed the miniature golden-scaled crocodile open its mouth wide, devouring all the spiritual energy. And then it was gone. Zhou Ping'an stared in disbelief. Was it possible he had acquired a thief within him? Once more, he activated the transformation dragon technique, only for the golden-scaled crocodile to seize the energy entering his body, leaving not a single drop for him. Zhou Ping'an was on the verge of tears. His cultivation was already arduous, and now he found himself burdened with a bandit that denied him even the slightest bit of vital energy. What of innate treasures or breakthroughs to the innate realm? All nonsense. The following month was nearly unbearable for Zhou Ping'an, as whether it was the absorbed celestial energy, demon blood pills, or medicinal baths, everything was indiscriminately consumed by the golden-scaled crocodile. Despite its gluttony, the creature only grew slightly larger, yielding no other discernible benefit. After a month of relentless toil, Zhou Ping'an saw no progress whatsoever. One day, while draining blood from the scalebone serpent demon, Zhou Ping'an, almost on a whim, plunged his right hand into a large barrel of demon blood. Glug, glug, glug. The contents of the barrel vanished at a visible speed. He could directly absorb the demon blood. A smirk crept onto Zhou Ping'an's lips as he glanced at the scalebone serpent demon in its cage. Would it like a little extra? That night, Zhou Ping'an stealthily approached the scalebone serpent demon. The creature shivered involuntarily, unable to fathom that this little rascal could be so benevolent. What would you intend to do? Chapter 9. Terrifying demons after a round of bargaining. Zhou Ping'an exchanged the equivalent of 2 oxen for a barrel of demon blood. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly plunged his right hand into the demon blood. In the blink of an eye, the entire barrel was absorbed. The golden-scaled crocodile within his wrist had grown slightly larger, but otherwise remained unchanged. Zhou Ping'an could only shake his head in wry amusement. He was indeed harboring a living bandit. The days that followed were filled with bitter hardship for Zhou Ping'an. Whether he was channeling the transformation dragon technique to absorb celestial energy or consuming demon blood pills, everything was plundered by the golden-scaled crocodile within him, leaving him with nothing. 2 years slipped by in an instant, and Zhou Ping'an still found himself at the second layer of the postnatal realm, with no increase in the true dragon power within him. In stark contrast, Niao Wushuang, his companion, had progressed astonishingly, reaching the 6th layer of the postnatal realm in just 2 years. Such rapid advancement was exceedingly rare within the demon-slaying division. With hopes of reaching the martial arts master realm before the age of 30, the 9th layer of the postnatal realm was referred to as the martial arts master, while the 10th layer denoted the grand master. Achieving the martial arts master realm before turning 30 was a feat akin to finding a phoenix feather within the Great Zhou dynasty. If Niao Wushuang was the dazzling sun in the sky, then Zhou Ping'an was but a neglected mire in the abyss. Regarding Niao Wushuang, Zhou Ping'an felt admiration. Yet envy was not a sentiment he harbored. After all, no matter how exceptional one's innate talent may be, without entering the realm of the innate, one's lifespan is merely a century. Even if one does attain the innate state, the utmost longevity one could hope for is 300 to 500 years, which pales in comparison to his own pursuit of immortality. Due to his remarkable gifts, Niao Wushuang became a demon-slaying envoy of the demon-slaying department, endowed with the authority to wield the demon-slaying order in his endeavors to vanquish evil. The privileges of a demon-slaying envoy are vast. They may claim 70% of the spoils from the demons they slay, with greater rewards earned through the slaying of more demons, a distinct prerogative of their station. In contrast, someone like Zhou Ping'an, though seemingly engaged in a light workload with occasional benefits, remained far beneath the status of a demon-slaying envoy. Naturally, the role of a demon-slaying envoy is fraught with peril, bearing a high mortality rate. Thus, to aspire to this position, one must possess at least a 5th level of cultivation in the acquired realm. Before Niao Wushuang departed the capital, Zhou Ping'an had arranged a grand banquet at Jinmentang to bid him farewell. Brother Zhou, I know not when we shall meet again, Niao Wushuang remarked as he gazed at the distant city walls. The journey of a demon-slaying envoy is akin to traversing the gates of the underworld, fraught with uncertainties. Here's to you, Brother Niao. May your martial fortunes flourish and may you eradicate all demons under heaven. Zhou Ping'an raised his cup. Cheers. Niao Wushuang boldly seized a jar of wine and downed it in one go. This time, Niao Wushuang succumbed to intoxication, and Zhou Ping'an assisted him back to the demon-slaying department. Over their 2 years together, dispelling the initial hesitance, Zhou Ping'an found Niao Wushuang to be a commendable individual. Just as Niao Wushuang expressed uncertainty about their next meeting, the melancholy of parting filled Zhou Ping'an's heart with wistfulness. The following morning, Niao Wushuang departed the capital, embarking on his path of demon slaying. What is the matter? Is Niao Wushuang's departure leaving you disheartened? Zhang San, hunched over, approached. Zhou Ping'an quickly supported Zhang San. In the brief span of 3 years, he had aged significantly, his hair now a stark white, and his once robust frame had become stooped. Were it not for Zhou Ping'an's daily encounters with Zhang San, witnessing the rapid decline firsthand, he would struggle to reconcile the frail elder before him with the formidable man who could once push open a heavy iron door with his bare hands. Zhang San chuckled. Do not wear such a face. I am still very much alive. Uncle Zhang. You. Zhou Ping'an hesitated, words caught in his throat. The aftermath of demon slaying from years past. Come, sit down. I have yet to share this with you, Zhang San said with a smile. All right. Zhou Ping'an obediently seated himself beside Zhang San. This tale dates back 20 years. At that time, I was teamed up with your father. We received news of a powerful demon emerging within the 10,000 demon mountains, prompting the demon-slaying department to dispatch 10 small teams to confront it. Zhang San drifted into reminiscence. Each team within the demon-slaying department comprised 6 members, the weakest possessing at least a 5th level of cultivation in the acquired realm, while the strongest team leader boasted a minimum of 7th level prowess. With 10 teams, a total of 60 demon slayers were deployed, including some whose strength had even reached the 8th level of the acquired realm, representing the elite of the demon-slaying department. However, the 10 small squads faced near annihilation after just a single encounter with that demon. Were it not for Zhou Buer, Zhou Ping'an's father, who valiantly held the demon at bay, Zhang San might have also perished within the treacherous expanse of the 100,000 demon mountains. In that battle, only 3 survived, and Zhang San suffered grave injuries, rendering him incapable of continuing his role as a demon slayer. He was compelled to step back and serve as a menial worker in the Demon Slayer Bureau's prison. For 20 years, I have been consumed with thoughts of avenging Brother Zhou, yet each time the memory of that demon resurfaces, I am seized by tremors. That demon is beyond human strength to confront. Zhang San's countenance turned ashen. Uncle Zhang, are you telling me this to encourage me to train diligently in martial arts? To avenge my father someday? Zhou Ping'an felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Although he had never met his father, the duty of vengeance was a righteous calling. Fool, Zhang San retorted, I share this to urge you to be vigilant. If you ever encounter that demon or one of its kin, turn and flee as far as you can. Zhang San shot Zhou Ping'an a disapproving glance. Zhou Ping'an pouted. Uncle Zhang, do you truly think so little of me? That demon is no ordinary foe. It is highly likely to be a primordial demon. Upon my return, I searched the records of the Demon Slayer Bureau, yet found no mention of this creature. Do you understand what that signifies? Zhang San inquired. It suggests that either everyone who has seen that demon is dead, and even the Demon Slayer Bureau has no record of it, or it is a previously undiscovered, entirely new demon. Zhou Ping'an contemplated. Zhang San nodded approvingly. You're not as dim-witted as I thought. The loss of 10 squads has drawn the attention of the current emperor, who personally dispatched a primordial being to the Million Demon Mountains, searching for 10 years without a trace. Zhang San sighed. A primordial being? Does our great Zhou dynasty truly possess a living primordial? Zhou Ping'an's eyes widened in astonishment. Not to mention a primordial, even a martial arts master seems an unattainable aspiration for him. What nonsense are you speaking? Our great Zhou dynasty exerts its authority far and wide, suppressing all demons. Naturally, we have primordial beings to oversee matters. Zhang San shot Zhou Ping'an an exasperated glance. Is that demon afraid of the primordial? Zhou Ping'an hastily changed the subject. Afraid? Zhang San chuckled. Do you find my words questionable? Zhou Ping'an paused in confusion. 10 years later, that primordial returned severely injured, having lost an arm. Afterward, it withdrew from the world, Zhang San remarked coldly. Zhou Ping'an's face grew pale. Uncle Zhang, are you implying that the demon injured the primordial? The primordial has remained tight-lipped on the matter, but I suspect, with high certainty, that it was the work of that demon. Either the demon possesses strength formidable enough to contend with a primordial, or it has ascended to primordial status within the past decade. Regardless of which, that demon is exceedingly perilous, Zhang San articulated. Zhou Ping'an wholeheartedly agreed. The threat posed by a primordial demon was indeed immense. This is the visage of the demon that I hastily noted years ago. Keep it etched in your memory, and should you encounter it, do not attempt to fight it. Zhang San handed over a portrait. This is a monkey. Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. The monkey in the painting exudes an aura of ferocity. And what is most alarming is the bloodshot eye that protrudes from its forehead. Zhou Ping'an feels an unsettling familiarity with this monkey, as though he has encountered it before. After much contemplation, he cannot recall where he has seen it. Take this technique, just in case. Zhang San solemnly handed Zhou Ping'an an iron box. Curiously, Zhou Ping'an opened the box, and a wave of metallic scent assaulted his senses. The blood demon golden needle technique. This is what I obtained from slaying a practitioner of a demonic cult. This technique is exceedingly peculiar. It stimulates the blood energy throughout the body with golden needles, allowing for a rapid surge in power. However, the side effects are dire, causing irreversible damage to the body and reducing one's lifespan by 20 years. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Uncle Zhang, you mean? Zhang San bitterly nodded. Had he not employed this technique back then, he would not have escaped from that demon. My lifespan is nearly at an end. I fear I shall not survive this year. Without my protection, you must remain vigilant in the demon-slaying department. Zhang San's frail hand caressed Zhou Ping'an's cheek. Uncle Zhang, that cannot be. There must be a way. I've heard of longevity elixirs, said to extend life. I have seen records of them in the demon-slaying department. I will seek one for you in the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Zhou Ping'an hurriedly proclaimed. Fool, do you take my words lightly? You must not venture to the 10,000 Demon Mountain. Zhang San's hand struck down. Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. He had never seen Zhang San display such a demeanor. Uncle, I was wrong. Seeing Zhang San trembling with anger, Zhou Ping'an hastily admitted his mistake. From now on, stay safely within the demon-slaying department and abandon thoughts of those elixirs. They are but illusions. Remain by my side to see me through my final days. Zhang San instructed. Understood. I shall heed your words, Zhou Ping'an replied with a nod. However, if he were to give up so easily, he would not be Zhou Ping'an. In the dead of night, Zhou Ping'an sought out the scaled-bone serpent demon. Upon his arrival, the demon trembled in fear, knowing that a nocturnal visit portends trouble. Young Master Zhou, why have you come again? I truly cannot afford to shed any more blood. I have bled 5 times this month already. Even with blood food to replenish, I cannot endure any longer, the scaled-bone serpent demon whined. I do not seek your blood today, Zhou Ping'an coldly retorted. No blood. Does that mean you seek my life? The scaled-bone serpent demon quivered at the sight of Zhou Ping'an's fierce countenance. I demand the longevity elixir. Zhou Ping'an fixed an intense gaze upon the demon. Chapter 10. The Serpent's Lair. Although the scaled-bone serpent demon was somewhat prepared, Zhou Ping'an's declaration still startled him profoundly. I demand the longevity elixir. The demon's body shuddered. Young Master Zhou, you are asking for the impossible. You must either provide me with the longevity elixir, or you shall meet your demise. Zhou Ping'an produced a long black blade from his hand. This black blade, forged from celestial iron, was extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through the scales of the scaled-bone serpent demon. The serpentine demon writhed anxiously, the clashing of countless chains resonating with a crisp sound. My lord, little Zhou, please remain calm. It is not that I am unwilling, but truly, there is none to be given. The serpentine demon hastily explained. I have made it clear. Either provide me with the longevity elixir, or face death. Zhou Ping'an's long blade hovered ominously above the demon's head, poised to sever it should the creature utter another word of nonsense. By heavens, this little rascal is serious. What has provoked this sudden demand for a longevity elixir? The serpentine demon was nearly paralyzed with fear. Zhou Ping'an scoffed. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. With a powerful thrust of his right arm, the meteorite blade sliced through the demon's scales, sparks flying as the blade effortlessly penetrated flesh. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. The serpentine demon, writhing in agony, could not suppress its cries. I have. You wretched creature. Zhou Ping'an sheathed his blade. Speak, he commanded, his gaze fixed on the demon. I possess a longevity fruit, capable of extending life by 10 years. The serpentine demon gasped for breath. In that fleeting moment, it had been the closest to death since being imprisoned in the demon-slaying bureau's dungeon. This little rascal was indeed prepared to eliminate him. Location, Zhou Ping'an demanded. 500 miles from the capital lies the cave of 10,000 serpents, my former lair. I have witnessed the longevity fruit buried there. The demon trembled, fearing that any hesitation would invite Zhou Ping'an's wrath. Zhou Ping'an, however, was not easily swayed. Such a precious elixir, and yet you would not consume it? Our kind possesses an exceptionally long lifespan. Among the demons we are few. A mere 10 years is inconsequential to me, the serpentine demon explained. Then why hide this longevity fruit? Zhou Ping'an retorted. To have human warriors serve me. A single longevity fruit could compel even martial grandmasters or innate beings to serve me. The demon replied with a wry smile. Zhou Ping'an understood. The longevity fruit, though only extending life by 10 years, was invaluable to humans, while it was trivial for beings whose lifespans could exceed a millennium. He had read similar accounts in the Demon-Slaying Bureau's archives, where demons lured martial grandmasters to betray humanity with longevity elixirs, only for the grandmasters to attain the innate realm and become leaders of demonic sections. Should I discover that you have deceived me with a single word, prepare for death, Zhou Ping'an declared, leaving the confinement. Zhang San's condition had deteriorated severely. There was no time to waste. Zhou Ping'an did not bid farewell to Zhang San, but, under the cloak of night, seized a horned steed and galloped towards the cave of 10,000 serpents. You little rascal, still coveting the longevity elixir? Once you reach the cave of 10,000 serpents, I assure you, you shall find no place to rest in death. The serpentine demon chuckled mockingly. The serpent's den, a lair nurtured by the scaled-bone serpent demon over many years, is enveloped in miasma, with venomous plants and serpents strewn across the ground. Even a grandmaster of martial arts would meet their demise within its confines. This wretched brat, merely a practitioner of the second stage of postnatal cultivation, is utterly incapable of resisting the surrounding miasma. Should he dare to step inside, he would undoubtedly become prey for the myriad serpents. The Horned Horse, under Zhou Ping'an's command, is a unique creation of the demon-slaying division, bred from the union of captured demons and fine steeds, meticulously cultivated across generations to become entirely subservient to humans. The Horned Horse possesses astonishing stamina, capable of traversing 1,000 miles by day and 800 by night, allowing them to reach the serpent's den before dawn. This marked Zhou Ping'an's first venture beyond the capital since his rebirth, undertaking a perilous journey to such a treacherous locale, an act that starkly contradicted his original plans. After becoming aware of the existence of demons in this world, he had resolved to remain within the confines of the demon-slaying division's prison, vowing not to leave the capital until he attained mastery in martial arts. Yet, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. He could not bear to witness Zhang San perish before his eyes. Upon realizing his potential for immortality, he anticipated such circumstances, while he could accept his own impotence. Remaining indifferent upon discovering a life-prolonging elixir that could save Zhang San's life would render him no different from a beast. Over the past 3 years, Zhang San's kindness had not gone unnoticed. To a significant extent, Zhang San's presence had filled the void left by his father. Without Zhang San's support, he would still be a mere invalid. How outrageous! How utterly absurd! You dare disregard my words. Zhang San seethed upon learning that Zhou Ping'an had departed the capital under the cover of night. The capital was under curfew. Even members of the royal family could not breach its gates at such an hour, yet the demon-slaying division had the authority to do so. An hour had already passed, and with the Horned Horse's remarkable speed, they would be over 100 miles away, beyond the reach of pursuit. Meyer shook his head. What of the scaled-bone serpent demon? What did you say? The white-haired Zhang San fixed a piercing gaze upon the scaled-bone serpent demon. Confronted by Zhang San's terrifying intent, the demon could only divulge the truth. Yet, how could the demon's petty machinations remain hidden from Zhang San? This scaled-bone serpent demon had intended to lead Zhou Ping'an to his doom. You seek death, daring to conspire against my adopted son. Zhang San's face turned ashen. And no, I did not. He forced me to speak. I warned him of the dangers of the serpent's den, but he would not listen. The scaled-bone serpent demon protested its innocence. Old Zhang, this is not the time for such discussions. Quickly, instruct the nearby demon slayers to intercept Ping'an. Perhaps we can still catch up, Meyer urged. Foolish old man. Write a letter immediately, dispatch it with the hawks, and send out as many as possible. No. Release all of them. Zhang San gritted his teeth. You had best pray that Ping'an remains unharmed, or I shall flay you alive. Zhang San stormed away from the cage. After a night of relentless galloping, Zhou Ping'an finally arrived near the serpent's den. Old man, do you know where the serpent's den is? Zhou Ping'an inquired of a villager. However, upon hearing the name of the serpent's den, the elderly man appeared as if he had seen a ghost, ignoring Zhou Ping'an and hastily departing. Zhou Ping'an was utterly perplexed. Was it truly necessary for people to react in such a manner simply because he inquired for directions? He approached several individuals, yet each one seemed too apprehensive to respond, as if haunted by some unspoken fear. After wandering through the village without encountering a single soul willing to engage him in conversation, Zhou Ping'an was about to depart when a ragged young man emerged from the thicket. Esteemed sir, are you seeking the location of the Wanshi cave? He queried. You know it. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Indeed, indeed. However, the young man rubbed his hands together. Understanding the unspoken request, Zhou Ping'an tossed a gold coin. The young man's face lit up with joy. Esteemed sir, please follow me. With the young man leading the way, Zhou Ping'an trailed behind. Noticing the occasional glance cast over his shoulder, as if the youth feared he might fall behind. Such trivial antics did not escape Zhou Ping'an's keen observation. However, the young man lacked martial prowess, and thus Zhou Ping'an dismissed him as a mere nuisance, perhaps a common highwayman. After all, most robbers were ordinary folk, and Zhou Ping'an felt little trepidation. It was rare for martial artists to descend into banditry, once one embarked on the path of martial arts. They were elevated above the common populace. Why would they resort to such desperate measures? After approximately an hour, the young man led him to the entrance of a secluded valley, nearly impossible to locate without guidance. Esteemed sir, ahead lies the Wanshi cave, he said with a sycophantic grin. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. As the young man prepared to depart, Zhou Ping'an intercepted him. Why the haste? Is a gold coin so easily earned? Lead the way. The youth appeared distressed. Esteemed sir, the Wanshi cave harbors numerous venomous snakes. I alone. With a flash of gold, the young man eagerly accepted the coin. Esteemed sir, please follow me, he said, immediately resuming his role as guide. Once they entered the valley, Zhou Ping'an waited a moment, and after a brief interval, seeing that the young man emerged unscathed, he felt reassured enough to proceed. A cold smirk flickered across the young man's lips. Once Zhou Ping'an stepped into the Wanshi cave, his demise would be assured. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an felt a slight tremor in his right wrist, as the golden-scaled crocodile within his dantian began to voraciously consume something. Puzzled, Zhou Ping'an mused on what the creature could be feasting upon. As he activated the transformation dragon technique, his expression shifted dramatically. The air was saturated with toxins. It was miasma. Zhou Ping'an's brow furrowed deeply. This miasma was colorless and odorless, imperceptible until it was too late, and the deeper one ventured, the more potent it became. By the time one recognized the peril, it would already be too late to remedy. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Ping'an's eyes. The young man was indeed up to no good, though it puzzled him how a mere mortal could remain unaffected by the miasma. Casting a glance at the golden-scaled crocodile within his dantian, he noted that the creature was indiscriminate in its appetite, even consuming the miasma. This presented an opportunity. He would turn the tables. After walking a few hundred steps deeper, Zhou Ping'an feigned signs of poisoning, staggering and collapsing to the ground. A flicker of delight crossed the young man's face as he nudged Zhou Ping'an with his foot, confirming the latter's state of unconsciousness due to poisoning. With a sinister grin, he exclaimed, "Warriors, nothing more than this." He then produced a bamboo whistle from his bosom, and an ear-piercing sound reverberated through the valley. Shortly after, a colossal python surged forth, uprooting trees in its wake. Having encountered the revered serpent lord, Little Pup has summoned a warrior. The youth knelt before the python. A sense of foreboding enveloped Zhou Ping'an as he sensed the commotion outside. A demon lurked within the serpent's cave. Scaly-boned serpent demon, your demise is imminent. Zhou Ping'an inwardly cursed. Chapter 11. A celestial abode, good work. The giant python spoke, its mouth agape as it presented a ginseng root into Little Pup's hands. Thank you, revered serpent lord. Thank you. Little Pup rejoiced. This ginseng was no less than 500 years old, barely qualifying as a spiritual herb. Ecstatic with the prized ginseng, he departed, for with this 5-century-old treasure, he could potentially shatter his limitations and ascend to the first tier of martial arts. Zhou Ping'an, too, caught the aromatic essence of the ginseng, and based on his experience, he estimated its age to be at least 3 or 4 centuries. To casually part with such a gem was indicative that these demons were wealthier than he had imagined. The python eyed Zhou Ping'an greedily. It had not savored human flesh in quite some time. In the prosperous Zhou dynasty, with the demon-slaying division patrolling the realm, demons either retreated to the distant 10,000 demon mountains or hid in caves, afraid to show themselves. Powerful demons occasionally ventured out to raid, provided they could escape before the demon slayers arrived. However, lesser demons like this python, merely at the 3rd tier of the acquired realm, could only plunder small villages. Encountering a town guarded by warriors would spell certain doom. If ensnared by such defenders, it would meet its end when the slayers arrived. Thus, the python devised an alternative strategy, enticing humans and warriors into the serpent's cave. With the cave's unique environment, even warriors at the 4th or 5th tier of the acquired realm were susceptible to demise. It had already devoured several 4th-tier warriors, finding their flesh not only delectable, but also immensely beneficial for its cultivation. Humans, seeking death. The giant python roared, asserting its dominance as the ruler of the serpent's abyss. How many human warriors had it devoured? A mere 2nd-tier practitioner dared to boast before it? Zhou Ping'an nimbly evaded the python's attacks, his body twisting and turning as he wielded his meteorite longsword, carving numerous wounds into the creature's flesh. Arg! The python roared in fury. This accursed human buzzing around like a fly. Its speed was slower than anticipated, and its strength seemed insufficient. In a head-on clash, even a creature of its stature would falter, although they differed by only one realm. The disparity in power between this python and the bone-scaled serpent demon was like night and day. After exchanging several blows, Zhou Ping'an discerned the python's weakness. One word, weak. Mighty bull demon fist. He shouted. 2 strands of true dragon power erupted, causing his bones to crackle and resonate like a dragon's roar. Boom. His fist struck the python's vital point, sending a wail echoing through the air as its colossal 50-foot frame was launched backward, propelled 10 feet away. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its vital spot. The python's 7-inch mark was its Achilles heel. Zhou Ping'an's punch carried no less than 20,000 pounds of force. And even with the python's remarkable recovery abilities, it would take some time to rise again. An ordinary python evolving into a demon? It appeared that it had consumed quite a few rare treasures. Zhou Ping'an approached the python, longsword in hand. There are 2 types of demons. One type is born as such, like the bone-scaled serpent demon, possessing a powerful lineage. The other, like the python before him, starts as an ordinary beast that accidentally consumes rare treasures, evolving into a demon. This type typically lacks profound techniques, and can only passively absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, rendering them relatively weak. Human, you. Uft. Zhou Ping'an plunged his sword into the python's head, uninterested in its ramblings. During his years with the Demon Slayer division, he had learned the ways to interact with demons. They are beings that fear power rather than virtue. To compel their obedience, one must instill fear in them. Please, spare me. I possess many treasures. If you grant me my life, I will offer them all to you. As anticipated, the python quickly surrendered in the face of impending death. Huh. Demons are such cowardly creatures. Zhou Ping'an chuckled. He leapt onto the python's head, gripping his long sword tightly. Should the python dare to play tricks, the sword would pierce through its skull. Move. Zhou Ping'an twisted the sword, eliciting a pained response from the python, which dared not cry out, dragging its weakened body inch by inch toward its lair. The python still clung to a flicker of hope, believing that the miasma within the serpent's abyss was the most terrifying. Even if human warriors possessed treasures to ward off the miasma, they would likely be unable to endure it once inside. What are you dawdling for? Zhou Ping'an warned. Any delay from the python would result in a swift strike. As the python slithered forward, venomous snakes scattered in fear. The sight of the densely packed venomous snakes sent shivers down Zhou Ping'an's spine, many of which were highly toxic, capable of incapacitating even seasoned warriors. Fortunately, the giant python could suppress these serpents. Otherwise, had Zhou Ping'an ventured in alone, he would have succumbed to poison or exhaustion. Upon entering the serpent's cave, the golden-scaled crocodile within his acupoint thrived with vigor. Intriguingly, the spiritual energy in this cave surpassed that of the capital by several folds. Could it be the fabled paradise of the cave realm? Zhou Ping'an's eyes sparkled with realization. The cave realm, rich in spiritual energy, significantly enhances the efficiency of cultivation. The current capital is built upon the ruins of such a paradise. Though merely ruins, the spiritual energy here is still considerably potent, particularly within the imperial palace. The center of the cave realm, the abundance of spiritual energy allows warriors to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. Zhou Ping'an achieved the second layer of the postnatal realm within 3 years, with at least 30% of that success attributed to the cave realm. However, the miasma here was several times denser, making it difficult even for grandmasters of martial arts to withstand, rendering their full potential merely a fraction of its capability. Zhou Ping'an's brow furrowed in concern. Had it not been for the golden-scaled crocodile continuously purging the miasma, he might have succumbed to its effects. It was no wonder this serpent's cave, located merely a few hundred miles from the capital, remained undiscovered by the demon-slaying division. The miasma likely concealed it. If he had not fortuitously obtained that root segment, inadvertently integrating the golden-scaled crocodile into his acupoint, he would have been unable to access the serpent's cave. The giant python gazed at Zhou Ping'an with venomous resentment, internally cursing, "Poison, poison, let it take effect." Suddenly, a dark light responded. The giant python froze, witnessing its own body slowly collapsing. "Why can I see?" This was the last fleeting thought of the giant python, as its head and body separated. "You aren't picky, are you?" Zhou Ping'an mused, glancing at his right hand. As it neared the python's carcass, the golden-scaled crocodile within his acupoint opened its enormous mouth, devouring the giant python whole. Burp. Zhou Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Was it his imagination, or did he actually hear the golden-scaled crocodile belch? Overwhelmed with joy, Zhou Ping'an wept with gratitude. The heavens had shown mercy, as the golden-scaled crocodile, having consumed resources for 2 years, was finally satiated. The golden-scaled crocodile within the acupoint had grown significantly larger than at the outset. The second layer of the postnatal realm? Zhou Ping'an was astonished. A powerful aura emanated from the golden-scaled crocodile within his acupoint. Could it cultivate as well? He pondered, wondering if the resources he had provided over the past 2 years had been utilized for its cultivation. Concentrating on the acupoint in his wrist, a profound stream of information flooded his mind. This was the inheritance of demonic beings. Zhou Ping'an gasped in astonishment. A complete inheritance of demonic arts was a rarity even within the ranks of the demon-slaying division. Soul-devouring technique, an ancestral demonic technique of the golden-scaled crocodile clan, capable of consuming all that contains spiritual energy in the world. No wonder the golden-scaled crocodile was such a glutton, devouring everything. Zhou Ping'an marveled at the thought. If only this golden-scaled crocodile, now at the second layer of the postnatal realm, could fight for me. Zhou Ping'an shook his head in regret. He was aware that it was impossible. The golden-scaled crocodile within his acupoint was merely a fleeting shadow. Yet, just as Zhou Ping'an entertained this thought, the golden-scaled crocodile let out a long roar, enveloping his right arm in a radiant golden light. Instantly, Zhou Ping'an felt an explosive surge of strength in his right arm. Having refined 2 strands of true dragon power, Zhou Ping'an's potential strength was around 20,000 jin, but now it had doubled. His eyes gleamed with excitement, realizing that the golden-scaled crocodile could infuse power into his right arm. His strength had indeed increased by a factor of 2. Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise. Zhou Ping'an could not contain his laughter. He had initially thought he was harboring a mere brigand within himself, only to discover a formidable ally. Like a child who has just received a new toy, he eagerly experimented time and again. He found that he could once again cultivate. The spiritual energy merged into his corporeal form, while the energy that his body could not refine was absorbed by the golden-scaled crocodile. Previously, he could only absorb a mere 10% of the spiritual energy he inhaled, with the remainder wasted. However, now all the unabsorbed energy was devoured by the crocodile. The golden-scaled crocodile effectively served as another Zhou Ping'an, compensating for his lack of innate talent. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ping'an acknowledged that although the speed of his cultivation had not increased, within the same time frame and efficiency, his power had indeed doubled. Chapter 12. Life and Death. Parting. Having familiarized himself with the power of the golden-scaled crocodile within his acupoint, a smile had not left Zhou Ping'an's face. He pursued the path of physical cultivation, his close combat abilities naturally surpassing those of martial artists who practiced internal energy cultivation. Now, being able to activate the power of the golden-scaled crocodile, his strength had at least doubled. In the midst of life and death battles, a sudden surge of power could often turn the tide. Currently, with all his might unleashed, the strength of his right arm exceeded 50,000 jin, surpassing even that of martial artists at the 5th or 6th level of the acquired realm. Adjusting his state, Zhou Ping'an wielded his iron long knife and cautiously ventured into the cave of 10,000 snakes, each step requiring utmost vigilance, wary of a venomous serpent springing forth from some hidden corner. However, after a considerable time, he encountered no attacks from poisonous snakes. While the periphery of the cave of 10,000 snakes was teeming with venomous serpents, its depths exuded an aura of tranquility. Zhou Ping'an surmised that the gigantic python had likely driven away all other venomous snakes to monopolize this celestial abode. This, in turn, facilitated Zhou Ping'an's journey, allowing him to reach the center of the cave with relative ease. As he turned a corner, Zhou Ping'an's pupils dilated, a wisp of 7-colored mist wafted before him. Like a startled mouse, he instinctively recoiled. Vibrant colors often concealed deadly toxins, and this 7-colored mist was likely no exception. Suddenly, the golden-scaled crocodile within his acupoint opened its mouth wide, drawing the 7-colored mist toward it. Just as Zhou Ping'an was about to curse, his body trembled, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of euphoria. What pure spiritual energy! Zhou Ping'an marveled in astonishment. This vibrant aura, a manifestation of pure spiritual energy, is astonishingly potent. A single wisp is equivalent to months of arduous cultivation. With a courageous heart, Zhou Ping'an stepped into the realm of this resplendent energy, inhaling deeply as the overwhelming spiritual essence surged into his body. He hastily activated the dragon transformation technique, allowing the pristine energy to merge with his flesh and blood. As a strand of true dragon power began to take form, it was no wonder that the sects of the Great Zhou dynasty established their foundations in such paradisiacal realms. The efficiency of cultivation here is truly remarkable. Zhou Ping'an was filled with awe. Given his aptitude, even in this celestial abode, the cultivation efficiency was impressive. One could only imagine the extraordinary speed at which prodigies would progress. Out of the corner of his eye, a shocking sight rendered him momentarily paralyzed. What he beheld were spiritual herbs, abundant and flourishing around him. Here, where a single herb was a rare treasure within the demon-slaying division, they lay scattered as if they were cabbages. A millennium-old ginseng, at least 1,500 years old. This is a 1,000-year-old spiritual mushroom. And that fiery red fruit tree must be the legendary Zhou fruit. Zhou Ping'an's gaze became entranced by the sheer volume of treasures before him. It was simply overwhelming. The scale-bone serpent demon, a mere 4th-level postnatal fiend, occupied such a bountiful celestial realm filled with exquisite materials. The scale-bone serpent demon deserved to be condemned. After enduring prolonged interrogation, it had only yielded a single millennium ginseng. Zhou Ping'an seethed with indignation. Upon his return, he would ensure a thorough inquiry. To possess such wealth in a single celestial realm is remarkable. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the scale-bone serpent demon, having lived for thousands of years, certainly has more than one lair. After a fleeting moment of distraction, Zhou Ping'an resumed his quest for the longevity fruit, which was the purpose of his journey. Behind a stalk of spiritual bamboo, he discovered the coveted longevity fruit. This fruit could extend one's life by 10 years. With it, Uncle Zhang could enjoy an additional decade. As for the spiritual herbs within the Wanshi cave, Zhou Ping'an refrained from harvesting them for the time being. The herbs would remain in place, and he would have ample opportunity to savor them later. Consuming spiritual herbs raw is the greatest waste. They must be refined into elixirs to maximize their efficacy. Presently, Zhou Ping'an was a novice in alchemical formulations, planning to study diligently upon his return, preparing to concoct elixirs within the Wanshi cave once he gained confidence. The Wanshi cave was surrounded by toxic miasma, deterring ordinary martial artists and ensuring its safety. After exiting the cave, Zhou Ping'an moved a massive boulder to seal the entrance securely. His actions were precautionary, aimed at preventing venomous snakes from intruding. The emergence of another serpent demon would be disastrous. With the constraining presence of the giant python absent, the surrounding poisonous snakes became restless. During his journey, he had slain no less than 800 of these serpents. At last, Zhou Ping'an emerged from the valley, leaping onto his steed and racing towards the capital. Zhou Ping'an, at last, I have found you. A familiar voice echoed from behind. Brother Nye? Zhou Ping'an exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the newcomer as Nye Wushuang. Fortunately, I caught up with you. You must not venture into the Wanshi cave. The miasma is pervasive, and any postnatal martial artist who enters will surely perish, Nye Wushuang said. Gasping for breath. Upon receiving the missive from the demon-slaying division's High Dongqing, he hastened towards the serpent cave without delay. Fortunately, he intercepted Zhou Ping'an just outside the cave. Casting a glance back at the serpent cave, Zhou Ping'an mused that such mere miasma could not deter him. However, Nye Wushuang, noticing Zhou Ping'an's lingering gaze towards the cave, assumed he remained undeterred. Zhang has issued a stern command. I must take you back to the demon-slaying division, Nye Wushuang declared. Brother Zhou, do not put me in a difficult position. If you remain obstinate, I shall have no choice but to resort to force. Zhou Ping'an, feeling the reassuring weight of the longevity fruit in his possession, had intended to return to the capital. Very well, I shall accompany you. He feigned reluctance. That's more like it. It's for the best. Nye Wushuang sighed in relief. Yet soon, Nye Wushuang found himself lamenting as Zhou Ping'an urged his steed with frenzied urgency. This was a torment for Nye Wushuang, who, after a long journey, was utterly fatigued, nearly unseated by the jolting ride. Who approaches? The demon-slaying division demands entry. Zhou Ping'an galloped forth, finally reaching the capital at dawn, where he forcefully summoned the city gates using the division's insignia. Upon his exuberant return to the demon-slaying division's prison, Zhou Ping'an was met with a somber atmosphere. His heart sank as he rushed inside. Ping'an, my heir began, his eyes bloodshot, hesitating to continue. Where is Uncle Zhang? Anxiety gnawed at Zhou Ping'an's heart. Ping'an, please accept my condolences, my heir sighed heavily. It cannot be. It's absolutely impossible. Uncle Zhang was fine just yesterday. How could he? Zhou Ping'an's face turned ashen. He had rushed back to deliver the longevity fruit, only to find himself too late. Such is fate. My heir shook his head. Zhang San has departed, consumed by worry for his adopted son's safe return. Kneeling before Zhang San's remains, Zhou Ping'an struck himself in despair, lamenting that had he been swifter, perhaps he could have made it in time. He donned mourning attire for Zhang San, honoring his final journey. The longevity fruit was entrusted to Ma heir, who initially believed it would bring joy, but instead, Ma heir declined it. I have lived long enough. An additional 10 years holds no significance for me. Ultimately, the fruit was sent to the imperial palace, where the aging emperor, now 73, found it to be of utmost necessity. Ma heir intended to present the longevity fruit to plead for a favor on Zhou Ping'an's behalf. A month after Zhang San's passing, Zhou Ping'an received the emperor's decree, rewarding him with 10,000 taels of gold for his successful quest for the longevity fruit and ennobling him as the Earl of Loyalty and Valor. From a commoner, Zhou Ping'an ascended to the ranks of nobility. According to custom, he was permitted to select a territory as his fief. After some contemplation, he claimed a 30-mile radius surrounding the Serpent Cave. Zhang San's demise struck Zhou Ping'an profoundly. However, he was acutely aware that, as an immortal, the inevitable cycle of life and death among those he cherished was inescapable. Life had to continue, and Zhou Ping'an resumed his duties, still overseeing the Lin Gu Snake Demon. Yet, the conditions for the Lin Gu Snake Demon grew increasingly dire, often subjected to scales being plucked and blood drawn, enduring immense suffering. In moments of leisure, Zhou Ping'an ventured outside the city to fish, though his initial attempts were met with disappointment, returning empty-handed each time. However, when he began using the flesh and blood of the Lin Gu Snake Demon as bait, his fortunes improved significantly with each outing. After casually feeding the Lin Gu Snake Demon a small chicken, Zhou Ping'an picked up his fishing rod, ready to embark on another excursion. Ping'an, off to fish again? Meyer smiled slightly. Indeed, I find myself with some free time. Zhou Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Perfect timing. I am free as well. Let us go together, Meyer said, bringing along his own fishing rod. Since Zhou Ping'an took up fishing, the pastime had flourished within the confines of the Demon-Slaying Bureau's prison. with many finding joy in the activity during their idle moments. All right, with 2 of us fishing, we'll need more bait. I'll fetch some. Zhou Ping'an turned to enter the cage. From within, a haunting wail erupted from the Lin Gu snake demon. Zhou Ping'an and Ma Er found a shaded spot, expertly preparing their bait and casting their lines in a fluid motion. How goes your cultivation? Ma Er inquired, engaging Zhou Ping'an in conversation. I've condensed the 3rd strand of true dragon power, yet the 4th remains a distant goal. To break through to the 3rd level of the acquired realm will require no less than a decade of arduous training. Zhou Ping'an replied with a calm expression. The 1st level of the transformation into dragon technique necessitates the condensation of a single strand of true dragon power. The 2nd requires 2 strands, while the 3rd demands 4. Zhou Ping'an had absorbed the vibrant spiritual energy within the 10,000 snake cave, forming the embryonic shape of the 3rd strand of true dragon power. After returning to the demon-slaying bureau, he diligently practiced, managing to stabilize this 3rd strand, yet he faced stagnation in his pursuit of the 4th. Take your time. Physical cultivation is inherently challenging. In 10 years, you will only be 30, and a 30-year-old at the 3rd level of the acquired realm holds great potential. Ma Er consoled him. In truth, Ma Er harbored reservations about Zhou Ping'an becoming overly powerful. Once reaching the 5th level of the acquired realm, he would be compelled to venture out as a demon-slaying envoy. Ma Er preferred that Zhou Ping'an live a peaceful life within the confines of the demon-slaying bureau's prison. Yes, I find myself quite content. Zhou Ping'an nodded in agreement. As they spoke, Zhou Ping'an's fishing float suddenly plunged beneath the surface. What tremendous force! I must have a big catch. Ma Er hastily abandoned his own rod and grabbed a landing net, ready to assist Zhou Ping'an at a moment's notice. Chapter 13. Ma Er's fury. The fishing float darted erratically across the water, the immense strength pulling from below startled even Zhou Ping'an. He gripped the fishing rod tightly, the black iron rod bending under the strain of the opposing forces. This fish possesses incredible strength. It must weigh at least 100 jin, Ma Er exclaimed in astonishment. Not merely that. I wager it is at least several thousand jin, Zhou Ping'an replied, his expression grave. Fortunately, his fishing line was woven from hundreds of strands of celestial silk, rendering it remarkably resilient. A common fishing line would have snapped under such immense pressure. Thousands of pounds? What a jest. The Yellow Dragon River has never yielded such a colossal fish. Ma Er shook his head. There was another thought Ma Er refrained from voicing. It is impossible for ordinary fish to grow to such a weight, unless it is a demon. Zhou Ping'an chuckled. Then Uncle Ma, do not blink. He had surmised that what lay beneath the surface was likely a demon. However, he could never concede defeat. A fisherman never surrenders. Huh. Zhou Ping'an shouted, unleashing the power of 3 strands of true dragon energy, instantly generating an explosive force of 30,000 pounds. Splash. A massive creature was forcibly dragged from the depths of the water. Ma Er's expression shifted dramatically as an enormous fish, approximately 5 zhang in length, soared into the air. Come here. Zhou Ping'an exerted his strength, bringing the gigantic fish crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. Boom. The earth was violently indented, yet even after enduring such tremendous force, the fish remained alive, fierce and relentless, baring its sharp teeth at Ma Er. Who was Ma Er? He deftly sidestepped the fish demon's assault and retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the creature hurtling away. Boom. A nearby ancient tree, standing for a millennium, was cleaved in 2. The fish demon, possessing the 1st level of postnatal realm, displayed minimal intelligence, incapable of even uttering human words. Ma Er was astounded. He had never heard of demons residing in the Yellow Dragon River. Yet today they had caught a 1st-level fish demon, truly an extraordinary event. This fish must have inadvertently consumed a rare treasure to transform into a demon. Lured by the blood and flesh of the serpent demon, thus taking the bait, Zhou Ping'an conjectured. Perhaps it is so. Catching a fish demon could indeed be regarded as a legendary tale throughout the ages, Ma Er mused while observing the deceased creature. Should we present this fish to the Demon Slayer department? Zhou Ping'an inquired. Present? Why would we do that? Ma Er blinked in surprise. No. The Demon Slayer department only accepts demons. It's merely a fish, no need for that. Ma Er chuckled. Zhou Ping'an immediately grasped the implication. It is said that one cannot attain wealth without luck, and a horse cannot thrive without midnight grass. Why surrender to the Demon Slayer department when one could relish the spoils alone? With a casual wave of his hand, a sea eagle landed on his shoulder. Zhou Ping'an gazed enviously at the bird. Such creatures are difficult to cultivate and cannot be purchased even with wealth. Ma Er affixed a note to the eagle's leg, and it took flight without delay. In the brief span of a tea break, a dozen massive carriages sped towards them. Greetings, Master Ma, a stout, middle-aged man clumsily dismounted from one of the carriages. Li Fatty, spare us the niceties. What's your offer for this fish? Ma Er gestured toward the fish demon. Wow. Master Ma, what a catch. This fish demon must weigh at least 5 or 6,000 pounds. Li Fadi's eyes gleamed upon seeing the creature. Jean Mantang relied on the blood and flesh of demons to maintain its reputation, but such demon flesh is indeed a rare find. The fish demon can yield thousands of pounds of meat, sufficient for Jean Mantang to last for quite some time. 1 tael of gold per pound. What do you say? Li Fadi extended a finger. Do you think our demon-slaying division lacks your mere few thousand taels of gold? Ma shot Li Fadi a sidelong glance. Zhou Ping'an wholeheartedly agreed. Even as a mere errand boy in the demon-slaying division, he was not short on funds. His monthly salary amounted to 10 taels of gold, and over the years, without accounting for the emperor's rewards, he had amassed over 1,000 taels of gold. He truly had no need for money. Are you suggesting a barter, Master Ma? Li Fadi squinted, inquiring. You seem to be on the right track. I heard that Jean Mantang acquired a 6th-level postnatal snake demon not long ago. Ma asked casually. Oh, my dear Master Ma, such words cannot be spoken lightly. There is no 6th-level postnatal, only the 3rd level, the 3rd. Li Fadi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Very well, if you insist it's the 3rd level, I require a set of soft armor made from the skin of this snake demon, Ma declared. Li Fadi was taken aback. Master Ma, this is simply unfeasible. The values of both are not even in the same realm. Fear not. You shall not suffer a loss. Have you not long coveted the ice silkworm in my possession? How about 1 pound of ice silkworm silk along with this fish demon? Li Fadi's eyes sparkled. Is that true? Indeed. Ma nodded. Then I must thank you, Master Ma, for your generosity. What are you all still dawdling for? Hurry and come over to dissect this large fish. Li Fadi bellowed. His courtesy to Master Ma did not extend to his subordinates. The workers of Jean Mantang were swift and efficient. Before long, the fish demon was neatly divided. Jean Mantang was the property of Prince Taiping, the 3rd son of the current emperor. Sensing Zhou Ping'an's confusion, Ma explained. Engaging with demons is a perilous endeavor that requires a powerful backing. Otherwise, one might not even know how they met their demise. In the future, should you possess any valuable items to trade with Li Fadi, I have known him for decades. His credibility is indeed reliable, Ma stated. Uncle Ma, your words sound as if you are imparting a final testament? Ma chuckled. Zhou Ping'an shook his head. Uncle Ma will surely live a long life. A long life. Those 4 words hold little relation to demon slayers, Ma responded, shaking his head. Most of the errand boys in the demon-slaying division are those who have retired from the ranks of demon slayers. The profession sounds grand, yet the dangers are beyond description. To retire and become an errand boy is already the best outcome. The vast majority of demon slayers perish at the hands of demons. Zhang San and I brought you into the demon-slaying division not with the hope that you would become a demon slayer, but rather that you could live a peaceful life within its confines. I know Zhang San has bestowed upon you the blood demon gold needle technique. I may not possess as many treasures, but I can only pass on the connections I have forged over the years, Ma said, patting Zhou Ping'an on the shoulder. Let us depart. There is still an abundance of fish demon meat here. Let us return and feast. Ma gathered his fishing rod and led the way. Zhou Ping'an let out a long sigh. He had spoken to Uncle Ma on numerous occasions about possessing a miraculous elixir that could extend his life. Yet Uncle Ma had consistently declined. Is it not preferable to live? Why then must one choose death? The following day, Ma Er took Zhou Ping'an to the Golden Meteor Pavilion, a property of the Prince of Taiping. The Golden Meteor Pavilion is renowned in the capital for its exceptional craftsmanship in weaponry and armor, serving as a longtime collaborator with the Demon Slayer Bureau. Ma Er presented a wooden box to Fatty Li, who joyfully opened it, unleashing a chilling aura that spread throughout the room. Inside lay the remains of an ice silkworm, a 7th-tier demon obtained during Ma Er's past patrols of the realm. Although merely a corpse, its worth was incalculable. Rather than surrendering it to the Demon Slayer Bureau, Ma Er had chosen to keep it for himself. Over the years, the ice silkworm had been nearly depleted, and this pound of silk represented Ma Er's final reserves. Please wait a moment, Master Ma. I will have the snakeskin armor brought forth, Fatty Li said. Let us give it a try. Ma Er indicated towards the armor that was delivered. Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. Me? Am I really the one? Ma Er shot Zhou Ping'an a disapproving glance. Zhou Ping'an scratched his head. Uncle Ma, I truly do not need it. You should keep it. Enough of that nonsense. If you can take something from Zhang San, how can you not accept something from me? Do you look down upon your Uncle Ma? Ma Er retorted, his temper flaring. All right, I spoke out of turn. I'll give it a try. Zhou Ping'an replied helplessly. The snakeskin armor felt almost weightless, melding seamlessly with his skin. This armor has been specially treated at the Golden Meteor Pavilion, making it incredibly resilient. Even weapons forged from meteorite iron find it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses. Wearing this armor is akin to having an extra life. Were it not for Master Ma's favor, this armor would never be sold, Fatty Li explained. Ma Er nodded in satisfaction, pleased by the words. Fatty Li, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my adopted son, who will inherit my legacy. Fatty Li's eyes lit up. Having known Ma Er for decades, he had acquired many rare items through their relationship. Recently, he had heard whispers of Ma Er's declining health and worried about his future connections, only to be surprised by Ma Er presenting him with a successor. Young brother Zhou, I look forward to our future collaborations. I, Fatty Li, am a man of my word. As long as you can provide, I will not hesitate to accept. Fatty Li beamed. Then I shall rely on your guidance. Master Li, Zhou Ping'an replied with a respectful gesture. The Demon Slayer Bureau is a vast treasure trove. Even a small leak could lead to unimaginable wealth. However, not everyone is capable of navigating its intricacies. As the saying goes, without the requisite skills to manage affairs, one may not even know how they met their demise. Ma Er seemed to be imparting his final instructions, detailing what could and could not be done within the Bureau to Zhou Ping'an. A month later, Ma Er stepped down, recommending Zhou Ping'an for the position of Chief Steward of the Demon Slayer Bureau's prison. What was initially perceived as a foregone conclusion has, over the past month, yielded no response. Ma Er's expression darkened, convinced that someone had intervened in the matter. The prison of the Demon Extermination Department was a lucrative prize, with the position of Chief Steward being the most coveted. Everyone yearned to partake in this bounty. These scoundrels, who have feasted upon my resources for years, have now faltered at this critical juncture, provoking Ma Er's ire. Uncle Ma, there is no need to be upset. The position of Chief Steward is not worth losing your temper over, Zhou Ping'an reassured, displaying indifference towards the role, suggesting that if it were lost, so be it. That position has always belonged to the heroic descendants of our Demon Extermination Department. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders, Ma Er retorted with a huff. Chapter 14. The Fish Demon of the River. A month later, when a flamboyantly dressed young man entered the prison of the Demon Extermination Department, the servants could not suppress their gasp of astonishment. It was the king of Changla. Coughing heavily, Ma Er's chest heaved. After Zhou Ping'an's prolonged silence regarding the chief steward position, he had suspected foul play within the court. But he never anticipated that the eventual appointee would be none other than the king of Changlu. As the eldest legitimate son of the crown prince, the king of Changlu was notorious for his debauchery. Accompanying him was an imperial edict, which, upon its proclamation, officially appointed him as the chief steward of the Demon Extermination Department's prison, founded by the Great Ancestor of the Great Zhou. The Demon Extermination Department had historically remained untouched by royal interference. The king of Changlu's ascendancy to this position raised concerns regarding the current emperor's intentions to meddle in its affairs. Though the Demon Extermination Department pledged loyalty to the emperor, it had always operated independently, a privilege bestowed by the Great Ancestor. However, to allow others to encroach upon this sanctum was intolerable. The department housed the most elite warriors of the Great Zhou dynasty, and if it could not be firmly controlled, the emperor would likely find himself restless at night. The emperor's encroachment upon the Demon Extermination Department was not new, yet it had never been as overt as it was under the current ruler. This was a trial from the emperor. Ma Er looked apologetically at Zhou Ping'an. I had intended to elevate you to the position of chief steward, but it appears that hope is lost. Not at all. I have never aspired to this position, Zhou Ping'an replied with a slight smile. Uncle Ma need not clash with the emperor over such a role. The king of Changlu beamed at the assembly. I have come by imperial command to take charge of the Demon Extermination Department's prison. All accounts shall be sealed, and all storage facilities will be closed. What audacity from the king of Changlu to begin his tenure with audits, treating us as if we were mere commoners. One of the servants could not help but murmur. The king of Changlu narrowed his eyes. Jiaohu, do you have something to say? Jiaohu quickly shook his head. And no, I dare not express any dissent. Ma Er requested Zhou Ping'an's assistance to return to his quarters, as the servants gathered around. Master Ma, this king of Changlu is overstepping. Should we not take some measures too? Jiaohu suggested, his hand gliding across his throat. Zhou Ping'an's lips twitched. What audacity Jiaohu possessed to contemplate the assassination of royalty. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it is evident that the demon-slaying office has engaged in such matters before. Upon reflection, this is hardly surprising. The menial workers within the confines of the demon-slaying office are not naive souls, but rather individuals who have retired from the ranks of demon slayers themselves. If they are unafraid of malevolent spirits, why would they fear a mere prince of Changlu? We must not act impulsively. The situation is far from straightforward, and the senior officials of the demon-slaying office have yet to voice their opinions. Ma Er shook his head. The existence of innate abilities within the demon-slaying office is no secret. Such abilities are their cornerstone. The emperor's considerable actions against the demon-slaying office cannot have gone unnoticed by those who possess innate talents. Yet the silence from the higher-ups suggests their tacit approval of the imperial authorities' control over the prison. It appears the winds of change are upon us. Are we to relinquish control of the demon-slaying office's prison? Diaohu asked with reluctance. The ascension of the Prince of Chonglu to the prison is merely the initial step. Subsequently, all departments within the demon-slaying office will fall under the governance of noble families with merits, and we, the veterans, shall be replaced one by one, Ma Er lamented. Shall we simply await our demise? Esteemed uncles, have you heard the saying, when the birds and beasts are gone, the fine bows are stored away. When the cunning hare is dead, the hounds are cooked. Diaohu's expression changed dramatically. Ping'an, are you suggesting that the emperor intends to act against us? Zhou Ping'an smiled slightly. Perhaps it is not as dire as it seems. Yet it is an undeniable fact that imperial authority has firmly grasped the reins of the demon-slaying office. For centuries, we have suppressed the demons. They have either retreated to the distant demon mountains or hidden away in their lairs, and it has been decades since a demon-related massacre has occurred, with the demons vanquished. The purpose of the demon-slaying office has inevitably diminished, Zhou Ping'an remarked. Damn it. Our relentless efforts to slay demons have turned out to be a mistake. Diaohu could not help but curse. Ping'an, seeing the situation clearly, in your view, what should we do? Ma Er inquired. Uncle Ma, we are merely menial workers of the demon-slaying office. If the higher-ups have no objections, why should we engage in self-pity? Zhou Ping'an replied with a smile. Just let it go? Diaohu's eyes widened, expecting Zhou Ping'an to have a clever strategy, only to find that he suggested they act like turtles. Uncle Diao, being a menial worker is just a job, and one must still take the opportunity to enjoy life. Zhou Ping'an chuckled. Although the menial workers of the demon-slaying office may indulge in minor misappropriations, they are diligent in interrogating demons, generating considerable profit for the office. As for this profit, a portion remains with the demon-slaying office, while the rest is submitted to the court. If the court does not trust them, then they might as well cease their efforts and simply feed the demons. After everyone dispersed, Ma Er still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. This was the domain of the demon-slaying office, yet it was being encroached upon by outsiders. Uncle Ma, this matter is grave. Once embroiled, it could lead to our utter destruction. Let us refrain from involvement. You can accompany me to fish and enjoy life, Zhou Ping'an suggested with a smile. You rascal. I am merely standing up for you. Very well, if you are unconcerned, then I shall refrain from getting involved as well, Ma Er chided with a laugh. After Prince Chang'e assumed control of the demon-slaying department's prison, he immediately initiated a thorough purge. Almost all the miscellaneous personnel were replaced, with veterans like Ma Er and Diaohu being relegated to idle positions, ones where their absence would go unnoticed for months. A multitude of meritorious descendants infiltrated the prison, filling key positions of authority. Thanks to Zhou Ping'an's analysis, the elders did not resist and peacefully transitioned their roles. In the Eastern Palace, upon hearing the report from Prince Chang'e, the Crown Prince nodded. Those old fools did not put up any resistance. They were quite cooperative, Your Highness, replied Prince Chang'e. The Crown Prince smiled faintly. They know better. Now, you must commence the interrogation of these demons. It is imperative to extract information regarding the location of rare treasures, and, most importantly, the longevity elixir. Rest assured, Father, I have already begun the process. With no tasks at hand, what were the elders of the demon-slaying department occupied with? The answer was fishing. Diaohu, your fishing rod is remarkable. The line is made from the tendons of the blackhorn bull demon, isn't it? Ma Er observed. Indeed. Master Ma, you have a keen eye? This tendon was painstakingly collected by me, and I had Jin Yun Pavilion craft this rod for me. Diaohu chuckled. Having served in the demon-slaying department for decades, who among them did not possess a few hidden treasures, though the rods were coated in black lacquer? A discerning eye could easily identify them as extraordinary. Contrarily, Zhou Ping'an's rod, made of mysterious iron and silkworm threads, appeared the most commonplace. Suddenly, a fish took the bait. Zhou Ping'an noticed Diaohu's float moving. Ah, it seems luck is on my side. Watch as I reel in a big catch. Diaohu exclaimed triumphantly. However, in the next moment, he was yanked forward by an immense force. By heavens, I've hooked something massive. Such strength. Help me, help me. Diaohu cried out in panic. Though he was a fifth-tier martial artist, age had weakened him, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. Haha. Can't handle a mere fish dragging you into the river? All your strength must have gone into the women at Shochuan Pavilion. The others could not help but tease. Blast it. Come help me, I'm not joking. Diaohu cursed in frustration. Zhou Ping'an leaped behind Diaohu, grasping the fishing rod. The force transmitted through it sent a shiver down his spine. Up! Zhou Ping'an shouted, unleashing 3 strands of true dragon power. The tendon line snapped taut, the force from below rivaling his own. Zhou Ping'an's pupils constricted. The creature beneath the water possessed astonishing strength. The surrounding personnel sensed something amiss. How could a mere fish exert such incredible power? Demon. Shoo. Zhou Ping'an inhaled deeply, unleashing the power of the golden scale crocodile within his wrist. In an instant, he exerted over 60,000 pounds of force, pulling the massive shadow from the water. Demon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Step back. It is a third-tier demon. Ma urgently warned as he observed the fish demon, its entire body shimmering with a metallic sheen. Goodness. Weevee caught a fish demon while fishing. Step aside, I shall slay it. Diao Hu rolled up his sleeves, preparing to battle the demon. However, before he could dash forward, Ma seized him, reminding him of their age and frailty. Where was the strength to confront a demon? Bang! Zhou Ping'an wielded the fishing rod like a club, striking the fish demon repeatedly, rendering it unable to lift its head. Had they been in the water, Zhou Ping'an would have indeed been no match for the fish demon. Yet, once ashore, the demon became mere prey upon the chopping block. Whoosh! Just as Zhou Ping'an prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the fish demon suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a water sword that shot forth. Demon arts. Be cautious. Ma warned, but it was too late. Zhou Ping'an was sent flying 100 feet away by the force of the water sword. Ping'an. Ma's face contorted with anguish, and he rushed forth to confront the fish demon. Yet, in the next instant, Zhou Ping'an deftly maneuvered above the fish demon, hurling the fishing rod like a javelin. Bang! The fish scales exploded as the rod pierced through the demon's skull. Phew, that was close. I nearly met my end. Zhou Ping'an glanced down at his chest, relieved to see a thin layer of serpent skin armor shielding his vital points. At the critical moment, he had used his right arm to absorb most of the impact, and with the protection of the serpent skin armor, he had narrowly escaped death beneath the water sword. This was Zhou Ping'an's first encounter with demon arts. Caught off guard, he had suffered a significant setback. Chapter 15. Confrontation after Zhou Ping'an vanquished the fish demon. The elderly onlookers gathered around. Zhou Ping'an's strength surpasses that of an average 4th or 5th tier practitioner, remarked a handyman, marveling at the demon's penetrated skull. My fishing rod has proven quite effective, Diao Hu added. That water sword was indeed the legendary demon art, wasn't he it? Zhou Ping'an inquired. Ma examined Zhou Ping'an's body, relieved to confirm he had sustained no injuries. Typically, only demons of 5th tier and above wield demon arts. It was truly peculiar for a 3rd-tier fish demon to possess such abilities. Ma furrowed his brow in contemplation. The power of that water sword was formidable. Even a 5th-tier practitioner could be slain if caught unawares, Diao Hu asserted. The 3rd tier marks a significant threshold. Practitioners below this tier primarily focus on honing their physical strength. Upon crossing into the 3rd tier, they can externalize their internal energy, greatly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Practitioners who cultivate internal energy are physically weaker than those who focus solely on physical training. Without protective internal energy, they are easily harmed. In a situation like earlier, any practitioner relying on internal energy would have sustained severe injuries, if not perished. Ma sliced open the demon's head, rummaging within for a moment until his eyes brightened, revealing a piece of azure bone. This is a demon bone, Diao Hu and the others exclaimed in astonishment. The so-called demon bone is not merely the bone of a demon, but rather a bone imbued with demonic magic. Typically, only demons of the 5th rank in the acquired realm and above can generate such bones, and the probability is rather disheartening. Even 10 demons of that caliber may not yield a single demon bone. The golden-scaled crocodile, a demon of the 7th rank in the acquired realm, has yet to produce one. It is indeed astonishing that a mere 3rd-rank fish demon has given rise to a demon bone. One must concede that their fortune is extraordinary. Ping'an, take this. Ma casually tossed the demon bone to Zhou Ping'an. Mine? Zhou Ping'an hesitated, not daring to accept it. The value of a demon bone surpasses that of demon spirit flesh, with so many elders present. It seemed inconceivable that it would fall to him. Just accept it. We are all old bones now. This demon bone holds little use for us. Indeed. You cannot cultivate inner strength and lack long-range attack capabilities. Refining this demon bone will compensate for your shortcomings. A mere 3rd-rank demon bone is of no use to us. Even a casual strike from me would surpass its worth. The elders of the Demon Slayer department displayed an air of disdain towards the bone. However, Zhou Ping'an understood all too well that these elders were merely looking out for him. Regardless of its perceived weakness, a demon bone is still a demon bone. And even if he had no use for it, it would still fetch a handsome price. These elders had all retired from their positions in the Demon Slayer department, each having slain at least 5 demons, yet none possessed a demon bone. This speaks volumes of its rarity. They truly regarded him as their own descendant. This has become a tradition within the Demon Slayer department, passed down through generations. Thank you, esteemed uncles. Given the circumstances, it would be rather inappropriate for Zhou Ping'an to refuse any further. The process of refining the demon bone is simple. One must cut into their own flesh, embedding the bone within, and nourish it with their blood. In as little as a month, or as long as a year, the demon bone will merge with the individual. Meyer instructed Zhou Ping'an on how to refine the demon bone. Wait. Just as Zhou Ping'an pondered where to embed the demon bone, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. The countenance of the Demon Slayer department members shifted dramatically, for they recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to the Prince of Chonglu. Your Highness. The members of the Demon Slayer department had no choice but to rise and pay their respects. The prince approached Zhou Ping'an directly, casting a slight smile at the azure demon bone. Zhou Ping'an, you have done well. As the prince reached out to claim the demon bone, Zhou Ping'an sidestepped to evade him. The prince's expression stiffened. Zhou Ping'an, what is the meaning of this? Shouldn't I be the one asking that, Your Highness? Coming here to snatch a demon bone? Zhou Ping'an chuckled. He had no desire to become entangled in the power struggles between the imperial authority and the Demon Slayer department, yet this did not imply that he was a pushover. Snatch? You belong to the Demon Slayer department. All demons you have slain belong to it, including the demon bone in your possession, the prince stated coldly. Your words are mistaken, Your Highness. We are merely the servants of the demon-slaying division, with no duty to eliminate demons. Thus, the demons we have slain bear no relation to the division, spoke Meyer. Indeed, we were merely out for a leisure stroll when we unexpectedly vanquished a demon. Added Diaohu. Do you dare to rebel? Long Lu Wang's face darkened ominously. A mere group of country bumpkins had the audacity to challenge him publicly. Rebellion? What an extravagant accusation. I cannot bear such a weighty charge. Diaohu retorted, showing no deference to Long Lu Wang as he discarded his outer garment. I have fought tirelessly for my country against demons, enduring over 100 battles and sustaining numerous injuries. I have served the Great Zhou dynasty honorably. On what grounds do you claim I intend to rebel? Long Lu Wang's countenance was terrifyingly grim, and the warriors behind him stirred restlessly. Ultimately, he restrained himself. The massacre of the demon-slaying division's accomplishments was far too significant a matter for him to bear alone. It appears I have misunderstood. I am willing to offer a handsome price for that demon bone. Long Lu Wang suppressed his fury. Not for sale, Zhou Ping'an declared, swiftly slicing open his right wrist and embedding the demon bone into his flesh. The moment the bone touched his blood, it seamlessly integrated into his being. Long Lu Wang's expression fluctuated, but he ultimately chose to endure it, departing with his subordinates. How shameless. They dare to rob us. Diaohu scoffed. Zhou Ping'an instinctively glanced at his right arm, astonished to see the demon bone shifting. Upon attempting to control it, he found that he indeed could. Under his command, the bone settled at the tip of his index finger, merging with it. A vague sensation stirred within him. He felt that by channeling his blood energy, he could unleash demon techniques. Yet, Zhou Ping'an suppressed this impulse. The instantaneous fusion of the demon bone was simply too extraordinary. This fish demon's flesh is quite valuable as well. We must not waste it, laughed Meyer. Indeed, Master Ma speaks wisely. Let us indulge. Diaohu chuckled. The servants of the demon-slaying division were adept at dismantling demons, ensuring nothing went to waste. These remains cannot be stored in the division's vault. We must seek another location, Zhou Ping'an remarked after a moment's contemplation. Fear not. We old fellows possess some properties in the capital well suited for storing such items, replied Diaohu, leading Zhou Ping'an into a grand residence. Is this the abode of Uncle Diao? Zhou Ping'an gazed in astonishment. He beheld the nearby imperial palace. Realizing that Diaohu had purchased a grand estate right at its doorstep, a property likely spanning 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, its worth immeasurable. What? Do you look down upon me, Uncle Diao? In my prime, I was a relentless hunter of demons, slaying them in heaps that could form small mountains. Even the current emperor has praised my valor, and this estate was a reward bestowed upon me by him, Diaohu boasted proudly. Enough of your bragging. It is merely a residence, and who among us does not possess something similar? Meyer rolled his eyes. Zhou Ping'an marveled. For Diaohu had lingered in the prison of the demon-slaying department, and while he had presumed him to be a mere old bachelor, he turned out to be a wealthy landowner. The master has returned. A beautiful woman approached to pay her respects. Zhou Ping'an glanced at Diaohu's weathered face and then at the enchanting woman. Realizing this was a case of an old man and a young wife, Diao uncle certainly knew how to enjoy life. Father, a spirited girl, robust and lively, dashed into Diaohu's embrace. Diaohu joyfully lifted the girl. Tiger girl, have you missed your father? I have, she replied sweetly. Ping'an, come here. This is my daughter. Diaohu Nyo. After my time is over, she will inherit my legacy, and I trust you will look after her, Diaohu declared. Zhou Ping'an nodded. This was a tradition of the demon-slaying department, passed down through generations, and he could not disregard it. Prepare a grand feast, summon the chef, from Jean Mantang. We cannot waste the meat of the third-level fish demon from the Yellow Dragon River, Zhou Hu commanded with a wave of his hand. And immediately someone was dispatched to fetch the chef. The beautiful woman wisely excused herself, recognizing that such a banquet was not a place for a lady. That night, the uncles indulged in revelry, drinking to excess and engaging Zhou Ping'an in conversation, primarily concerning their legacies. In their youth, they had sacrificed everything to vanquish demons, now bearing the scars of their battles, hoping only for the safety of their families. While they were alive, they could protect their loved ones, but upon their demise, their immense wealth would simply become a path to ruin. The dignitaries of the capital were not benevolent souls, but rather ravenous beasts, devouring all in their path. For the sake of their families, they banded together. In the event of any death, the survivors vowed to safeguard their kin. Yet in this generation, only Zhou Ping'an remained to stand forth. Zhou Ping'an gazed at the serene moonlight and sighed deeply. The demon-slaying department appeared prosperous, yet in truth, it was as fragile as walking on thin ice. The aristocracy and royal kin cast covetous glances toward the department. When he joined, he had hoped to lead a languid existence, a notion that now seemed absurd. To remain idle within the department, one must possess the strength that dissuades others from acting against you. Given Zhou Ping'an's talents, diligent cultivation seemed futile. He could only rely on external resources. Having caught fish demons consecutively from the Yellow Dragon River, Zhou Ping'an speculated that treasures of heaven and earth must exist within. However, venturing into the Yellow Dragon River in search of these treasures was perilous. On land, he could slay third-level fish demons, but in the water, even a first-level fish demon could spell his doom. Chapter 16. A bountiful harvest. Are you suggesting that a multitude of demons resides within the Yellow Dragon River? Zhou Hu and the others massaged their temples, nursing the hangovers from the previous day's revelry. Though this is merely conjecture, I believe it is quite plausible, Zhou Ping'an affirmed. Having caught 2 fish demons from the Yellow Dragon River was no mere coincidence. Dear uncles, I believe we can seize this opportunity for substantial profit. Zhou Ping'an articulated his plan. As Zhou Ping'an finished speaking, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. This reaction took him by surprise. Uncles, could you please respond? Is it feasible or not? Zhou Ping'an inquired. My heir, with a bittersweet smile, shook his head. Not feasible. Zhou Ping'an's expression fell immediately. This was a plan he had pondered over for an entire night. It wasn't he that it was unfeasible, but rather, it was exceedingly audacious. Zhou Hu furrowed his brow. However, if we execute your plan as intended, we may indeed strike it rich. My heir nodded in agreement. The key lies in speed. We must act before the various factions in the capital react. Otherwise, we won't just miss out on riches. We may not even get a drop to drink. Zhou Hu asserted. After deliberation, the elders of the Demon Extermination Office unanimously agreed to proceed. Leave the matter to us. Within an hour, we shall deliver the goods to the banks of the Huanglong River, Ma heir declared. Everyone began to act according to Zhou Ping'an's plan. An hour later, as the sun began to rise, a convoy of massive horse-drawn carriages departed from the capital. When the oilcloth covering the carriages was lifted, a colossal crossbow appeared before Zhou Ping'an. This was the very item he had been awaiting. The Demon Extermination Crossbow, a formidable weapon crafted by the Demon Extermination Office, possessed the terrifying capability to slay formidable foes at the 6th level of the acquired realm with a single bolt. Unfortunately, its sheer size necessitated 3-horned horses for transportation, and merely winding the mechanism required the combined strength of 3 warriors. The Demon Extermination Crossbow was a city-defending artifact. Towns armed with such weaponry were not threatened by demons. There are a total of 10 crossbows. I had to humble myself significantly to borrow them, my heir boasted. You must have paid a steep price, Zhou Ping'an remarked, patting the crossbow, forged entirely from meteorite iron. This crossbow was undoubtedly a weapon of war, with 10 of them at his disposal. Even formidable demons of the 8th or 9th level in the acquired realm would find themselves doomed. If your plan fails against a demon of the 3rd level in the acquired realm, Uncle Ma, I fear I shall be ruined. Ma heir clutched his chest, appearing as though he were in excruciating pain. Fear not, Uncle Ma. I shall ensure your fortune remains intact, Zhou Ping'an reassured him. Seizing a metal bucket filled with all gazes were fixated upon the blood-red surface of the river, a palpable tension enveloping the air. This time, they had invested significantly. Should their efforts yield no reward, even their undergarments would be at stake. As a cup of tea passed, the river remained eerily still. An hour slipped by, and the impatience of Zhou Hu and his companions began to surface. Ping'an, could it be that there is nothing? Zhou Hu could no longer restrain himself and leapt down, positioning himself before Zhou Ping and rest assured. Uncle Zhou, this is merely the beginning. Do you not understand the concept of baiting? The fish demons require time to be lured by the scent of blood, Zhou Ping'an replied, exuding confidence. Ah, uncle. I trust you. Zhou Hu nodded. However, Turning away, Zhou Ping'an too began to harbor concerns. Should this endeavor result in a barren outcome, it would indeed spell disaster. Suddenly, the fishing line snapped taut, the unexpected force nearly yanking Zhou Ping'an into the river. Goodness, what an ambush! Zhou Ping'an exclaimed, his arms surging with strength. With a resounding crash, a fish demon was heaved from the water's depths. Ha ha ha, we've hooked one. I am claiming this first fish demon. Diahu bellowed, brandishing a heavy hammer and striking the winch of the demon-slaying crossbow with fervor. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt, as thick as an embrace, soared through the air. And in an instant, the fish demon was pierced, the immense force pinning it to the ground. The initial encounter with the demon-slaying crossbow took Zhou Ping'an aback. This particular fish demon was a formidable opponent of the third level of the acquired realm, yet its hardened scales felt as fragile as parchment before the crossbow's might. The arrowhead bore barbs. Once embedded within, escape was impossible. To ensure further security, the tail of the arrow was affixed with chains forged from fallen iron, allowing them to retrieve the fish demon even if it attempted to flee back to the Huanglong River. Extracting the fish hook, Zhou Ping'an affixed a piece of demon flesh and resumed his fishing. Diahu removed the arrow and reloaded it. And even with the combined efforts of 3 martial artists, it took a cup of tea's worth of time to recock the demon-slaying crossbow. Just as Diahu finished, Zhou Ping'an's line once again caught a fish. This time, prepared, he drew the fish demon up with ease. It was a first-level fish demon of the acquired realm. No crossbow was necessary, as Ma Er swiftly dispatched it. These fish demons are quite foolish. Diahu could not help but scoff, after years of slaying demons. The fish demons of the Huanglong River were undoubtedly the most dim-witted he had encountered, possessing the strength of demons, yet lacking their cunning. A smile crept upon Zhou Ping'an's lips. This unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Following this, the frequency of fish demons biting the bait increased dramatically, the air resonating with the sounds of the demon-slaying crossbow. In the brief span of 2 hours, they had vanquished 16 fish demons, the stench of blood wafting for miles. Zhou Ping'an rubbed his aching shoulders. The exertion of fishing for demons was immense, even for a cultivator of his caliber. Gazing at the towering pile of fish demon corpses behind him, he decided it was time to reel in his line and depart. Boom! Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an stumbled, the immense force from beneath the water dragging him down, threatening to pull him under. Bang! The arrow from the demon-slaying crossbow sliced through the air, plunging directly into the river. Splosh! A crimson bloom erupted in the water. At this critical moment, Ma Er had timely discharged a bolt. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Steadying himself, Zhou Ping'an summoned his strength, attempting to haul the fish demon upwards. Yet, the creature's power was overwhelmingly fearsome. Even Zhou's full exertion fell woefully short. Bang! Bang! 2 more arrows from the demon-slaying crossbow were released, but both missed their mark. Quickly, draw the bowstring. This one is a hefty beast, Diahu exclaimed with excitement. Ma Er and his companions strained to operate the winch, the chains of the crossbow taut and unyielding. Splash! A colossal shadow surged rapidly from beneath the surface, and suddenly, a gigantic form leaped from the water. What a massive turtle! Zhou Ping'an blurted out. Foolish boy. That's a tortoise. Ma Er corrected him. Good heavens, this tortoise is at least a 6th-tier demon of the acquired realm. Those 2 arrows did not miss. They struck its shell, Diahu observed, noting the dents on the shell. Aim for its limbs and head. Ma Er bellowed. Ma Er's arrow pierced through the tortoise's left forelimb, while Zhou Ping'an's hook firmly latched onto its head, exposing at least 2 vital points. Bang! The arrow flew true, impaling the tortoise's left forelimb and pinning it to the ground. The tortoise let out a furious howl, but as it moved, another arrow was shot towards its head. Instinctively, the tortoise retracted its head, yet Zhou Ping'an would not relent, exerting every ounce of his strength to keep a grip on it. Thud! A shot rang out, striking true. However, the tortoise's vitality was astonishing. Even with a shattered skull, it did not succumb but instead thrashed violently. Boom! The tortoise, resembling a small mountain, smashed into one of the demon-slaying crossbows, obliterating it. Fortunately, the individuals atop had retreated in time. Otherwise, a collision like that would have turned them to pulp. The remaining demon-slaying crossbows unleashed a volley, 5 arrows striking true, their immense power pinning the tortoise firmly to the ground. At last, the creature lay still. Zhou Ping'an and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the demon-slaying crossbows, or they would not have stood a chance against the tortoise. Good grief, this is no mere 6th-tier demon. It must be a 7th-tier one. Ma Er marveled at the tortoise's carcass. Though the tortoise moved slowly, its shell's formidable defense rendered it impervious even to 8th or 9th-tier martial masters. This tortoise was undoubtedly a tyrant of the Huanglong River, but alas, it had encountered 10 demon-slaying crossbows. Someone is approaching, Diao Hu's expression changed as he spotted the billowing dust in the distance. "Load the crossbows, quickly," Meyer shouted. He had already seen the enemy's standard. It was the 6th Brigade of the Eastern Palace, led by none other than yesterday's Prince of Changle. Unbeknownst to the arrival of the Prince of Chonglu, the absence of a proper welcome is regrettable. By the time the Crown Prince's 6 guards arrived, the demon-slaying crossbows had already been readied. Upon witnessing the towering heap of fish demon carcasses, the prince's eyes twitched in astonishment. One could hardly find such a bounty of demon flesh even within the East Palace. His gaze intensified upon spotting a massive tortoise, a formidable creature of the 7th realm of postnatal cultivation, worth its weight in gold. The prince harbored a desire to claim all these demons for himself. However, the sight of the 10 demon-slaying crossbows rendered him speechless, for he feared that these commoners might indeed turn the crossbows upon him if provoked. Although the prince was a practitioner of the 4th realm of postnatal cultivation, he felt no different from an ordinary person in the face of the demon-slaying crossbows. Chapter 17. The transaction of the alchemical formula. Lord Zhongyong, could you elucidate? The prince inquired, casting a glance at Zhou Ping'an. Zhou Ping'an smiled faintly. What does the prince refer to? These demon beasts. The prince pointed at the mountainous pile of fish demons. Ah, merely our catch of the day, Zhou Ping'an replied nonchalantly. The prince huffed in displeasure. Fishing? Is it customary to employ demon-slaying crossbows for fishing? These crossbows are national treasures. Do you comprehend the gravity of wielding them without authorization? The prince was mistaken. These crossbows had been duly sanctioned for use by the demon-slaying department, hence it could not be deemed unauthorized. Zhou Ping'an presented a prepared document to the prince, adorned with the grand seal of the commander of the demon-slaying department, Luo Gang. The prince's brow furrowed as he studied the seal. You commit a grievous offense by hunting demons within the Yellow Dragon River, he retorted, shifting his tone. Your Highness, you are again in error. The Great Zhou's founder decreed that humans and demons cannot coexist. Every citizen of the Great Zhou bears the responsibility of defending their territory and slaying demons. What wrong have we committed in carrying out our duty? Zhou Ping'an chuckled. As the prince was fond of casting aspersions, Zhou Ping'an invoked the Great Zhou's founder, challenging the prince's courage to assert that the founder was in the wrong. The prince's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. By the command of the Crown Prince, henceforth, the Yellow Dragon River region shall serve as the encampment for the Crown Prince's 6 guards. Unauthorized entry is strictly prohibited. Understood. The decree of the Crown Prince must be heeded. Following the announcement, Zhou Ping'an and his companions began the task of transporting the demon carcasses. Naturally, the one entrusted with this significant responsibility was the portly Li, whose figure had grown increasingly rotund. With each step, his ample flesh quivered, yet remarkably, he moved with surprising agility, revealing his prowess as a martial artist. Li beamed as he surveyed the towering mound of demon carcasses, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Initially, he had worried about the implications of Ma Er and the others losing control of the demon-slaying department's prison, pondering how business would proceed. Little did he anticipate such a delightful surprise from his associates. Despite having witnessed many things, he had never envisioned encountering such an abundance of demon corpses. The potential yield of meat was staggering. The rarity of these fish demons is remarkable, as most of them are at least of the 3rd tier in the acquired realm. With such exquisite meat, our first-class pot can be upgraded, inevitably stirring a great commotion in the capital. He could already envision an unending flood of gold rolling in. King Changle observed the flicker of wariness in Fatty Li's eyes. Despite his benign appearance, only the royal family understood the true ferocity of this man, who served as the right-hand companion to their uncle. It was no wonder he dared to act so recklessly. He had secured the support of a powerful ally. King Changle chuckled coldly. With Fatty Li's assistance, these demon beasts were smoothly transported into the capital. Lord Zhongyong, shall we discuss business? You cannot possibly consume all this demon meat. Why not sell some to me? Rest assured, my prices will be exceedingly fair, Fatty Li proposed. Following closely to the residents of Diao, although Zhou Ping'an had previously agreed to sell him some demon meat, Fatty Li still felt uneasy. Such matters are best settled as early as possible. We are not lacking in gold, Zhou Ping'an remarked, sipping his tea. Indeed. When has the Demon Slayer division ever been short of gold? Fatty Li nodded in agreement. Bartering then? I possess some millennium herbs. And I could spare a few sets of the serpent skin armor, Fatty Li stated, demonstrating his sincerity by making an offer. Those are certainly welcome. But what we desire even more is. Zhou Ping'an traced 2 large characters on the table with a finger dipped in tea. Fatty Li's pupils constricted upon seeing the characters. This poses quite a challenge. I believe Master Li will undoubtedly find a solution, Zhou Ping'an said with a subtle smile. What Zhou Ping'an sought was the formula for the demon blood pill, an essential item for martial artists. The ability of the Demon Slayer division to cultivate martial artists in bulk hinges on their mastery of this formula. Unfortunately, none among them possessed knowledge of the demon blood pill recipe. Even if they did, they would not dare to concoct it. The recipe is a closely guarded secret of the Demon Slayer division, with only a select few alchemists permitted to handle it. Anyone else would meet their demise. The formulas have traditionally been the most coveted secrets of the major factions, but with the unification of the Great Zhou Empire, all such recipes now belong to the imperial family. Fatty Li's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table as Zhou Ping'an remained patient, confident that Fatty Li would acquiesce to this transaction. After a full hour of contemplation, Fatty Li took a deep breath. Very well. But I must clarify that my authority allows me to provide you with a maximum of 3 formulas. Agreed, but I shall select the formulas myself. Zhou Ping'an nodded. Fatty Li's lips twitched. Lord Zhongyong, you are being quite greedy. I shall allocate 2,000 gene of that giant turtle meat to you. 3 formulas are insufficient, Lord Li. Perhaps you could grant a few more? 1,000 gene of turtle meat for an additional formula. Fatty Li's expression shifted dramatically. The sudden turn nearly caused Zhou Ping'an to lose his balance. That exceeds Master Li's authority. If it is too much trouble, do not feel compelled. Fatty Li's demeanor was resolute. I will not be coerced. Since Master Li is so earnest, I shall graciously accept your offer. Please present the list of formulas, and I will select with care, Zhou Ping'an concluded. Naturally, the corpulent Li promptly instructed his subordinates to retrieve the alchemical formulas. Almost simultaneously, at the Taiping royal mansion, Prince Zhou Yunyang received a message from Li. The demon-slaying department certainly knew how to create a stir. Even a mere yellow dragon river was manipulated by them with flair. Zhou Yunyang smiled slightly, tacitly acknowledging this transaction. He gazed towards the imperial palace, contemplating the prince's intentions to monopolize the demons within the yellow dragon river by sealing off its territory. Your Highness, shall we take action? A voice emerged from the shadows. Hold your horses for now, Zhou Yunyang replied, shaking his head. Within the grand residence of the Jiao family, Zhou Ping'an stared vacantly at the thick compendium of alchemical recipes in his hand. Although he was aware that the Great Zhou royal family possessed a vast array of formulas, this was an overwhelming number, and it was merely a fraction of what Taiping Wang owned. The alchemical knowledge within the palace was likely magnified several times over. The demon-slaying department was renowned across the realm, yet many overlooked the might of the Great Zhou royal lineage. It is worth noting that the demon-slaying department was merely established by the founding emperor of the Great Zhou. How could the dynasty that inherited everything from him possibly be weaker? The royal family's prowess likely surpassed that of the demon-slaying department. Zhou Ping'an pondered thoughtfully. Loyal and brave Duke. Loyal and brave Duke? Noticing Zhou Ping'an's distraction, Li hurriedly reminded him. Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought, Zhou Ping'an said, returning to his senses as he perused the thick compendium. As he flipped through the pages, he inquired, Master Li must be quite familiar with these formulas. Do you have any recommendations? Indeed. For instance, this Dragon Tiger Vitality Pill can enhance inner strength. And this Ginseng Blood Spirit Pill nourishes blood and fortifies the body. Furthermore, this Carefree Wind Dispersion is also a remarkable item, granting lightness to the body. Oh, I nearly forgot. This vision-enhancing pill can improve eyesight. Zhou Ping'an shook his head. Master Li, your offerings are merely ordinary potions. I seek those crafted from the blood and flesh of demon beasts. This left Li momentarily embarrassed. As a shrewd merchant, he naturally hoped Zhou Ping'an would select some common recipes. However, this seemingly youthful, loyal, and brave duke was far too cunning to be deceived. With a pained expression, Li produced a small booklet, distinctly different from the thick compendium. Master Li, you have hidden treasures, Zhou Ping'an remarked, rolling his eyes. Haha, it's merely a professional habit, Li chuckled. The recipes on the front page caught Zhou Ping'an's attention immediately. The Crimson Flame Demon Pill, known for its fierce properties, blazing like fire, capable of nourishing the body and enhancing the cultivation of fire attribute martial arts. The 100 Herbs Body Fortifying Pill, a secret of the body fortifying sect. And the 9 Turns Meridian Pill, which could strengthen meridians and even unblock obstructed ones. Each recipe made Zhou Ping'an's mouth water. This one, and this one. Zhou Ping'an unabashedly selected 8 types of formulas. 8,000 pounds of turtle meat, Li exclaimed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. These alchemical formulas, while undeniably invaluable, ultimately remain mere recipes. Without the refinement into elixirs, they hold no utility. What could possibly surpass the worth of the flesh of a 7th-tier beast in the realm of acquired power? I kindly request Master Li to assemble the requisite ingredients for these formulas, the more the better, which I shall compensate for with beast flesh, proclaimed Zhou Ping'an. Pang Li confidently patted his chest. assuring that within 3 days, he would procure 1,000 of each ingredient specified in the 8 formulas. After bidding farewell to Master Li, Zhou Ping'an found no respite, as he had various matters to attend to. By the time he concluded, 2 days had elapsed. A significant development has occurred. Just as Zhou Ping'an delivered a 4th-tier fish demon to Luo Gang, he encountered the visibly elated Diao, who upon entering, "Uncle Diao, have you stumbled upon gold? Or is your joy derived from something else?" Zhou Ping'an jested. "Ah, this news surpasses the joy of finding gold. The Prince of Changlu has met his downfall." Diao Hu beamed. "Downfall? What transpired?" Zhou Ping'an inquired, taken aback. The 6th prince suffered over 3,000 casualties, 5 demon-slaying crossbows were entirely destroyed, and a 7th-tier major demon has escaped the encirclement, its whereabouts unknown. Would you not agree that the Prince of Changlu has indeed faltered? Diao Hu's expression radiated schadenfreude. The members of the demon-slaying office harbored deep dissatisfaction towards the Prince of Changlu's disregard for their authority. Witnessing his misfortune brought them immense satisfaction. The prince has indeed stirred a considerable calamity. Even with the support of the crown prince, he would be unable to absolve himself of the consequences. The court and the populace have gone into a frenzy, with petitions against the Prince of Changlu flooding into the eastern palace like snowflakes, though all were suppressed by the crown prince. Chapter 18. The Winds of Change. After Diao Hu elaborated on the Prince of Changlu's misadventure by the Huanglong River, Zhou Ping'an could not help but laugh at the prince's misfortunes. Following Zhou Ping'an and his companion's departure, the prince commanded the 6th prince to seal off both banks of the Huanglong River, prohibiting any approach. It is crucial to note that many commoners resided along the banks, and they too were expelled, resulting in tens of thousands rendered homeless overnight. The censors of the Great Zhou dynasty promptly impeached the Prince of Changlu, yet he managed to deflect the blame onto the chaos wrought by demons. After all, Zhou Ping'an and his group had caught numerous fish demons in the Huanglong River, and under the guise of exterminating demons, the prince faced little opposition from the censors. Subsequently, the Prince of Changlu embarked on his fishing venture, closely emulating Zhou Ping'an and his companions. He began by using demon blood to attract fish, followed by utilizing demon flesh as bait, and positioned 5 demon-slaying crossbows along the shore. As for the origins of the demon blood and flesh, they were, of course, procured from the prison of the demon-slaying office. To prepare these items, the prince had directly slain a 4th-tier demon. The audacity of the Prince of Changlu in slaying demons was unparalleled. Even seasoned veterans like Ma Er from the demon-slaying office dared not engage in such acts. However, the prince's fishing expedition was fated for misfortune, as they underestimated the strength of the demons in the water. Initially, 2 martial artists were directly pulled into the depths of the Huanglong River, meeting an untimely and tragic end. After much effort, several warriors managed to stabilize the fishing rod, only to reel in a water-toad demon of the 7th level of the postnatal realm. Despite the simultaneous firing of 5 demon-slaying crossbows, none found their mark. The water-toad demon then unleashed a bloody rampage, resulting in heavy casualties among the prince's retinue, with nearly all of the warriors under King Changle's command perishing. Had it not been for the intervention of an elderly eunuch who shielded them from the water-toad demon, even King Changle might have met his end that day. The elderly eunuch engaged the water-toad demon in a fierce battle lasting over 100 exchanges, but was eventually severely injured by a water sword attack. Following this, the water-toad demon broke free from its encirclement and vanished without a trace. The presence of a 7th-level postnatal demon lurking in the capital created widespread panic. King Changle continuously made grave mistakes, and it was inevitable that he would face impeachment. Water sword, demonic arts. Zhou Ping'an murmured to himself. The likelihood of encountering demons with magical abilities in the Yellow Dragon River was notably high. Had the water-toad demon not launched a surprise attack using its demonic arts, the elderly eunuch would likely have been able to slay it. Diao Hu remarked that the eunuch's strength surpassed that of the water-toad demon. Yet the tide of battle shifted dramatically due to a single spell. The fact that an elderly eunuch possesses such strength at the 7th level of the postnatal realm indicates the profound depth of the imperial lineage. Zhou Ping'an sighed. Eunuchs are mere servants of the emperor, usually remaining inconspicuous, only revealing their prowess in times of royal peril, Diao Hu explained. King Changle's calamity bore no relation to Zhou Ping'an. He merely considered it a joke, dismissing it after hearing the tale. Once Fatty Li delivered the medicinal herbs, Zhou Ping'an began his attempts at alchemy, with the Baichao Body Dan being his first choice, as it is the most suitable pill for body cultivators. However, Zhou Ping'an underestimated the complexities of alchemical creation, believing himself fully prepared, only to face repeated explosions of the furnace. Over the course of 2 months, he squandered 1,000 portions of medicinal materials, resulting in hundreds of explosions and countless failures. Boom. As the last portion of herbs was consumed, a resounding explosion shattered the alchemical furnace into pieces. Zhou, who was dining at the time, felt a jolt. He had grown accustomed to such sounds over the past 2 months. To this day, he struggled to comprehend Zhou Ping'an's fascination with alchemy. The art of alchemy was not so easily mastered. In the entire Great Zhou dynasty, alchemists were few and far between, the majority residing within the palace. For ordinary individuals, aspiring to become an alchemist was no less challenging than attaining the innate realm of martial arts. Ma Er and the others initially intended to dissuade Zhou Ping'an from continuing, but they opted not to dampen his enthusiasm, believing he would eventually recognize the difficulty of alchemy and abandon the endeavor on his own. Bah, another explosion. Zhou Ping'an spat out the remnants of the herbs. After cleansing himself of the grime, he donned a fresh outfit and made his way to the hall. Ping'an, alchemy is so simple, why not? Zhou began, but Zhou Ping'an seemed to misunderstand his intent, leaving Zhou unable to articulate his thoughts. From the very beginning, Zhou Ping'an was prepared for a protracted struggle, having lured so many demons from the Yellow Dragon River precisely for this purpose. As for the concern that an obsession with alchemy may hinder his cultivation, Zhou Ping'an felt no trepidation whatsoever. The golden scale crocodile within the cave was constantly absorbing spiritual energy, had it not been for his lackluster talent. He might have already ascended to the 3rd level of the postnatal realm. Zhou Ping'an also realized that his own cultivation level determined the strength of the golden scale crocodile. Stuck at the 2nd level of the postnatal realm himself, the golden scale crocodile remained at the same level. And it seemed that only upon his breakthrough would the crocodile be able to advance as well. Did we capture that water toad demon? Zhou Ping'an asked, tearing into a piece of grilled fish. Not yet. That water toad demon is exceedingly cunning and possesses a high degree of intelligence. Managing to outmaneuver the Demon Slayer division entirely, Zhou lamented. Possesses a high degree of intelligence? That cannot be true. We have caught so many fish demons, all of which lacked sentience. Even that large turtle had only marginal intelligence. How could this water toad demon be so astute? Zhou Ping'an pondered, taken aback. Zhou shook his head. Who can truly explain such matters? A spark of realization flickered in Zhou Ping'an's mind. Could it be related to humans? The demons they had captured were all slain on the spot, never given the opportunity to consume humans. However, this water toad demon was different. It had devoured thousands of ordinary people and martial artists. Perhaps this was the key to awakening the intelligence of demons? If Zhou Ping'an's conjecture held true, it would indeed make sense that demons coveted human flesh and blood. 2 days prior, 3 demon slayers had perished, and a town of 100,000 had been obliterated. After consuming 100,000 lives, the water toad demon vanished without a trace. The emperor, enraged, commanded the Demon Slayer division to exert all efforts to apprehend the water toad demon. Ma Er entered the room. It has been many years since such a massacre by demons has occurred, and this event has caused great panic among the populace. It is merely a postnatal realm level 7 water toad demon. How could the Demon Slayer division, with so many experts, fail to subdue it? Zhou Ping'an could not help but inquire. It is not a level 7, but rather a level 8, Ma Er corrected, shaking his head. Zhou Ping'an fell silent. The difference between level 7 and level 8, though seemingly minor, represented a vast chasm in strength, especially since the water toad demon wielded demonic arts, capable of easily slaying martial artists at level 9 of the postnatal realm. Only practitioners of the innate realm might stand a chance against the water toad demon. Originally, the Demon Slayer division had set a trap, intending to use the demon exterminating crossbow to eliminate it, but the creature had encountered the crossbow before and was not fooled. When the Demon Slayer division's forces let their guard down, it suddenly struck, destroying the crossbow and devouring all 13 demon slayers. Afterward, the beast broke through to a higher level, Ma Er said with a bitter expression. Though they had been sidelined from the Demon Slayer division, they remained part of it. Hearing of the division's repeated failures against a single demon filled their hearts with anguish. Subsequently, the division planned to gather a large number of martial artists to encircle the water toad demon. However, they did not anticipate that the water toad demon's strength would surge after reaching level 8, as its water sword technique rivaled the power of the demon exterminating crossbow, with a range even exceeding that of the crossbow. Often, before they even confronted it, the Demon Slayer division suffered heavy losses, with continual setbacks. The result was the dismissal of Commander Luo Gang, and the newly appointed commander was a revered figure from the prince's inner circle, a master at the 10th level of the postnatal realm. Upon assuming his post, the newly appointed commander issued a military decree, vowing to slay the water toad demon within 10 days. A master of martial arts? Where did such a figure emerge from? Ma Er and his companions were greatly astonished upon hearing this news. In the realm of martial arts, there are but a few grandmasters. How could one suddenly appear? Zhou Ping'an, however, remained indifferent to this development, recognizing it had little bearing on him. Instead, he chose to dedicate his time to refining his alchemical skills. On the 5th day following the new commander's ascendance, the water-toad demon was vanquished in the Great Lake. When its lifeless body was transported back to the imperial city, the streets were thronged with people eager to behold this legendary creature. After much inquiry, Ma Er and his companions learned that the new commander was named Yin Songfeng, a previously obscure figure under the prince's patronage, who had only recently been recommended by the prince to lead the demon-slaying department. Due to a series of grave errors, the Wang of Chang'e found himself under house arrest. With head bowed, he respectfully poured a fine drink for the enigmatic figure before him. Songfeng had successfully entered the demon-slaying department, and within a year, he would likely command it, thereby positioning the department as an ally to the prince. Aiding in his ascent to the throne, the mysterious individual raised his cup. Opposite him sat none other than the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Crown Prince Zhou Yunsheng, born to the current sovereign at the age of 18, now faced the twilight of his father, who was 82. Having served as crown prince for 64 years, Zhou Yunsheng's temples were now graying, and he bore the appearance of an aging man. Has there ever been a crown prince who has endured for 64 years? What of the item I seek? Zhou Yunsheng inquired with a slight huff. Prepared and ready. Your Highness, please take a look. This is the longevity peach, capable of extending life by 20 years, even rarer than the longevity fruit consumed by the previous emperor. A radiant peach appeared before Crown Prince Zhou Yunsheng. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The longevity peach was precisely what he had long desired. Having been crown prince for 64 years, he had anticipated outliving his father, only for the old man to acquire a longevity fruit that granted him an additional 10 years. Zhou Yunsheng felt a pang of despair, fearing he might pass before the elder. After enduring as crown prince for 6 decades, that position should rightfully be his. If the old man refused to abdicate, then he would assist him in doing so. The master indeed wields formidable strategies. Zhou Yunsheng accepted the longevity peach. When I ascend the throne, I trust you will not forget the promises of your... The mysterious individual smiled faintly. I shall not renege on my word. When I take the throne, half the empire shall belong to your demon sect. Chapter 19. Nie Wushuang's torment. Half a year later, Zhou Ping'an successfully consolidated the 4th strand of true dragon power, advancing to the 3rd level of the postnatal realm. Concurrently, the golden scale crocodile within his orifice also experienced a breakthrough. Daily immersions in demon bloodbaths and consuming the flesh of fish demons consumed considerable time. Yet it took a full 6 months to shatter the bottleneck. The cultivation of the dragon transformation technique had grown increasingly arduous. Moving from the 3rd to the 4th level required the refinement of 8 strands of true dragon power. Zhou Ping'an rubbed his temples in contemplation. The formidable power of the transformation of the dragon is indisputable, yet the pace of cultivation is exceedingly slow. Were it not for his boundless longevity, he would have long since abandoned it. Zhou Ping'an arrived in the ice cellar, where the fish demons he had previously caught were all stored. The most striking feature within the ice cellar was a massive turtle shell, occupying a significant portion of the space. Zhou Ping'an had a vague sense that he could refine this large turtle shell, but his attempts had repeatedly ended in failure. However, upon breaking through to the 3rd level of the postnatal realm, he felt a renewed capability to refine the shell. As he approached, that feeling intensified. Suddenly, a withered tree root emerged from within Zhou Ping'an's body, entwining the large turtle shell. To his astonishment, the shell visibly shrank, ultimately transforming into a black light that merged with the root and entered his body. Within the acupoint on his left wrist appeared a large turtle. Instantly, a surge of information flooded Zhou Ping'an's mind. This turtle possessed a trace of the mysterious tortoise's bloodline. It seemed that the root only absorbed those demon beasts with special bloodlines. Zhou Ping'an exhaled a long breath, and a technique titled Turtle Breath Technique materialized in his mind, which, when practiced, could conceal one's aura and even disguise one's cultivation level, a vital skill for survival. Although a turtle now resided within his acupoint, Zhou Ping'an felt no significant change. The spirit-devouring technique of the golden-scaled crocodile had already provided ample spiritual energy for his cultivation, alleviating any concerns that the addition of a turtle would hinder his progress. Over the course of 6 months, Zhou Ping'an diligently practiced alchemy, achieving some progress. At the very least, he no longer risked explosions in the alchemical furnace. However, successfully producing pills remained a distant aspiration. After half a year, Zhou Ping'an returned to the demon-slaying department's prison. Habitually, he approached the cage of the scale-boned serpent demon, unlocking it with a key, and then exerted his strength to force open the iron door, which weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Who goes there? A gaunt serpent reacted as if startled. Upon recognizing Zhou Ping'an, its murky eyes sparkled with a glimmer of recognition. Young Master Zhou. Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. Was this truly the scalebone serpent demon? It was so emaciated, reduced to mere skin and bones. What happened to you? Zhou Ping'an could not help but inquire. Young Master Zhou, you have finally come. Those brutes are not human. They are beasts. They bled me dry without offering me any food. The scalebone serpent demon began to lament its suffering. Compared to those beasts, its previous days under Zhou Ping'an's care were a paradise. Zhou Ping'an's lips twitched. Were the individuals planted by the Great Zhou royal family truly so ruthless? Did they not understand the concept of sustainable resource management? He felt that had he arrived a few days later, the scalebone serpent demon might have perished. Young Master Zhou, I beseech you for a favor. The scalebone serpent demon pleaded. Are you seeking my assistance? You must be mistaken. You are a creature of darkness. And I am but a human. I have no reason to aid you. Zhou Ping'an remarked, shaking his head. Do not depart. I possess a hidden paradise. And should the esteemed Lord Zhou be willing to assist me, I shall reveal its location, the scalebone serpent implored. A hidden paradise? Zhou Ping'an's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Although he already had the 10,000 serpent cave, who would refuse such a treasure? Do tell, he urged, closing the cage door. A century ago, I laid an egg, which I concealed within the hidden paradise, intending to use its spiritual energy for hatching. Subsequently, I was captured by the demon-slaying division, and that egg has remained dormant ever since. I hope that the esteemed Lord Zhou can assist in hatching it, and everything within the hidden paradise shall belong to you. The scalebone serpent gazed at Zhou Ping'an with hopeful eyes. Are you jesting? You expect me to hatch a demon? You must be leading me to my demise. Zhou Ping'an replied with a cold smile. The enmity between humans and demons is profound. Nurturing a demon, if discovered, would surely result in death. I am willing to have it recognize you as its master. The scalebone serpent gritted its teeth. The human lifespan is but a century, and even those born with innate gifts scarcely reach 500 years, a mere trifle when compared to demons. The scalebone serpent had calculated well. A newborn demon possesses little combat strength, and recognizing Zhou Ping'an as its master would allow it to weather its weakest phase safely. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Zhou Ping'an chuckled derisively. My blood can facilitate its hatching. When it breaks free from its shell, a single drop of your blood will leave a mark of your lineage within my offspring. It shall regard you as its progenitor, the scalebone serpent explained. Now that sounds rather intriguing. Zhou Ping'an mused, stroking his chin. If he could rear a compliant demon, it would significantly enhance his power. He had already envisioned the perfect location, the 10,000 serpent cave. Has the esteemed Lord Zhou agreed? The scalebone serpent exclaimed with delight. Indeed, reveal the location to me. Zhou Ping'an replied. At that moment, the mechanisms of the cage clanked ominously. Someone was approaching. Esteemed Lord Zhou, hurry. I shall disclose the location. The scalebone serpent's expression shifted in alarm. Zhou Ping'an swiftly moved forward, learning the whereabouts of the hidden paradise from the scalebone serpent. Who dares to intrude upon the demon-slaying division's prison? A middle-aged man bellowed. I am Zhou Ping'an, the emperor's appointed loyal and brave earl, a servant of the demon-slaying division. Zhou Ping'an stated calmly, regarding the man with indifference. Step aside and do not obstruct my duties, the middle-aged man grumbled, moving an iron bucket closer, evidently intent on draining the scalebone serpent's blood. This scalebone serpent is already weakened. If you drain it further, it shall perish. Zhou Ping'an's brow furrowed in concern. Mind your own business and do not obstruct my path. The middle-aged man attempted to push Zhou Ping'an aside. As Zhou Ping'an gazed at the man, an image of Luo Bai flashed through his mind. The aura emanating from this middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to that of Luo Bai. With a sudden thrust, the middle-aged man plunged a knife into the scalebone serpent's body. After a prolonged moment, the desiccated creature finally oozed blood. The faint glimmer in the eyes of the scalebone serpent demon faded away. The scalebone serpent demon was dead. Zhou Ping'an gazed at the lifeless form of the demon, filled with a sense of melancholy. It was the only demon he had encountered since entering the demon-slaying department's prison, though he felt no sympathy for demons. Witnessing the scalebone serpent demon perish from the draining of its blood stirred a twinge of pity within him. In his hand, a crimson blood bead materialized, expelled by the scalebone serpent demon in its final moments. With a sigh, Zhou Ping'an prepared to depart from the demon-slaying department's prison. Lord Zhongyong, please wait. A voice suddenly called out from behind him. What is it? Zhou Ping'an turned around. I am Bai Yun, the current steward of the demon-slaying department's prison. I have heard much about you, the heroic youth known as Lord Zhongyong. Today, I see you truly are extraordinary. I would be honored if you could grace me with your presence. Bai Yun approached with a jovial demeanor. Another one of those ominous presences? Zhou Ping'an furrowed his brow, sensing a similarity between Bai Yun and Luo Bai. No, I am quite busy and have no time. Zhou Ping'an declined before promptly leaving the prison. Once Zhou Ping'an departed, the smile on Bai Yun's face darkened. Lord Bai, Are we simply letting him go? According to our intelligence, he is likely connected to the case from years ago. A middle-aged man inquired. Let us not act against him for now. After all, he bears the title of Lord Zhongyong, Bai Yun replied, shaking his head. Although he harbored doubts that Zhou Ping'an, who was an ordinary man 3 years prior, could have harmed Luo Bai, he believed it better to err on the side of caution. Niexiong? Just as Zhou Ping'an left the prison, he encountered Niao Wushuang, who wore a troubled expression. Brother Zhou, it has been a long time. Seeing an old friend brightened Niao Wushuang's mood considerably. Noticing Niao Wushuang's weary appearance, Zhou Ping'an suggested they go to Jinmintang for a drink. Indeed, let's indulge in some wine to dispel the ill fortune. Niao Wushuang nodded in agreement. Ill fortune? What do you mean by that? Sigh, it's a long story. Let me explain as we go, Niao Wushuang sighed. Welcome, Master Zhou and esteemed guests. A servant from Jinmintang rushed forward to attend to them upon seeing Zhou Ping'an. Who would have thought, after some time apart, you have become quite the gentleman? Niao Wushuang observed curiously. Just engaged in a bit of business with Jinmintang, and familiarity grew. Zhou Ping'an shrugged. As the wine was served, Niao Wushuang seized a wine jug, quickly downing its contents. Zhou Ping'an could tell that Niao Wushuang was troubled, but he refrained from interrupting, watching as Niao Wushuang continued to drink jug after jug. Since childhood, I aspired to become a demon slayer, traversing the Great Zhou dynasty to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. To achieve this, I began training in martial arts at the age of 3, enduring the harshest winters and summers without pause. Yet why, after finally becoming a demon slayer, am I rendered powerless, forced to witness demons ravaging cities? Niao Wushuang's eyes burned with fervor. In the past 6 months, the situation in the Great Zhou dynasty has dramatically shifted. The demons that once retreated to the 10,000 demon mountains have returned with a vengeance, launching numerous assaults on the borders. The stationed demon-slaying army has suffered tremendous losses, with many demons breaching their defenses and infiltrating the heart of the dynasty, slaughtering cities and villages. Such scenes are akin to hell. The demon slayer always arrives a step too late, leaving behind a grim scene strewn with corpses. Having witnessed such sights repeatedly, even the most stalwart men may crumble. It seems the demons are aware of our movements. No matter how desperately we strive or how swiftly we travel, we are perpetually a step behind. Just as we find ourselves utterly exhausted, the demons emerge from the shadows, claiming the lives of many comrades. At this moment, Niao Wushuang, a man of iron and steel, weeps like a child. Chapter 20. Triple kill. Since the founding of the Demon Slayer office by the Great Zhou's founding emperor, the organization has never suffered such a significant loss. Do you suspect there are internal issues within the Demon Slayer office? Zhou Ping'an furrowed his brow. It is not a suspicion, it is a certainty. The inebriated Niao Wushuang spoke without restraint. Ever since the aristocracy took control of the Demon Slayer office, problems have arisen. I even suspect that the demons have infiltrated the organization. Niao Wushuang took a deep swig of his drink. The demon cult. Zhou Ping'an's expression shifted slightly, involuntarily recalling the 2 individuals he had just encountered. The aura surrounding them was remarkably similar to that of Luo Bai. If these 2 individuals were also warriors of the demon cult, Zhou Ping'an could not help but inhale sharply. The notion that the Demon Slayer office might be under the control of the demon cult's warriors is profoundly ironic. Although he was internally shocked, Zhou Ping'an had no intention of becoming embroiled in this matter. The demon cult was not something he could afford to provoke. With greater forces at play, he was merely a trifling practitioner of the 3rd stage of postnatal cultivation. There was no need for misplaced self-importance. After escorting Niao Wushuang back to the Yong'an Marquis's residence, Zhou Ping'an returned to the home of Diaohu. Following his farewells to Uncle Ma and the other elders, he departed the capital. The lair of the scale-boned serpent demon lay 4,000 to 5,000 miles from the capital, even with the speed of a horned horse. A round trip would take over half a month. Zhou Ping'an felt an intense longing for that hidden realm, realizing that it would be prudent to set forth without delay to avoid unnecessary complications. Ma Er presented Zhou Ping'an with a sea eagle. With this bird, he could maintain contact with the capital at any time. Shortly after Zhou Ping'an left the city, 3 riders departed in the same direction, unaware of the sea eagle circling at the city gates. An hour later, the sea eagle descended upon Zhou Ping'an's shoulder. Fortunately, being a body cultivator and clad in serpent skin armor, he was spared from the piercing claws of the eagle. Zhou Ping'an removed the note tied to the eagle's talon, which bore 4 large characters. 3 riders, follow. Narrowing his eyes, he initially had Uncle Ma observe at the city gate merely as a precaution, never expecting that someone would actually be tailing him. It was surprising that a mere practitioner of the 3rd stage of postnatal cultivation could attract such attention. The demon cult? Zhou Ping'an pondered the legendary organization, suspecting their interest likely lay in the innate treasures. Time had not diminished their ambitions. Zhou Ping'an exhaled a deep breath. Aware of being followed, he wisely chose not to head directly to his destination, instead leading the three pursuers in circles around the vicinity of the capital. The young man has been circling around. Could it be that he has discovered our presence? Zhou Li wore a face of frustration. He had initially thought that tracking a mere third-tier cultivator would be a simple task, yet this fellow proved as slippery as an eel, nearly eluding them on several occasions. It should not be possible. The intelligence indicated that this individual is exceedingly cautious, rarely departing from the capital since entering the demon-slaying division, Wang Fei remarked. What purpose does Lord Baiyun have in instructing us to follow this fellow? 3 years ago, he was nothing but an ordinary person. There is no conceivable way he could have killed the deputy sect master, Pei Feng sighed. This young man was present at the site of the deputy sect master's demise. Over the years, we have conducted thorough investigations, eliminating nearly everyone, leaving only him, when all possibilities have been exhausted. Even the most absurd remaining option must be the person we seek, Wang Fei sneered coldly. Zhou Ping'an underestimated the fanaticism of the demon cult's practitioners. For the sake of the innate treasure, they had leveraged the intelligence network of the demon-slaying division over the past 3 years, interrogating anyone who might have had contact with Luo Bai, yet to no avail. Now, they had set their sights on Zhou Ping'an. Despite my repeated detours, these three have managed to keep up. They must possess some form of tracking technique. Zhou Ping, moreover, with three tails trailing behind him, Zhou Ping'an felt a sense of unease. After all, he was uncertain whether these three individuals possessed any additional means to track him. The most prudent course of action was to strike first, to eliminate the threat at its root. 3 years prior, such thoughts would have been inconceivable to him, but the passage of time had granted him maturity. Now, with his enemies in the open and himself concealed, and the trio dispersed, this was undoubtedly the opportune moment. Their cultivation levels likely hovered around the 4th or 5th stage of the acquired realm, under an element of surprise. He harbored a 90% assurance of being able to slay them. Zhou Ping'an assessed the balance of power between himself and his adversaries and deemed his plan feasible. Wang Fei and his companions were martial artists who cultivated inner strength. Devoid of their abilities, their physical prowess was merely superior to that of an ordinary person. A far cry from Zhou Ping'an, who was a physical cultivator. Cautiously, he maneuvered among the trees, his initial target being Pei Feng. For it was this individual who had the capability to track him, thanks to the turtle breathing technique, even as Zhou Ping'an positioned himself directly above Pei Feng. The latter remained oblivious. Regrettably for him, death was now inevitable. With a mighty leap, Zhou Ping'an's meteorite blade swiftly severed Pei Feng's throat. Pei Feng felt a sudden stiffness in his neck before consciousness faded away. He perished without ever knowing his assailant's identity. Searching through Pei Feng's belongings, Zhou Ping'an discovered a small booklet and a tiny porcelain vial. With no time for further examination, he seized the cage and vanished into the vast wilderness. He had intended to eliminate one more foe, yet circumstances shifted unexpectedly. Wang Fei and Zhou Li had reunited and were preparing to rendezvous with Pei Feng after a fruitless search. What they encountered instead was Pei Feng's lifeless body. In an instant, the two leapt off their steed, back to back, on high alert. Concealed among the treetops, Zhou Ping'an sighed. Both were seasoned warriors, and facing them 2 against 1 offered him scant hope of victory. However, he had no intention of confronting them head-on, as Wang Fei maintained his vigilant stance. The sound of slicing air echoed from the darkness. Instinctively, Wang Fei evaded, but could Zhou Li, positioned behind him, manage the same? Realizing this, Wang Fei hastily warned, "Be careful." But alas, it was too late. A water sword pierced through Zhou Li's inner strength, impaling his chest. An evil technique. Wang Fei gasped, recognizing the malevolent nature of the water sword. How formidable this sorcery is. Zhou Ping'an marveled inwardly. Come out. Hiding in the shadows does not make one a hero. Wang Fei railed. Zhou Ping'an rolled his eyes. Emerging now would be no different from appearing a fool, continuously shifting his position. Zhou Ping'an awaited the moment Wang Fei would reveal a flaw, then he would strike decisively. Wang Fei's face turned pale. He sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the darkness. 1 hour, 2 hours passed. Wang Fei's resolve crumbled. He lacked the courage to face the terror of the unknown and chose to flee. The steed was nearby. If he could mount it, escape would be within reach. However, it was precisely this moment that Zhou Ping'an had been awaiting. When fear gripped the hearts of men and they contemplated fleeing, that was when they were most vulnerable. A flaw appeared. The 4 strands of true dragon energy within Zhou Ping'an erupted forth. The golden-scaled crocodile within the cave transformed into a beam of golden light, enveloping Zhou Ping'an's right arm. This strike would be his most formidable blow. Whoosh. Yet, just as Wang Fei had turned to flee, he abruptly spun around. "I've been waiting for you, you bastard." Wang Fei roared angrily, unleashing his internal energy, which enveloped his long knife in a crimson glow as he struck towards Zhou Ping'an. The fifth level of the postnatal realm. Zhou Ping'an's heart sank in alarm. However, retreating now would spell certain death. In a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. Kill! Zhou Ping'an shouted, charging straight at Wang Fei. Fool, you are doomed. Wang Fei laughed heartily, utterly confident in his ability to slay Zhou Ping'an. Clang! Yet, this seemingly inevitable strike was thwarted. Wang Fei's expression froze as he gazed incredulously at Zhou Ping'an's left arm. What is this? A turtle shell? He could not fathom why a turtle shell had suddenly appeared in Zhou Ping'an's hand, but in the next moment, Zhou Ping'an's fist had already struck his chest. Crack! Wang Fei's chest was obliterated, and his body was sent flying several yards away. Chapter 21. Zhou Ping'an wiped the blood from his palm, and the turtle shell that had appeared vanished as well. Lying on the ground, Wang Fei was coughing up blood, his face etched with terror. Is this boy a man or a ghost? How can he still be alive? Zhou Ping'an observed Wang Fei, whose body was half destroyed, but refrained from approaching. You, are you a man or a ghost? Wang Fei struggled to sit up. He knew his time was short, yet before he met his end, he yearned to comprehend why a turtle shell had suddenly materialized in Zhou Ping'an's hand. Had it not been for that shell, his long knife would have undoubtedly severed Zhou Ping'an's head first, and it would be Zhou Ping'an lying dead. Do you think I would tell you? Zhou Ping'an retreated a few steps, wary of any hidden tricks Wang Fei might possess. Wang Fei was overcome with rage, spitting blood far away. Whoosh! Zhou Ping'an flicked his finger, and a pebble pierced through Wang Fei's brow, causing his body to go limp immediately. Once he confirmed Wang Fei was dead, Zhou Ping'an approached his corpse and began to search through it. His eyes lit up as he stumbled upon something valuable, a beautifully crafted wooden box. Opening it revealed a golden elixir, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting forth. Although Zhou Ping'an had often failed in alchemy, it did not hinder his ability to appreciate medicinal pills. This one was clearly extraordinary. He also rifled through Zhao Li's corpse, discovering a token inscribed with the character for demon. At first glance, it appeared identical to the tokens of the demon-slaying department, but upon closer inspection, one could discern faint traces of blood on the character. Zhou Ping'an assessed his spoils, a scroll titled Baiqiao Danjing, a vial of guiding incense, a guiding insect, an unidentified elixir, and a token of uncertain purpose. It is said that killing and arson yield golden rewards. To achieve a triple kill and acquire such a bounty was indeed remarkable. Among these treasures, Zhou Ping'an placed the utmost value on the Baiqiao Danjing, an esteemed alchemical manual and the cherished inheritance of the Baiqiao sect. The history of the Baiqiao sect can be traced back a millennium. Recognized as a formidable school of alchemy that once stood as one of the few human sects capable of resisting the onslaught of demons before the emergence of the Great Zhou's founding emperor. Regrettably, the Baiqiao sect gradually waned under the relentless attacks from these malevolent beings, ultimately facing annihilation, leading to the severance of its lineage. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ping'an discovered the Baiqiao Danjing within Zhao Li, albeit in a fragmented state. Nonetheless, it was an invaluable treasure to him. With the Baiqiao Danjing, Zhou Ping'an no longer had to fumble in the dark, making significant strides toward becoming an alchemist. As a meticulous and cautious individual, he deemed it necessary to erase any traces, incinerating the bodies of the three men until they were reduced to ashes. Regarding their identities, Zhou Ping'an was largely convinced they belonged to the demon cult. Sighing, he lamented, I merely wish to cultivate in peace, yet turmoil seems to follow me relentlessly. Zhou Ping'an mounted his steed and continued on his journey. After 10 days, he finally arrived at the fabled paradise of the scale-boned serpent demon. Gazing upon the shimmering surface of the lake, he inhaled deeply. Yulong Lake, one of the Great Zhou after activating the transformation of the dragon and regaining some vitality. Zhou Ping'an grasped with one hand, and a black turtle shell materialized in his left hand. This shell was none other than the transformation of the large turtle from within the acupoint. With the golden-scaled crocodile in his left hand and the great turtle in his right, he achieved a perfect balance of offense and defense. Despite being in an ice cavern, an abundance of flora flourished around him, emanating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy, undoubtedly comprised of rare treasures of heaven and earth. Zhou Ping'an finally understood the adage that one only regrets not having sufficient knowledge when opportunities arise. With so many precious resources before him, he realized he recognized none. He resolved to diligently study the lore of these treasures upon his return. As he gazed hungrily at the various spiritual herbs, Zhou Ping'an restrained himself from touching them. They were all his, and there was no rush. On a deep blue ice block, he spotted his goal, a snake egg the size of a palm, adorned with faint blue patterns. How could such a small egg belong to a creature as large as the scalebone serpent? Zhou Ping'an scrutinized the egg, extracting the essence of the scale-bone serpent and letting it drip onto the shell. With his right hand gripping the meteorite longsword, he stood ready to sever the newly born serpent should anything go awry. Crack, crack. The water-blue shell began to fissure. Zhou Ping'an watched anxiously as the small serpent struggled to emerge. A drop of blood fell from his finger as he inadvertently cut it. Drip. Just as the little serpent broke free from its shell, the blood landed upon its head. Buzz. In that instant, Zhou Ping'an felt an inexplicable connection, as if their bloodlines intertwined. The newborn serpent, curious about its surroundings, gravitated towards him, drawn by the bond they shared. The pale blue serpent opened its mouth and gently grasped Zhou Ping'an's finger. He playfully interacted with the little creature, marveling at its charm, especially since the scale-bone serpent was known for its grotesque appearance. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an noticed two small bulges atop the serpent's head. Could it be? His pupils constricted. As he touched the bulges, they felt firm, as if something lay within. Horns protruding. Was it a transformation into a flood dragon? Zhou Ping'an gasped in astonishment. The flood dragon, a legendary beast. It was said that the founder of the Great Zhou once vanquished a flood dragon, altering the heavens and earth in that battle. The transformation of the dragon was indeed the technique for a python to metamorphose into a dragon, and at its pinnacle, one could become a flood dragon. Yet, this was merely theoretical. The scale-bone serpent had cultivated for over 3,000 years and had barely reached the fourth stage of the acquired realm, a great distance from dragon transformation. However, this newborn serpent exhibited the promise of greatness. If it were to grow, wouldn't it embody the legendary flood dragon? At that moment, Zhou Ping'an instinctively felt compelled to eliminate the serpent. Yet, the bond they shared held him back. I've been ensnared, he sighed, realizing that in his pursuit of the scale-bone serpent's hidden treasures, he had fallen into its own trap. The serpentine creature had not anticipated that it was an immortal being. It could simply wait for a millennium or so for this little snake to grow, and then it would become invincible. Alas, it decided to spare the creature's life. Henceforth, it would be his offspring. A name needed to be chosen. What should it be? Zhou. What was it again? Zhou Ping'an, at a loss for suitable names, found himself momentarily stumped. The little snake seemed to possess a form of telepathy, sensing Zhou Ping'an's dilemma. It swam over to a piece of aquamarine ice and tapped its tail against it. Zhou Ping'an? Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. The little snake nodded, appearing quite pleased with the name. Ah, you clever little creature. Zhou Ping'an extended his hand, and Zhou Ping'an swiftly climbed onto it. Possessing such high intelligence from birth, this little snake was destined for greatness. Zhou Ping'an pointed with its tail at the surrounding white berries. Do you wish to eat? Zhou Ping'an inquired. Yes. Zhou Ping'an nodded eagerly. Those white berries were spiritual herbs, though Zhou Ping'an did not recognize them and was hesitant to consume them. Now that Zhou Ping'an desired to eat, it seemed safe, so he picked one. The moment he grasped it, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Yet, Zhou Ping'an opened its small mouth, took the berry, and squinted in sheer delight. Then, this little creature became encased in ice. Zhou Ping'an gasped, fearing it might freeze to death. However, upon sensing the surge of vitality emanating from Zhou Ping'an, his anxiety dissipated. If Zhou Ping'an could eat it without harm, surely he could consume one as well, he thought, swallowing hard at the sight of the berry. With a crunch, as Zhou Ping'an bit into the white berry, his body instantly froze. Yet, his consciousness remained remarkably clear, and he was even able to activate his dragon transformation technique. What was once an arduous practice now felt remarkably effortless. After merely circulating a few cycles of energy, the fifth strand of true dragon power began to take form. In the ice for half a month, Zhou Ping'an's cultivation advanced from the third to the fourth level of the postnatal realm, a remarkable transformation brought about by just one spiritual fruit. With a casual punch, he generated a series of sonic booms, the force of his blow exceeding 80,000 pounds. Glancing at the still sleeping Zhou Ping'an, he approached the berry tree, scrutinizing the pristine white berries. He had previously consumed a millennium-old ginseng, yet its effects paled in comparison to these white berries. As he drew nearer, he noticed something moving within the snowy fruit. His eyes, nearly overwhelmed, finally discerned the outline of what appeared to be a dragon. Astonishingly, these white berries contained the essence of a dragon. No wonder. As I cultivate the dragon transformation technique, the dragon essence within these berries resonates with my practice, enabling my breakthrough. Zhou Ping'an was filled with joy, for he sensed his fortune had arrived. The pristine white berries were abundant, and if he were to harvest them all, his cultivation worries would vanish. Moreover, the growth of the little one, Zhou Ping'an, seemed intertwined with these berries. Without hesitation, Zhou Ping'an shed his garments and began to gather the snow-white fruits. While the little one remained in slumber, he wandered through the icy cavern. After a thorough exploration, he found nothing extraordinary aside from the myriad of spiritual herbs scattered about. Eventually, Zhou Ping'an sat upon a water-blue ice block, when suddenly, a chilling energy surged through him. He jolted upright, astonished at the sight of the ice block. Through its translucent surface, he discerned a snow-white horn that bore an uncanny resemblance to a dragon's horn. Hastily, he shifted the ice block aside, revealing beneath the thick layer of ice a coiled snow-white dragon. Zhou Ping'an gasped in astonishment. A dragon. The fabled creature of legend. This icy cavern was, in fact, resting upon the body of the dragon. Though this creature had been deceased for countless years, its form remained strikingly lifelike. It became clear why Zhou Ping'an had displayed such remarkable talents from birth. She was influenced by this dragon. It was fortunate that the serpent demon had discovered such a blessed sanctuary. The value of the dragon's remains was immeasurable, and Zhou Ping'an instinctively desired to break through the ice layer. However, his full force barely dented its surface. When his meteoric iron blade struck the ice, sparks flew. Yet the blade shattered instead. The hardness of the ice far surpassed that of meteoric iron. Even the legendary 10,000-year-old Xian ice paled in comparison. Before the dragon's corpse, Zhou Ping'an could only gaze longingly, his heart heavy with frustration. Yet, thinking positively, he reminded himself that the dragon's body, encased in ice, would not decay. He could return when his strength was sufficient to claim it. Just then, the ice surrounding Zhou Ping'an cracked, and the little one had grown noticeably larger. Come here. Little one, Zhou Ping'an beckoned. In an instant, Zhou Ping'an sprang forth, wrapping herself around his neck. We must depart now, Zhou Ping'an said. With excitement, Zhou Ping'an nodded eagerly. Before leaving, Zhou Ping'an collected the eggshells. He knew that hatchlings typically consume their eggshells after hatching, and these could serve as a treat for the little one. Even if she did not eat them, he had no intention of wasting such precious shells, imbued as they were with the essence of the dragon. With a splash, Zhou Ping'an submerged himself in the lake. The little one exhaled a frosty breath, forming a thin layer of ice that shielded them from the current. Truly gifted. Zhou Ping'an sighed, and with the little one's assistance, they swiftly exited Yulong Lake. A month had passed since Zhou Ping'an departed from the capital. He had left as a third-level practitioner and returned as a fourth-level practitioner. However, Zhou Ping'an operated the turtle-breathing technique, concealing his presence, and to outsiders, he still appeared as a third layer of postnatal realm. Has he truly returned alive? Were Wang Fei and his companions defeated? Useless, utterly useless. 3 individuals could not contend with a mere third layer of postnatal realm. When Bai Yun learned that Zhou Ping'an had returned to the capital, she was seething with anger. After waiting 3 long years for Zhou Ping'an to leave the city, such a splendid opportunity was squandered. Given Zhou Ping'an's disposition, who knows when he would next depart the capital? As for acting within the city, that would be courting death. Despite her resentment, Bai Yun could only suppress her emotions and wait for Zhou Ping'an's next exit from the capital. You have raised a monster? When Zhou Ping'an returned to the Diao residence with Zhou Ping'an, Diao Hu nearly drew his blade. Uncle Diao, Ping'an is very well behaved. Is there any way for me to keep her? Zhou Ping'an could only turn to Diao Hu for help. He had considered raising Zhou Ping'an in the 10,000 Serpent Cave, but the little one adamantly refused, leaving Zhou Ping'an no choice but to bring her back to the capital. Well, it's not impossible. Diao Hu rubbed his head. We can register her under the name of the Demon-Slaying Division as a spirit beast to subdue demons. Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. Does the Demon-Slaying Division even have spirit beasts? He had served in the division for many years and had never heard of such a thing. You've only been here a few years. There are many secrets within the Demon-Slaying Division, Diao Hu retorted with a glance. I'll help you make the connection. But whether it succeeds depends on your own efforts. Diao Hu wore an expression that suggested understanding. Zhou Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement. Uncle Diao, rest assured, I understand. It's merely a matter of benefits. Zhou Ping'an comprehended this well. 100 pounds of turtle meat, along with 2 spiritual herbs, should suffice, he mused. That night, under Diao Hu's guidance, Zhou Ping'an arrived at an unfamiliar street. Sir, come to play. Oh, sir, it's been a while since you visited. Zhou Ping'an's face flushed crimson. This was indeed a brothel. The renowned Xiuquan Pavilion was located on this very street. Diao Hu, who had been observing Zhou Ping'an, burst into laughter. I forgot you were still a novice. How about it? Uncle Diao is treating you well today, introducing you to the pleasures of life. Diao Hu laughed heartily. Old Diao, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. A shifty-eyed fellow squatted in the corner of Xiuquan Pavilion. Zhou Ping'an's mouth twitched. This man looked rather lecherous. Brother Wu, what are you up to? Diao Hu chuckled. You ask, knowing full well my wife is fierce, Wu Liang replied, rolling his eyes at Diao Hu. Then let's find another place? No, this place is just fine. It's been ages since I came. I wonder if Zhou Ping'an, startled, instinctively recoiled as the graceful maiden lunged forward, missing her target. What business do you have bringing a fledgling to such an establishment? Wu Liang paused. quickly discerning that it was Zhou Ping'an's inaugural visit to such a place. Is it not a matter of request? Diaohu chuckled slyly. Ignoring the throng of flirtatious figures surrounding Zhou Ping'an, the two found a private booth to settle into. Speak, what brings you to me? Wu Liang inquired. I seek a talisman for subduing demon beasts, Diaohu replied. Wu Liang raised an eyebrow. Have you also taken to nurturing monsters like those of noble lineage? Can you afford such a venture? The growth of these creatures spans centuries. Personal cultivation is hardly advantageous. Only those ancient families with a legacy of millennia possess the means and audacity to rear such beasts. The demon-slaying division has captured numerous monsters. Aside from their confinement and bloodletting, some have been tamed to serve as guardian beasts for the division. Throughout the extermination endeavors, these guardian beasts have proven invaluable. However, the cultivation of monsters tends to incite panic, which is why they remain shrouded in secrecy. Ah, the folly of youth. Impulsive, curious, eager to act. Diaohu remarked with a grin. It's a challenging endeavor. The issuance of the guardian beast talisman is stringently regulated. The Marquis of Chongping has long desired one. Yet I have thwarted his attempts. Wu Liang shook his head. The Marquis is but an outsider. How can he compare to us, brothers? Rest assured, I have it well in hand. The offerings are already prepared. Diaohu produced 2 jade boxes from his robe. Despite their elegant casing, the chilling aura emanated forth unabated. Spiritual herbs. Wu Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Diaohu was indeed astute. These herbs are a fortunate find of my young lad. How could such a child comprehend the intricacies of spiritual herbs? Natural treasures must be bestowed upon those who can truly appreciate them. Diaohu opened the jade boxes. Lo and behold, this is snow spirit grass. It is of considerable age, at least 1,500 years, possibly even 2,000. What a splendid find. Wu Liang was beside himself with joy. Delightful indeed. I trust you will pay due attention to the matter of the talisman, Diaohu said, handing the jade boxes to Wu Liang. Of course, we are all kin here. I shall devise a solution, Wu Liang replied, accepting the jade boxes with a broad smile. Might I inquire if this young sir is visiting for the first time? Just as Zhou Ping'an found himself ensnared by the throng of enchanting figures, a voice as alluring as a siren's song wafted from behind him. Zhou Ping'an shivered involuntarily, instinctively turning his head, only to be momentarily stunned by the atmosphere around him. What a breathtaking visage! His breath quickened as the woman gracefully approached him, her purple gauze garment flowing like the whispering breeze. Zhou Ping'an's gaze became entranced, his body unconsciously yearning to draw nearer to her. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his wrist. The powers of the golden-scaled crocodile and the great turtle snapped him back to clarity. A wave of trepidation washed over Zhou Ping'an. What a terrifying ability to control one's very essence in an instant. Chapter 23. Like a dream, Zhou Ping'an did not expose her. Instead, he pretended to be captivated by the woman and followed her up to the second floor. Slender, greenish fingers tapped lightly on Zhou Ping'an's chest, then gave a gentle push, ushering him into a private room. Stay guard outside, the woman murmured softly. 2 maids promptly closed the door. Zhou Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. Could this woman be planning to take advantage of him? If Rumming standing opposite him knew what was going through his mind, she would surely sneer in disdain. Seduce you? You think far too highly of yourself. Young Master Zhou Ping'an jolted. Her voice was bewitchingly alluring, enough to make his bones turn soft. A hot, restless fire flared in his lower belly. This woman is formidable. Just her voice alone is utterly intoxicating. Luckily, the golden scale crocodile and the giant turtle residing in his acupoints lent him inner fortitude. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to her charm. Since he had already put on an act, he might as well see it through to the end. Zhou Ping'an reached out and pulled Rumming into his arms, his large hands roaming freely over her body. Rumming let out soft, breathless gasps, her fragrance delicate and faint as she looped her jade-like arms around his shoulders. A cold smirk crossed Zhou Ping'an's mind. She was quite the actress, putting on an act of being willing and yielding. Very well, if she wanted to play along, he would play right back. His hands drifted steadily upward, on the verge of reaching her peak. A flicker of revulsion flashed across Rumming's face, yet she calmly caught hold of his wandering hands without a trace. Take your time, young master. How about we play a little game instead? Rumming's body seemed as fluid as water, slipping effortlessly out of his grasp. Zhou Ping'an's eyes twitched inwardly. What exquisite body movement technique. A game? What kind of game? He put on an impatient, eager look and reached out to wrap his arms around her waist again. But Rumming would not let him have his way. She had lured him here solely to extract information from him, not to let him take liberties with her. My lord, shall we drink a nuptial cup together? Rumming held up 2 goblets of crimson wine and brought them before Zhou Ping'an. What kind of wine is this? Zhou Ping'an asked. This is hero-s drunkenness, also known as beauty-s wine. As the saying goes, Even heroes fall for beauties. When a beauty offers wine, even the bravest hero grows intoxicated. Rumeng smiled gently and held out a cup to him. Drink your wine, my foot. Zhou Ping'an was no fool. How could he drink wine offered by a woman with obvious ill intentions? Splendid, splendid. What a fitting name for hero-esque drunkenness. Come here, beauty, feed it to me yourself. Zhou Ping'an clapped his hands in feigned delight. Seeing his lecherous, impatient demeanor, Rumeng scoffed inwardly. Humph, all men are the same, led by their lust. Throwing all caution to the wind. Just as Rumeng settled onto his lap, ready to feed him the wine, Zhou Ping'an snatched the goblet away in an instant. Rumeng smiled coldly to herself. Once he drank this cup, this man would become her puppet. Young Master whoosh. The moment Rumeng parted her lips to speak, Zhou Ping'an's right hand moved like lightning, pouring the wine straight into her mouth. As Rumeng gasped in shock, she hurriedly attempted to expel the liquid. But Zhou Ping'an was not inclined to grant her such a reprieve. A large hand firmly covered her mouth and nose. The sound of her helpless sobs echoed softly. Her beautiful eyes pleading desperately with Zhou Ping'an. Yet, he remained indifferent, not only refusing to relent, but tightening his grip even further. Ultimately, Rumeng found herself reluctantly swallowing the wine. In a swift motion, Zhou Ping'an pinned her beneath him, declaring, "My dear, now that the wine is consumed, it is time for us to attend to more pressing matters." Rumeng struggled fiercely, but her strength paled in comparison to Zhou Ping'an's, who held her down with unyielding force. Hee. A beauty is indeed a beauty. Even in anger, her allure remains captivating, he mused, slowly unfastening the gauzy garment that adorned her, revealing her porcelain skin inch by inch to the cool air. Panic-stricken, Rumeng's tears began to flow, trickling down the corners of her eyes. Oh, shedding tears, are we? Are you not a courtesan from Sichuan Pavilion? Who are you trying to impress with this facade of chastity? Zhou Ping'an chuckled mockingly. Rumeng shook her head in protest. Wishing to speak, are we? Zhou Ping'an halted his actions. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Very well, but do not attempt any tricks. He released his grip on her. Just as Rumeng prepared to cry out for help, his iron-like hand seized her throat. Planning to scream for mercy? You are quite disobedient, he taunted. His gaze playful yet menacing. Rumeng shivered involuntarily. This man was terrifying. This is your final chance. Should you dare to deceive me again, I shall end your life without hesitation. A loyal nobleman killing a courtesan would hardly raise an eyebrow. Zhou Ping'an grinned. Rumeng nodded submissively. He slightly eased his grip, allowing her to draw a deep breath, grateful that he had not fully crushed her windpipe. Young master, you truly lack compassion, she chided, casting a reproachful glance his way. Zhou Ping'an smirked coldly. You have 2 more sentences to utter. What? Rumeng was taken aback. Only one remains. His grip tightened once more. Her breathing quickened as she pleaded, Young master, spare my life. I am merely following orders. Excellent. You have earned yourself another sentence. He gestured for her to continue. Fearful. Rumeng gazed at Zhou Ping'an, bewildered by the cruelty that belied his youthful appearance. She sensed that he was not jesting. Any further hesitation might lead to her demise. I am the saintess of the demon cult. A bittersweet smile graced her lips. Zhou Ping'an had long suspected her identity, but could not reveal his knowledge. The demon cult? He feigned shock, an expression of terror crossing his face. However, Rumeng found his reaction puzzling. According to her knowledge, he was likely the very man who had slain the deputy leader, Luo Bai, 3 years prior. Why, then, did he appear frightened at the mention of the demon cult? Do you wish to fish? I am your ancestor. Zhou Ping'an disdainfully curled his lips. It was absurd how easily the identity of the demon cult's saintess was revealed. Clearly an attempt to ensnare him, intending to gauge his prior contact with Luo Bai. Why would a practitioner from the demon cult seek me? Zhou Ping'an took a cautious step back. Rumeng smiled faintly. Young Master Zhou, as a heroic youth, surely you are aware of the tragic demise of our vice leader 3 years ago in the capital? Naturally aware, he replied coolly. It is said that your vice leader stole the innate treasure from the palace, provoking the pursuit of the palace's elite and the Demon Slayer division. Preposterous. This is merely a fabrication of the Great Zhou dynasty. Our vice leader was tasked with retrieving the treasures of the demon cult, but was ambushed by the imperial court. Rumeng corrected. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Zhou Ping'an rolled his eyes. Rumeng's body stiffened. How could he respond to such indifference? Young Master Zhou, you are a man of intelligence. Surely you do not wish to be hunted by the demon cult? She smiled gently. Are you threatening me? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Ping'an's eyes. This cannot be blamed on me. Blame it on your heartlessness, which has forced Rumeng to reveal her identity. She said with a cheerful demeanor. To kill you. Killing me will not spare you, for those the demon cult seeks, even in the farthest corners of the earth, cannot escape. Rumeng shook her head. Zhou Ping'an chuckled, sitting on the bed. Speak, what are your terms? I knew young Master Zhou was a clever man. If you were to join the demon cult, we would be brothers, and naturally, we would not harm you. Ru Meng declared. Are you out of your mind? I am a loyal duke appointed by the emperor, a humble servant of the Demon Slayer division. Why would I abandon my position to join your rebellious sect? Zhou Ping'an replied, incredulous. Young Master Zhou, spare me the nonsense. If you want me to betray the Great Zhou dynasty, there must be some incentive, Zhou Ping'an interrupted. Ru Meng was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had resolutely refused, and now he was suddenly negotiating for benefits. Surely, the demon cult does not expect to enlist my service without compensation? Zhou Ping'an said with a cold smile. Of course not. Our cult has always offered generous treatments, Ru Meng hastily assured. Speak plainly, what can you offer me? Zhou Ping'an huffed. Having encountered many pretentious hypocrites, Ru Meng found Zhou Ping'an's straightforwardness rather rare. What? You expect me to betray the Great Zhou dynasty without a reward? I, a loyal duke, have shed blood for this dynasty and have proven my loyalty. The essence of Zhou Ping'an's words was clear. If you wish for my betrayal, you must increase the reward. Ru Meng felt a headache coming on. She was somewhat unprepared for such a practical person. So, what benefits does young Master Zhou desire? She finally conceded, dropping her pretense. Elixirs, I desire an abundance of elixirs. Spiritual herbs would suffice as well. Provide me with one spiritual herb each month, Zhou Ping'an stated. Otherwise, perhaps I shall betray my sect and join the Demon Slayer division? Ru Meng retorted with irritation. The demon cult is backed by demons. Even a mere trickle of their essence would suffice for your indulgence. I merely seek a handful of elixirs and spiritual herbs, yet you refuse. I am beginning to doubt the sincerity of your demon cult, Zhou Ping'an huffed. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Conversing with the man before her was truly taxing. Despite the absence of underlying schemes, our sect possesses few spiritual herbs. 1 per month is impossible, she replied. Then 2 over the course of 2 months, Zhou Ping'an countered. Wearing a look of feigned defeat, young Master Zhou, please, simply tell me how many spiritual herbs you can provide, rather than prattling on. Ru Meng interrupted once more. I swear. Ru Meng nearly unleashed a torrent of curses, but for the sake of her future plans, she restrained herself. 1 per year. She gritted her teeth. Very well, it's a deal. Zhou Ping'an nodded, just as Ru Meng sighed in relief. Zhou Ping'an abruptly shifted the conversation. How many elixirs can you provide me each month? Ru Meng spat a mouthful of blood in shock. The elixirs. She trembled, pointing to her chest. Elixirs? Zhou Ping'an glanced at her prominent bosom. Are they located there? He inquired. At that moment, Ru Meng felt utterly powerless, only managing to nod vigorously. Zhou Ping'an's hand delved beneath her sheer garment, discovering a small porcelain vial nestled between her bosoms. Oh, quite clever of you to conceal your elixirs in such a manner, he remarked, extracting a small green pill and placing it into Ru Meng's mouth. In no time, she returned to her senses. Now, let us continue our discussion. How many elixirs can your demon cult provide me each month? And do refrain from presenting me with anything ordinary, Zhou Ping'an asserted. Ru Meng glared at him but felt helpless. 3 demon bone spirit pills. What on earth is that? I've never even heard of it. You are not attempting to deceive me with refuse, are you? Zhou Ping'an frowned. The demon bone spirit pill is a closely guarded secret of our sect, its efficacy rivaling that of the Tianyuan pill of the Great Zhou dynasty, Ru Meng replied wearily. Tianyuan pill, you say? I have heard of that. It is a secret of the Great Zhou royal family, reportedly taken from birth to enhance one's innate qualities. Only 3. Zhou Ping'an expressed his dissatisfaction. 3 is already the utmost limit, Ru Meng sighed. Very well, 3 each month, and 1 spiritual herb per year. Can we arrange for an advance payment? Zhou Ping'an rubbed his hands together. Advance payment? Ru Meng's eyes widened. She had never encountered such audacity. That is only natural. Should you meet an untimely end, how would I procure elixirs then? Zhou Ping'an responded, as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. Bah! You are the one who is dead. I, the holy maiden, shall not perish. Ru Meng cast an indignant glance at Zhou Ping'an, her gaze betraying an unmistakable desire to confront. Nevertheless, she presented the promised elixir and spiritual herbs to Zhou Ping'an. He tucked these treasures into his bosom, marveling at the unexpected bounty from his venture to the pleasure quarters. This is Ru Meng's chamber? You, my boy, are quite the fortunate one, having become an esteemed guest of the illustrious Ru Meng. Upon exiting, Zhou Ping'an encountered the disheveled Wu Liang. Curiosity compelled Wu Liang to take a furtive glance inside, and he was met with the sight of Ru Meng adjusting her sheer garments, her alabaster thighs nearly blinding him. Involuntarily, he inhaled sharply, a stream of crimson bursting from his nostrils. Uncle Wu, what is it? Wu Liang was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. You have a nosebleed, Zhou Ping'an pointed out, indicating Wu Liang's face. Startled, Wu Liang hastily covered his nose, mortified by the embarrassment. Particularly as he prided himself on his experience with women, yet found himself humiliated before this fledgling. Something was amiss. Wu Liang quickly realized that if Zhou Ping'an were indeed a novice, he would not have access to Ru Meng's private quarters. He regarded Zhou Ping'an with newfound insight, recognizing that he had misjudged him. This lad was a wolf in sheep's clothing. How adept at masquerading as a naive newcomer. I must try this ruse myself next time, Wu Liang mused inwardly. On the second floor of the Sichuan pavilion, Ru Meng watched the retreating figures of Zhou Ping'an and his companions, her eyes ablaze with a fury she could scarcely contain. As the holy maiden of the holy sect and a martial artist of the 7th tier of the acquired realm, she had never suffered such a humiliation in her 3 years at the Sichuan pavilion. The fact that Zhou Ping'an, a mere 3rd-tier martial artist, could subdue her was a testament to his formidable strength, surpassing that of most warriors. The thought of being overpowered by a man and rendered immobile ignited a flush upon her exquisite visage. It was rare for a body cultivator to possess such strength at the 3rd tier of the acquired realm. Zhou Ping'an's cultivation method must be extraordinary. Suddenly, a figure appeared without warning behind Ru Meng. "Uncle Bai," Ru Meng exclaimed, adopting a demure demeanor upon seeing the newcomer. "Does Uncle Bai know what cultivation method he practices?" The visitor was none other than Bai Yun. According to the records within the demon-slaying division, Zhou Ping'an practiced a demonic technique known as the transformation dragon art, which, when mastered, could allow one to metamorphose into a dragon. Bai Yun's expression turned grave. "Is he truly that formidable?" Ru Meng asked, astonished. Yet, according to the demon-slaying division's records, Zhou Ping'an's meridians were blocked and his dantian was empty. He was deemed a martial arts failure. Even with the assistance of the elders from the division, his entry into the martial arts realm was an arduous feat. Bai Yun's brow furrowed deeply. Thus, Uncle Bai suspects that Zhou Ping'an has acquired the innate treasure from the deputy sect leader? Ru Meng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 3 years ago, Zhou Ping'an had appeared in the vicinity, and now, 3 years later, his cultivation had skyrocketed. What an uncanny coincidence. Bai Yun, however, dismissed the notion of coincidence, preferring to believe that Zhou Ping'an had indeed obtained the innate treasure belonging to the deputy sect leader, Luo Bai. Did he reveal any signs? Bai Yun inquired. Ru Meng shook her head. He resisted my soul-capturing melody and cleverly ensnared me, forcing me to disclose my identity as the holy maiden of the sacred sect. His reaction was one of shock, as if he had never encountered our sect before. It is highly likely that Wang Fei and the others met their demise at his hands. Bai Yun furrowed her brow. However, we lack evidence, Ru Meng sighed. When has our sect ever required proof? Since this young man has joined our ranks, let us assign him some tasks to illustrate that our teachings are not easily obtained. Bai Yun scoffed. She was not in a hurry. Since this youth could conceal himself, it was prudent to allow him to undertake more tasks. Eventually, he would reveal his flaws. Upon returning to the Jiao residence, Zhou Ping'an's tense spirit finally eased. That was close. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on his perilous excursion to the brothel. He toyed with a small porcelain vial containing demon bone elixirs. In that fleeting moment, he indeed harbored thoughts of silencing someone, yet just as he was about to act, he sensed an indistinct aura within the room locking onto him. In the state of the turtle breathing technique, Zhou Ping'an was particularly attuned to such energies. That mysterious presence far surpassed his own strength. Should he truly strike at Ru Meng, it was he who would likely perish. The demon sect. Why do they persist in their pursuit of me? Zhou Ping'an shook his head helplessly. Their obsession with you is far stronger than I anticipated. 3 years have passed, and they still refuse to relent. What exactly are you? As a thought crossed his mind, a dry tree root appeared in his hand. After a sleepless night, upon returning from breakfast, Zhou Ping'an discovered a letter waiting on his bedside. Young Master Zhou, please come to the Sichuan pavilion for a discussion. Observing the elegant calligraphy, imbued with a faint fragrance, he knew without a doubt that it was Ru Meng's handiwork. Ah, can't you endure the solitude? Zhou Ping'an smirked. As Zhou Ping'an departed the Jiao residence, Jiao cast a knowing smile in his direction. It seems you had quite the enjoyable time yesterday. This lad has developed a taste for it, and now he is off to the Sichuan pavilion again. If it were you, you too would find it hard to resist. This young man possesses skill, managing to enter Ru Meng's chamber, the courtesan of the Sichuan pavilion. Countless suitors have sought her favor over the past 3 years, all in vain. Meyer shot Jiao a glance. What man doesn't enjoy visiting a brothel? You are Zhou Ping'an? Upon reaching the entrance of the Sichuan pavilion, Zhou Ping'an was surrounded by a group of servants, and a brash-looking boy, seemingly around 11 or 12, arrogantly perched at the entrance. Do we know each other? Zhou Ping'an furrowed his brow. This boy seemed formidable. Hee, we do not. But soon you will know me so well that even your mother won't recognize you. With a command, the boy signaled, and a dozen servants armed with clubs rushed in without hesitation. However, in the next moment, over a dozen servants were sent sprawling in disarray, all subdued within mere breaths. Zhou Ping'an dusted off his hands. You dare to strike me? Such audacity. He had anticipated the youth would quiver in fear, yet the boy remained brazenly defiant. You, Zhou Ping'an, do you even know who I am? You've assaulted my servants. You are doomed. The youth exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at him. Not a clue, nor do I wish to know. Right now, all I desire is to vent my frustrations, Zhou Ping'an retorted, lifting the boy and hanging him from the plaque of Sichuan Pavilion. You are finished. You are finished. My father is the Duke of the Protectorate, my sister is a favored concubine, and my brother is the Grand General of the Protectorate. If you dare to lay a hand on me, they will not let you off lightly. The Duke of the Protectorate? Zhou Ping'an felt a jolt of apprehension. Scared? Are we? If you do not release me, you will bow 3 times and call me grandfather thrice. Perhaps I might show you mercy. The boy smirked triumphantly. Zhou Ping'an shot the fool a disdainful glance, uninterested in the brat's antics, and proceeded into the pavilion. You scoundrel! You dare to ignore me! The youth seethed with rage. My lord, what sort of game are you playing? Hanging from the southeast branch? Nia Wushuang chuckled at the sight of the boy above. Wushuang, quickly save me. This scoundrel is bullying me. The youth regarded Nia Wushuang as his savior. Zhou Ping'an, who had entered, turned back. You're out gallivanting at this hour? What right do you have to criticize me? Nia Wushuang rolled his eyes at Zhou Ping'an, then leapt up to rescue the boy. Wushuang, it's him. He is the one who bullied me. Make him pay. The youth hid behind Nia Wushuang. This, my lord, perhaps we should let this go? Nia Wushuang scratched his head, pondering the implications of confronting Zhou Ping'an. It wasn't he that he feared fighting him. But Zhou Ping'an was currently regarded as a treasure by the elders. If he harmed him, those old men would not spare him. The ensuing trouble would be unbearable. My lord, this is a friend of mine. Allow me to mediate. Let us not pursue this further, Nia Wushuang suggested. He struck me. This cannot simply be overlooked. The youth huffed. Since you insist, I cannot refrain from retaliating. Brother Nia, do not intervene. I intend to hang him on the city wall, strip him of his clothes, and give him a thorough beating, Zhou Ping'an declared, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for a grand spectacle. Please, no. I forgive you. I forgive you. The youth immediately cowered, fearing not the beating itself, but the humiliation of being stripped and beaten publicly on the city wall, which would ruin his reputation in the capital's elite circles. Chapter 25. The Saintess becomes a maidservant. Duke Shui Gang of the Protectorate had 2 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest daughter, Shui Shirong, was extraordinarily beautiful and entered the palace as a maiden at the age of 18. Within a few short years, she rose to become a favored concubine, deeply cherished by the emperor. His second son, Shui Dingtian, displayed remarkable martial prowess from a young age and was sent by Shui Gang to Longhu Mountain for training. By the time he returned at the age of 20, he had attained the rank of a martial arts master at the 9th level of the acquired realm. He entered the court as an official, repeatedly achieving military victories, and was conferred the title of Grand General of the Protectorate. As for the third son, Shui Changshou, he pales in comparison to his elder siblings by more than just a degree. Being the youngest, Shui Changshou was showered with adoration from the esteemed household of the Duke of Guogua from the moment of his birth, cultivating a spoiled disposition and earning a notorious reputation as a libertine in the capital. However, he undeniably possesses the qualities befitting such a reputation, holding a prominent position within the circle of debauchery in the capital. A libertine, after all, indulges in revelry, feasting, and frequenting brothels. Upon hearing that someone had entered the boudoir of the enchanting Miss Rumung the previous night, Shui Changshou was immediately incensed. He had never even ventured into Rumung's chamber. Who was this Zhou Ping'an to gain entry? It remains unclear what prompted Shui Changshou's sudden determination, as he chose to block the entrance of Sichuan Pavilion, intent on waiting for Zhou Ping'an to confront him and deliver a thorough thrashing in front of Miss Rumung. After learning the full story, Zhou Ping'an was left speechless. Thankfully, he had come to Sichuan Pavilion today. Had he not, would this foolish lad have remained there indefinitely? You seek Miss Rumung? Shui Changshou still refused to back down. Do you have an issue with that? Zhou Ping'an shot him a glare. I dare not. Will you take me along? Shui Changshou clasped his hands together in earnest supplication. In that moment, he exhibited none of the airs of a libertine. He appeared entirely like a child. At such a tender age, you contemplate visiting a brothel? Are you not afraid your father will return home and break your legs? Zhou Ping'an rolled his eyes, wondering if children nowadays were truly so precocious. I merely wish to see inside. Once I return, I can boast about having entered Miss Rumung's chamber. Those rascals will be utterly envious, Shui Changshou declared fiercely. In the world of libertines in the capital, there are both young and old. The older libertines often brag about the pleasures of brothels and the beauty of the courtesans within, which greatly irked Shui Changshou. Such a little rascal, quite cunning. Zhou Ping'an mused, yet he did not refuse him. Xue Changshou followed eagerly behind Zhou Ping'an, completely forgetting about being hung on the plaque moments earlier. Meanwhile, Miss Rumming gazed at her own stunning reflection in the mirror, nearly enchanted by her own beauty. She was convinced that the insufferable man would not remain indifferent. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door behind her was kicked open. Rumming nearly exploded with anger, but upon seeing that it was Zhou Ping'an who entered, she immediately donned a smile. Zhou. Before she could finish her sentence, a small head peeked out from behind Zhou Ping'an. Rumming's expression turned complex as she regarded Zhou Ping'an, questioning his motives for bringing a child to a brothel. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, Nie Wuxuang also stepped inside. This left Rumming dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? She had summoned Zhou Ping'an to assist with affairs of the holy sect. But why had he brought along two men, one big and one small? Upon closer inspection, Rumming recognized both individuals. One was the young lord of the Duke of Guogua, and the other was the young Marquis of Yong'an. Both the Duke of Guogua and the Marquis of Yong'an were among the highest echelons of nobility in the Great Zhou dynasty. Figures that even the demonic sect would not dare to provoke lightly. Now, as Zhou Ping'an brought these two to meet her, Rumming could not help but suspect that he might harbor ulterior motives. What ill intentions could Zhou Ping'an possibly harbor? It was merely a serendipitous encounter. Is that you, Sister Rumming? I have heard tales of your unparalleled beauty at Xiuquan Pavilion, and indeed, upon our first meeting, you do not disappoint. Will you be my concubine? The moment Xue Changshou spoke, Rumming was taken aback. Zhou Ping'an delivered a light smack to his head. You little brat, with barely any hair on your chin. Already dreaming of taking a concubine? Have you even considered your worth? Rumming nodded, suddenly perceiving that this man might not be entirely hopeless, at the very least. He was willing to speak up for her. What makes a courtesan worthy of being your concubine? Aren't you afraid your father will break your legs? You'd be better off as a maid. However, Zhou Ping'an's next words pierced Rumming's heart. You maid, your whole family are maids. How could I, the noble saintess of the holy sect, not be worthy of being a concubine? Bah, who would want to be a concubine? In that fleeting moment, absurd thoughts flashed through Rumming's mind, leaving her utterly flustered by Zhou Ping'an's audacity. Ah, is it possible? Sister Rumming could be my maid? Xue Changshou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having a former courtesan as his maid would be an unparalleled distinction, surely elevating his status among the frivolous elite. Rumming desperately wanted to retort with a dismissive get lost. Yet she managed to force a smile. Young master, your kindness is overwhelming, but I am bound by a contract. No matter, it's merely a contract of servitude. Summon the brothel, madam. Xue Changshou waved his hand grandly, and immediately, a lackey was dispatched to fetch the madam. It's just money. The Duke of protecting the nation's household has no shortage of it. Madame Hua stumbled over, flustered. Gentlemen, has Rumming offended you in any way? I apologize profusely and hope you will not hold it against us. Ha, the essence of the demon sect, Zhou Ping'an scoffed. Indeed, Xiuquan Pavilion served as a stronghold for the demon sect in the capital, concealing countless practitioners within its walls. Yet, it was unsurprising, such establishments are a melting pot, attracting both high officials and the lowly alike, making them fertile ground for intelligence gathering. I wish to redeem Miss Rumming. Xue Changshou scoffed. Ah, this, what? Madame Hua was bewildered. Rumming was the saintess of the holy sect, and it had never crossed her mind to seek redemption. What? You dare disregard the Duke of protecting the nation's household? Do you believe I will dismantle this Xiuquan Pavilion? Xue Changshou's frivolous demeanor resurfaced. He feared Zhou Ping'an would retaliate violently, but as for this madam, she wouldn't dare oppose him even with 100 lives. Zhou Ping'an stood by, observing the spectacle. These individuals were practitioners of the demon sect, who typically concealed themselves within Xiuquan Pavilion. Though they disguised themselves well, they were vulnerable to scrutiny. And should they truly provoke the Duke of protecting the nation's household, they would find it challenging to secure refuge. Xiuquan Pavilion's endurance in the Flower District undoubtedly stemmed from a powerful backing. Yet, one must consider the magnitude of that support within the Grand Zhou dynasty. Who could rival the Duke of protecting the nation? Even the Crown Prince would address him as teacher upon their meeting. Moreover, the influential figures behind them may not be inclined to intervene in a dispute over a courtesan with a notorious dandy from the capital, as they cannot afford to lose face. This is rather unfortunate. Madame Hua is on the verge of tears. Is it not merely a matter of money? Name your price. I would proclaim myself a wretched soul without hesitation. Xue Changshou, too, was resolute in his intentions. Madame Hua found herself in a precarious position, compelled to seek guidance from Rumming. Young Master Zhou, I am but a delicate willow. Surely, you do not wish to remain in this line of work? Zhou Ping'an wore an incredulous expression. How could that possibly be? I would welcome the opportunity. Rumming wished she could strike Zhou Ping'an dead. Yet she had to feign compliance. Since Miss Ru Meng is willing to amend her ways, I am prepared to offer compensation. Yet, this old matron refuses. Do you dare provoke my wrath? Shui Changshuo's anger flared. Then let it be as you wish, Madame Hua reluctantly conceded. How much? Zhou Ping'an inquired, taking advantage of the moment. 1,000. 1,000 taels of gold, Madame Hua said, her voice trembling with emotion. To sell a saint for 1,000 taels of gold would surely bring dire consequences if this news reached the church. 1,000 taels of gold, how trivial. Shui Changshuo scoffed. To an ordinary person, such a sum might be astronomical, but for him, it was merely pocket change. With just a word, officials would be at his service, and Ru Meng would transition from a courtesan to a maid. Yet, the name inscribed in the Master S column would be Zhou Ping'an's. Why is my name written there? Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. He merely intended to play a trick on Ru Meng. Upon entering the duke's residence, Ru Meng would lose her freedom. Who would have thought that this young rascal, Shui Changshuo, would ensnare him? Ru Meng had become his maid, akin to burying a hidden danger beside him. I am not foolish. If I dared to bring her home, my father, brother, and sister would certainly break my legs. I purchased her merely to show off. You need only present her when I require her. Shui Changshuo waved dismissively. Ru Meng smiled faintly. I am Ru Meng. I humbly ask for your kindness, young master. Damn. Zhou Ping'an cursed inwardly, digging a pit for himself. What could Zhou Ping'an do but take Ru Meng home? When Diao Hu saw Ru Meng, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. I say, Ping'an, a courtesan is one thing, but bringing her home is quite another. The term courtesan struck Ru Meng like daggers to her heart. She was not a courtesan, but a saint. These loathsome men regarded her as a celestial being while she was at Xiuquan Pavilion, only to abandon her as a courtesan afterward. Ru Meng's heart simmered with indignation. I did not wish for this. It was the young lord who thrust me into this situation. Zhou Ping'an sighed with a bitter smile. This was the truth of Zhou Ping'an's heart, yet Diao Hu remained unconvinced, believing Zhou Ping'an had succumbed to carnal desires. My good master, are you satisfied now? Ru Meng remarked coldly. Speak, what business do you have with me? Zhou Ping'an could only shift the conversation. As if caught in a dream, my body stiffened. Indeed, I had summoned Zhou Ping'an with the intention of having him undertake a task. How did it come to this? How dare you even ask? Lu Meng's brows were furrowed in indignation. Speak or remain silent. If you choose silence, I shall take my rest. Zhou Ping'an cast her a sidelong glance. The master has issued a decree for you to investigate the Huanglong River, Lu Meng declared through gritted teeth. Oh, understood, Zhou Ping'an replied nonchalantly, then sprawled on the bed, preparing for slumber. Lu Meng was taken aback. Where's my bed? Do you, a maid, wish to occupy the bed? Sleep on the floor instead. Zhou Ping'an turned his back and closed his eyes. Chapter 26. Many anglers a sleepless night. Indeed, it was an entire night without rest. Who could sleep with a pair of sorrowful eyes watching them? Zhou Ping'an emerged from his room, bearing dark circles beneath his eyes. Ma Er and Diao Hu exchanged knowing smiles that only men understood. Zhou Ping'an, weary of spirit, was too fatigued to explain. I once thought staying at Uncle Diao's was quite pleasant, but now it seems rather inconvenient. I must purchase a place of my own. I understand. The vigor of youth cannot flourish among us old fellows, Ma Er chuckled. This. Zhou Ping'an found himself at a loss for words. Very well. I shall take care of this matter. I will seek out the tooth shop and ensure your satisfaction, Ma Er proclaimed. By the way, take this. Diao Hu tossed a token towards him, inscribed with the character for spirit. So soon? Zhou Ping'an toyed with the token that subdued demonic beasts. Such a generous gesture from you. Wu Liang would not dare to neglect the matter. He had it delivered first thing this morning. With this token, Zhou Binger would possess a legitimate identity. Uncle Ma, Uncle Diao, I am off to fish, Zhou Ping'an announced before departing from the Diao residence. Lu Meng, reluctantly, followed behind Zhou Ping'an. Now, her identity was that of Zhou Ping'an's maid, her life and death entirely at his discretion. The master instructed you to investigate the Huanglong River. And yet you choose to fish? Lu Meng's voice suddenly echoed in Zhou Ping'an's mind. Zhou Ping'an was startled. Who? Who is speaking? It is I. The Holy Maiden. Zhou Ping'an turned back, astonished. Communication through thought. TSK. I truly envy you cultivators, endowed with all manner of peculiar abilities, unlike me, who possesses naught but physical strength. Lu Meng rolled her eyes. Was this fellow intentionally vexing her? Fishing is but a means of investigating the Huanglong River. Must one strip down and leap into the waters to conduct such an inquiry? Zhou Ping'an retorted with an eye roll. Presently, both banks of the Huanglong River were heavily guarded, and no idle person could approach. Am I considered an idle person? Certainly not. With the command token of the Demon Slayer, I can traverse the Imperial Palace with ease. The Huanglong River is but a trivial matter for me to access. Ever since the water-toad demon wreaked havoc, demons have intermittently emerged from the Huanglong River, prompting the demon slayer to dispatch numerous powerful individuals to oversee the area. Nie Wushuang being one among them. 3 years ago, Nie Wushuang, like Zhou Ping'an, was merely a menial worker for the demon slayer. But now she had ascended to the rank of demon slayer, becoming the captain of a demon-slaying squad. Do you dare to fish again? Nie Wushuang couldn't help but admire Zhou Ping'an's audacity. What? Is fishing no longer permitted? As Zhou Ping'an spoke, he had already prepared the bait, which was undoubtedly crafted from the flesh of demons. This time, he had indeed invested significantly, using the blood and flesh of a giant turtle. The essence of a 7th-tier demon, which would surely yield excellent results. It was the chaos you stirred up while fishing, Nie Wushuang retorted with irritation. Hey. One can eat recklessly, but one shouldn't speak carelessly. It was clearly the Long King who caused the trouble. Zhou Ping'an rolled his eyes. All right, you can have it your way, but are you certain we don't need to prepare a few demon-slaying crossbows? Nie Wushuang inquired. Of course we need them. Why else would I come to your territory? Zhou Ping'an chuckled. Let's be clear from the outset. Brothers should settle accounts fairly. I will assist you in mobilizing the demon-slaying crossbows, but I expect half of your catch, Nie Wushuang stated. Half? Truly heartless of you. Fine. If having you as a brother is my misfortune, then half it shall be. Bring a few more crossbows. Those operating them must be seasoned hands. Otherwise, like the Long King, it will be quite the spectacle, Zhou Ping'an replied. Rest assured, all my subordinates are skilled, Nie Wushuang smirked. Since the Huanglong River had become a site for demon fishing, the area had seen an influx of anglers, primarily from prominent families. However, these fishermen's fortunes seemed rather dismal, often returning empty-handed. Even when they managed to catch a demon, it was merely a low-tier fish demon. You demon cultists are quite invested in the Huanglong River. You must have conducted some reconnaissance. What have you discovered? Zhou Ping'an cast his fishing line. What do you mean by you? Do not forget that you have joined our ranks. Moreover, the term demon cult is merely a slander from the Great Zhou dynasty. Our true name is the Holy Sect. Ru Meng corrected him. Same difference. Let us not quibble over details. Please share the information you've gathered. You can't expect the horse to run without letting it graze, can you? Zhou Ping'an chuckled. Ru Meng had never encountered someone so unabashed. Complaints arose even before any action was taken. After the Long King fished out a 7th-tier demon, our sect dispatched assassins into the Huanglong River. Ah, truly, you do not regard the lives of your own warriors at all. Zhou Ping'an interjected. Our sect's warriors are all prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Holy Sect, Ru Meng proclaimed with an expression of unwavering resolve. Very well, continue, Zhou Ping'an shrugged. Realizing that conversing with these brainwashed fools was futile, we discovered some shattered bones at the bottom of the Huanglong River. They likely belong to a powerful demon's remains. Ru Meng elaborated. Is it these remains that caused the beings in the Huanglong River to mutate into demons? Zhou Ping'an's brow furrowed. Ru Meng nodded. That is our inference as well. We collected some of the bones and made wild beasts consume them, but thus far, there have been no changes in the beasts. It is not so simple for ordinary beasts to transform into demons. There must be other factors at play in the depths of the Huanglong River. The demon cult has not relented, continuously dispatching assassins for exploration. In the midst of conversation, Nie Wushuang has already brought forth 10 demon-slaying crossbows. It is indeed surprising that a team of demon slayers could produce such a quantity. The previous incident where the king of Chang'e allowed a formidable water-toad demon of the 7th layer of the postnatal realm to escape caused immeasurable losses near the capital. Consequently, the demon-slaying division hastily manufactured a plethora of crossbows, and now the number along the banks of the Huanglong River has surpassed 1,000. After waiting for a full hour, a demon finally took the bait. With a surge of strength from Zhou Ping'an's arm, he effortlessly pulled up a small fish demon of the 2nd layer of the postnatal realm. Before the fish demon even hit the ground, a faint blue figure shot out from Zhou Ping'an's chest, piercing through the creature's skull with astonishing speed. The swiftness of this action sent chills down the spines of the onlooking warriors, leaving them uncertain of their ability to react under such rapid circumstances. Yay! Zhou Ping'an bounced back onto Zhou Ping'an's shoulder, happily wriggling her body. You actually keep a demon. Nie Wushuang's expression shifted dramatically. Legitimate, Zhou Ping'an replied, gesturing toward the token hanging around Zhou Ping'an's neck. Zhou Ping'an proudly straightened up, seemingly eager to flaunt her identity before the crowd. Well, all right. Nie Wushuang shrugged. Your little serpent has quite the discerning palate. It accurately pierced the fish demon's head and devoured its brain. Nie Wushuang expressed her astonishment. Indeed. My Binger is not one to eat just anything, Zhou Ping'an said, raising an eyebrow in pride. Yet, the underlying bitterness was known only to him. This little creature was indeed quite picky. Aside from the berries from the icy cave, it would only consume the freshest demon flesh, and anything left too long was unacceptable. Zhou Ping'an's fishing endeavor was primarily for this little one. He couldn't feed her white berries every day. Zhou Ping'an instantly captivated Ru Meng, her water blue form appearing exquisitely beautiful, prompting Ru Meng to instinctively reach out a finger. However, Zhou Ping'an opened her mouth, revealing 2 tiny milk teeth, looking fierce and adorable. She was not one to be touched by just anyone. Only Zhou Ping'an was permitted. Don't mess around. Ping'an doesn't like others touching her. Zhou Ping'an gently ruffled the little creature's head, prompting her to burrow into his chest, revealing a blue little head peeking out to gaze at the water. Ru Meng's lips twitched. Why? Why could this insufferable man tame such a lovely serpent, while she, despite her beauty, possessed nothing? Oh, another one! Zhou Ping'an exclaimed joyfully. Other anglers also noticed him. They often spent 10 days or half a month without catching a single fish, yet Zhou Ping'an had already caught several in just 1 hour. Drawing their attention, "Young man, that fish looks quite substantial. Would you like some assistance?" An elderly man with graying hair inquired. "No need, sir, just watch. I have more than enough strength to reel in a demon," Zhou Ping'an replied with a grin. This time, it is indeed a colossal creature. At the very least a 4th-tier demon of the acquired realm. "Yeah, brother, prepare yourself. I am coming," Zhou Ping'an thundered. "Bring it on. I am more than ready," Nia Wushuang exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he personally operated a demon-slaying crossbow. With a resounding shout, Zhou Ping'an summoned a 100-foot water serpent from the depths. The bowstring twanged violently, and in an instant, 10 bolts were unleashed. With a swift thrust, the bolts penetrated the serpent's body effortlessly, pinning it to the ground. "What a magnificent creature, a 4th-tier serpent demon," exclaimed the onlookers. "What a prize, truly a remarkable catch, the largest since the reign of King Changle." The elderly men gathered around the serpent's corpse, marveling in awe. Fear was a foreign concept to them. These were retired nobles, seasoned in the blood-soaked battles of the past. A mere demon was nothing to them. In their leisure, they enjoyed fishing and tending to flowers, and upon hearing of the demons in the Huanglong River, they promptly redirected their efforts there. Why fish for ordinary catches when true men seek demons? As for the blockade imposed by the 6th prince, it was of no concern to these veterans. They had raised the current prince and had sons serving in the military. Perhaps the commander of the 6th prince's forces was a descendant of one among them. Chapter 27. The fish demon on the verge of transformation. The bait Zhou Ping'an used piqued their interest. It was replete with a strong, bloody scent, radiating spiritual energy, flesh and blood from a 7th-tier demon, along with some spiritual herbs. "Brother, you certainly spare no expense," one elder remarked. "When it comes to fishing, one must invest," Zhou Ping'an replied with a smile as he baited his hook. The members of Jin Mantang had long awaited this moment, and as soon as Zhou Ping'an reeled in his catch, they began to dissect the demon's flesh. Nearby, Fatty Li was grinning from ear to ear. Zhou Ping'an never failed to surprise him. "Could I procure some of that bait?" the elder inquired. "Rest assured, I won't take it for free. I can offer spiritual herbs in exchange." Zhou Ping'an glanced at the elder. "We are all anglers here. If you desire it, take it without the need for exchange." "No way. I, Shui Gang, am not one to take advantage." The elder shook his head. "Shui Gang, the protector of the nation?" Zhou Ping'an's heart skipped a beat. "I am Zhou Ping'an, honored to meet the protector of the nation." He quickly rose to pay his respects. "Got one. It's biting." Just as Zhou Ping'an stood, the float began to dance, prompting Shui Gang to alert him. Zhou Ping'an grasped the fishing rod. The moment it touched his hands, he realized he had hooked something substantial. "Everyone, be cautious. This is a big one," Zhou Ping'an quickly warned. Nia Wushuang's spirits soared at the prospect of a formidable catch, estimating it to be at least a 5th-tier demon. "Someone, adjust my demon-slaying crossbow," Shui Gang commanded his subordinates urgently. Zhou Ping'an cast a grateful glance in his direction. The creature he had hooked was even more formidable than the large turtle he had encountered before. Perhaps even 10 demon-slaying crossbows would struggle to bring it down. Once this formidable creature escapes, the consequences would be dire. Unlike the Prince of Chonglu, he lacks a robust backing, and the likely outcome would be his head severed by the emperor to quell the public's outrage. Zhou Ping'an exerted every ounce of strength, gripping the fishing rod tightly, the immense force rendering the specially crafted fishing line taut, while the black iron chains emitted mournful cries. The fishing line threatened to snap. "Fire the demon-slaying crossbows," Zhou Ping'an bellowed. Nia Wushuang had long been prepared. The enormous shadow lurking underwater sent shivers down his spine. At Zhou Ping'an's command, 10 demon-slaying crossbows unleashed a volley. The thick arrows entwined with chains plunging into the Huanglong River. A roar erupted from beneath the water. The onlookers instinctively covered their ears. The sound was terrifying enough to shatter stone and gold. The Duke of National Defense, Shui Gang, wore an expression of grave concern. From the sound alone, it was evident that this demon was formidable, even surpassing the water-toad demon. Clang, clang. The underwater demon exhibited astonishing strength, overpowering the 10 demon-slaying crossbows. Steady, steady. Nia Wushuang strained to turn the winch. Zhou Ping'an steeled himself, gripping the fishing rod with all his might, driving it forcefully into the ground. The rod was embedded like a stake. However, Zhou Ping'an understood this was merely a temporary measure. It wouldn't be long before the underwater demon broke free. Bring me the crossbow arrows. Zhou Ping'an shed his outer garment, revealing his muscular physique. He effortlessly lifted a crossbow arrow with one hand, the hefty projectile seeming as light as a straw in his grasp. Soaring into the air, he hurled the arrow at the shadow beneath the water. Thud! The arrow sliced through the surface and penetrated the creature's body. A mournful cry echoed from below, as blood stained the river's surface. Such immense power. He is a body cultivator. Shui Gang's expression softened with admiration. Whoosh! 3 consecutive arrows struck the underwater shadow with precision. Sustaining injuries, the demon could no longer contain itself. Its massive form bursting forth from the water. A dragon. Zhou Ping'an's pupils constricted. This was a fish demon, yet it bore a singular horn upon its head. It was a fish demon on the cusp of transformation into a dragon. 8th level of the post-heaven realm. Shui Gang's countenance darkened. Such a demon residing in the Huanglong River, so close to the capital, posed an unimaginable threat should it successfully transform into a dragon. Whoosh! A flash of light erupted from the horn, and a water sword hurtled through the air. Zhou Ping'an had learned from past encounters and was prepared to evade this demon's sorcery, narrowly avoiding the water sword. Demon-slaying crossbows, attack! Shui Gang's crossbows finally arrived. And with a command, 5 crossbows released a volley, their sharp arrows piercing the fish demon's body. The demon, with its limited intellect, was solely focused on eliminating Zhou Ping'an. Leaping onto the shore in pursuit. Load the crossbows, quickly. I will hold it back. Zhou Ping'an, relying on his formidable physique, deftly maneuvered across the ground, effortlessly evading the demon's attacks. The fish demon, lacking in wit, was fortunate. Otherwise, any demon at the 8th tier of the acquired realm would have ensured this lad's demise. Shui Gang chuckled. My lord, shall we intervene? Inquired a swordsman behind him. No need. Assisting others at this moment would only lead to misunderstandings about my intentions. Shui Gang replied, glancing at the eager warriors surrounding them. The fish demon, finally realizing the peril it faced upon leaving the water, was instinctively compelled to retreat. However, as a crossbow bolt pierced its skull, pinning it to the ground, its escape route was irrevocably severed. Swiftly, a flurry of crossbow bolts rained down, ensuring the fish demon was utterly lifeless. Zhou Ping'an crouched atop the fish demon's head, relieved it was merely a fish demon. Had it been a giant turtle on the verge of transformation into a dragon, he would have been at a loss. Suddenly, Zhou Ping'an seemed to sense something and slid down Zhou Ping'an's arm. His eyes brightened as he discreetly shielded her from view. With a snap, Zhou Ping'an's tiny, razor-sharp fangs effortlessly tore through the fish demon's scales, burrowing into its skull. Moments later, she emerged with a glimmering object in her mouth, which she presented to Zhou Ping'an before coiling around his arm and falling into a deep slumber. It appeared the little creature had feasted well within the fish demon's head. As for the sparkling object, Zhou Ping'an tucked it into his trousers, planning to examine it later. A fish demon on the brink of transformation into a dragon was indeed remarkable. Its value was incalculable. Fatty Li lay atop the fish demon, seemingly caressing a beloved. I am grateful to the protector of the nation. Without your assistance, I would have been powerless against this fish demon. Zhou Ping'an expressed his gratitude to Shui Gang. It was but a trifling effort, Shui Gang waved dismissively. When Zhou Ping'an offered to relinquish the fish demon to him, Shui Gang steadfastly refused. After much insistence from Zhou Ping'an, Shui Gang requested the recipe for the bait. Unexpectedly, the protector of the nation turned out to be an experienced angler, and Zhou Ping'an readily agreed. Upon learning the bait's formula, Shui Gang sighed deeply. With such methods, aren't you afraid your family will be displeased? Though it was said that Shui Gang's son, Shui Changshou, was the most notorious wastrel in the capital, upon hearing the bait's recipe, Shui Gang chuckled. Considering his son a paragon of thriftiness compared to Zhou Ping'an, with the protector of the nation as a backing, the noblemen eyeing the fish demon were compelled to relent. Yet, they still cast envious glances at the fish demon, lamenting the missed opportunity of acquiring such a rare treasure. We're well acquainted. I shall claim this fish demon, Fatty Li declared, intent on monopolizing the prize, indifferent to matters of price. Fatty Li, do you not fear overindulging? Shui Er approached. Away with you. Do you not understand the order of precedence? Fatty Li retorted, dismissing him. In the realm of commerce, mutual consent is paramount. Yet, can even the gluttonous Li Fatty consume this formidable fish spirit? Shueshauer rolled his eyes. Representing the Duke of Guagua, Shueshauer was here to negotiate with Zhou Ping'an. The Duke's refusal to relinquish the fish spirit did not signify a lack of desire for it. Rather, Shui Gang preferred to conduct matters with integrity, believing that if one desired something, one should simply purchase it. The nobleman, struck by inspiration, exclaimed, "Why must we resort to theft? Cannot we engage in trade? Master Zhou, name your price for the fish spirit. The House of Wuying will acquire it all." Such audacity. As if only the House of Wuying possessed wealth. Does the House of Kai lack funds? The Chui family is no weaker either. I implore you to consider our standing begone. Your family's reputation holds no value to me. Nia Wushuang trembled nearby, realizing that the title of Marquis Yong'an bore little weight among these individuals. My apologies, esteemed sirs. But only half of this fish spirit belongs to me. Thus I can only sell that portion. Zhou Ping'an remarked with a subtle smile. What does that mean, half? Whose is the other half? Zhou Ping'an gestured towards the bewildered Nia Wushuang. Nia Wushuang was momentarily stunned, although an agreement had been reached. He had never dared to hope that Zhou Ping'an would share half with him. Such a fish spirit, on the verge of transformation, was a rarity of a century. Even if Zhou Ping'an chose to keep it all, it would be understandable. Yet, here he was, generously offering half to Nia Wushuang. Wushuang, I am your Uncle Kai. I remember when you were a child in my arms. No, I mean, you were in my arms. Wushuang, I have a daughter of exquisite beauty. I shall introduce you to her soon. Just as Nia Wushuang found himself surrounded, Zhou Ping'an had already begun to extract the spiritual flesh. That prodigal Zhou Bing, oblivious to the value of spiritual flesh, was appalled. This piece of spiritual flesh was substantial, weighing nearly 200 pounds. Consuming it could significantly enhance his prowess. The Crown Prince arrives. Just as the debate reached a fever pitch, a sharp voice pierced the air. The Crown Prince, Zhou Ping'an, regarded the distant sight with an odd expression. A golden carriage adorned with a 5-clawed dragon flag approached. In the Great Zhou dynasty, only 2 individuals were permitted to bear the 5-clawed dragon flag, the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Should anyone else dare to do so, well, their entire lineage would express gratitude for their demise. Chapter 28. The Crown Prince? Absolutely not. Zhou Ping'an curiously observed the elderly figure descending from the dragon carriage. Was the Crown Prince truly a man of 60 or 70 years? How absurd. The current emperor, an octogenarian, had unwittingly transformed his son into an elder. Ru Ming communicated telepathically once more, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Zhou Ping'an found the situation peculiar. Having been the Crown Prince for 68 years was indeed a rarity throughout history. Your Highness the Crown Prince. A multitude knelt by the Huanglong River. Rise, my lords. This is not a court session, and formalities are unnecessary here. The Crown Prince raised his hand. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhou Ping'an blended seamlessly into the crowd, scrutinizing the prince with keen eyes. The prince, with his silver hair and parched skin, appeared to be on the brink of death, seemingly poised to depart this world before his imperial father. This must be the Duke of Loyalty and Valor, he mused as the prince's gaze fell upon him. Alas, as a mere Duke of Loyalty and Valor, I am utterly inconspicuous among these dignitaries. Why call my name? Zhou Ping'an inwardly cursed. Yet, a smile adorned his face. I have the honor of meeting the prince. Ah, indeed, the youth is the hero of tomorrow. The Duke of Loyalty and Valor, loyal to the nation, has vanquished demons and achieved remarkable feats. Someone, present the Duke with a millennium-old vermilion fruit. Zhou Ping'an was taken aback. What was the prince's game? They had no prior acquaintance, and he was presenting a millennium-old fruit right off the bat. Was he simply extravagant with his wealth? Thank you, Your Highness. Though perplexed, Zhou Ping'an could not refuse the prince's generous offering. The Duke has slain yet another demon. May I have the honor of viewing it? The prince inquired with a warm smile. Your Highness, please. What could Zhou Ping'an say? He could only lead the prince to the demon fish. An intriguing sight. Indeed, the fish was on the verge of transformation into a dragon. The prince expressed his fascination. With my father's birthday approaching, I have searched far and wide, but found no suitable gift. This demon fish would make a splendid offering. Would the Duke be willing to part with it? The prince inquired, his demeanor amicable. How dare you? I knew you were cunning, old man. You think a single fruit can barter for my demon fish? Truly shameless. Zhou Ping'an cursed inwardly. It would be my honor to present this demon fish to His Majesty. However, it is not solely mine to offer. He turned to Nia Wushuang for support. Brother, lend me a hand, or our demon fish will be seized. Zhou Ping'an communicated through his gaze. Nia Wushuang, discerning his brother's intent, understood the gravity of the situation. A dragon-transforming fish was a rare find, and the prince's proposition bore the hallmarks of outright theft. Your Highness, the dragon-transforming fish has already been sold to Manager Li. You have arrived too late, Nia Wushuang stated with a tone of regret. Oh, is that so, Manager Li? The prince cast a casual glance at the rotund Li. Li beamed. Indeed, my master is also preoccupied with preparations for His Majesty's birthday. And this demon fish is just the thing. The surrounding nobles watched with keen interest, well aware of the rivalry between Prince Taiping and the prince. Both formidable contenders for the throne. Who could say the prince was guaranteed to ascend? Historically, the position of the crown prince was perilous, with many having been ousted from their positions. The Prince of Taiping possessed an incomparable advantage. Youth. Being just 33 years old, he had ample time ahead. Since it is my younger brother who selected the gift for our father, I shall not covet what belongs to another. The prince smiled faintly, his demeanor impeccable. Yet, Zhou Ping'an astutely sensed a heightened animosity from the prince towards him. Indeed, he had felt this animosity from the moment he encountered the prince. Initially perplexed, he wondered why the prince harbored such resentment towards him, having never met before. However, it did not take long for Zhou Ping'an to realize that the calamity was brought upon himself by the longevity fruit he had offered. The emperor's 10-year extension of life naturally resulted in the greatest loss for the crown prince. Having already offended the crown prince, Zhou Ping'an felt indifferent to the prospect of further antagonization. As for the crown prince's potential revenge, Zhou Ping'an did not regard it with much concern. The title of crown prince sounded impressive, yet it paled in comparison to the power wielded by a general in command of the military. If the crown prince dared to retaliate, Zhou Ping'an would simply present the longevity elixir to the emperor, convinced that it would ultimately lead to the crown prince's downfall. Lord Nia, Duke of Loyalty and Valor, thank you. I shall certainly offer a satisfactory price for this fish demon. Li Pengzi beamed with joy. Acquiring the fish demon was secondary. The primary objective was to thwart the crown prince's pride. We mentioned a sale, but we did not specify selling everything to you. Some items must remain with us, Zhou Ping'an stated. That's acceptable, but one thing. I must have that dragon horn, Li Pengzi insisted, pointing at the valuable artifact. You dare to demand it? That horn is the most precious possession of the fish demon, Nia Wushuang chuckled. Young lord, this is a longevity gift I sought for my master. I humbly ask for your leniency, he continued. Do not inquire of me. Brother Zhou will make the decision. Nia Wushuang replied, shaking his head. Very well, but the items you offer must not be of lesser value. Zhou Ping'an nodded in agreement. Although the dragon horn was indeed valuable, he consented, considering Li Pengzi's efforts to oppose the crown prince on his behalf. Thank you, Duke of Loyalty and Valor. We shall discuss the specifics of the price upon our return to Jin Mantang. Li Pengzi promptly arranged for the fish demon to be disassembled and loaded. He was certainly prepared to incur substantial expenses, yet he did so willingly this time. Shui Guanjia, take whatever you desire, Zhou Ping'an addressed Shui Shower. That is not possible. The Duke has entrusted me with the purchase. Shui Shower shook his head. It is merely fish meat. To offer payment would be to demean me. I greatly admire the Duke of National Protection, so let this be my humble tribute, Zhou Ping'an said with a smile. After repeated refusals, Shui Shower accepted 1,000 pounds of fish meat. My lord, he insists on presenting it, even invoking the name of the young lord. Shui Shower caught up with the carriage of the Duke of National Protection. Oh, this lad recognizes longevity. Shui Gang's eyes brightened. Shui Shower chuckled awkwardly. We once strolled through Xiuquan Pavilion together. What? That little rascal, barely past childhood, dares to visit a brothel? His audacity knows no bounds. I shall teach him a lesson. Shui Gang fumed. My lord, temper your anger. The young lord merely visited. He did not engage in any wrongdoing, Shui Shower hastily clarified. At his age, he understands nothing. Yet Zhou Ping'an accompanying him to such places is equally concerning, Shui Gang scoffed. Accept this fish meat. Send him an invitation tomorrow to join us at the Duke of National Protection's residence for a drink, Shui Gang said coolly. Shui Shower understood the implication. The Duke was signaling to others that this young man was under his protection. Shui Gang clutched the bait formula. Wasteful, utterly wasteful, a squandering of resources. However, upon reflecting on the gains achieved by Zhou Ping'an today, Shui Gang suddenly felt that the situation was not as disastrous as he initially perceived. Perhaps he should consider giving it a try another day, he mused. Zhou Ping'an and Nia Wushuang entered Jinmantang, and after a spirited exchange of words, both departed with their desires fulfilled, leaving the establishment contented. Do you harbor a grudge against the crown prince? Rumeng could not help but inquire on their way home. What? Are you not aware that you are in league with the crown prince? Zhou Ping'an casually replied. I've never heard Rumeng's expression shifted dramatically. Zhou Ping'an regarded her with a teasing smirk. Come now, do continue. Why have you stopped? Rumeng's countenance darkened. How did you discover this? It was merely a suspicion before, but now it is confirmed, Zhou Ping'an chuckled lightly. What led you to such a conjecture? Rumeng pressed further. What concern is it of yours? I have no interest in your dealings with the crown prince, nor can I interfere. All I ask is that you refrain from causing me trouble. Otherwise, I shall make a great noise about it, and let us see how you would fare. Zhou Ping'an retorted. Rumeng scoffed. Do not forget, you have also joined the holy sect. Then we shall perish together, One for your many, Zhou Ping'an responded nonchalantly. You are certainly not that type of person. Ru Ming shook her head. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. If you push me to the brink, I am capable of anything. Clearly perturbed by Zhou Ping'an's words, Ru Ming stealthily slipped away in the dead of night. Uncle Bai, Zhou Ping'an has discovered our alliance with the Crown Prince. Should we eliminate him? Ru Ming asked anxiously. Bai Yun furrowed his brow. He had underestimated this timid youth. Do not act against him for now. This lad is treasured by the elder of the demon-slaying division and has now allied with Prince Taiping and Duke Hugua. One wrong move could set off a chain reaction. It would be prudent for you to remain close to him and monitor his actions without provoking him, Bai Yun advised. Ru Ming nodded, genuinely shaken by Zhou Ping'an's earlier remarks. Just when she thought he might take significant action, the very next morning, he set out with a fishing rod in hand, seemingly intent on fishing. Brother Zhou. As soon as he stepped outside, Xue Changshu approached with a group of companions. Zhou Ping'an felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wondering if this young lad had come seeking vengeance. However, seeing Xue Changshu's obsequious demeanor, it did not seem likely. So early? Zhou Ping'an inquired. Indeed, I have been waiting here since dawn. Brother Zhou, are you planning to go fishing? May I join you? Xue Changshu asked excitedly. You enjoy fishing? Zhou Ping'an questioned, astonished that this young boy, yet to mature, would show interest in such an elderly pastime. I do not relish fishing, but I do delight in slaying demons, Xue Changshu declared, brandishing a short sword from his waist, embodying the spirit of a demon hunter. Has your father given his consent? If Duke Hugua disapproves, I cannot risk bringing this young lad along, Zhou Ping'an cautioned. The Lord has already granted permission. A burly man standing behind Xue Changshu affirmed. Zhou Ping'an raised an eyebrow, recognizing the physical prowess of this individual. Since the Duke has given his consent, you may proceed. But do not wander off. It is perilous, Zhou Ping'an admonished. Rest assured, with Xue Gui by my side, even a formidable demon of the 8th level can be vanquished. Xue Changshu replied, patting the burly man. Oh, Zhou Ping'an's eyes brightened. It seems the Duke's household harbors many skilled individuals. Chapter 29. The Fire Clam Demon. Perhaps it was Zhou Ping'an's illusion, but today, there appeared to be a notable increase in the number of fishermen along the Huanglong River. Yeah, brother, why are there so many people today? Zhou Ping'an inquired as he reached Nia Wushuang's patrol area. Isn't it because of you, Zhou brother? Nia Wushuang had someone bring over the demon-slaying crossbow. Me? What does this have to do with me? Zhou Ping'an said, attaching bait to his hook and casting it with a flourish, the heavy hook splashing into the water like a bomb. Yesterday, Zhou brother caught a fish demon on the verge of transforming into a dragon. The nobility of the capital are quite envious, hence their presence here to fish. Nia Wushuang chuckled. Zhou Ping'an surveyed the surroundings, noting some were elated while others wore expressions of despair. During their idle chatter, Zhou Ping'an learned that many noble families showed little regard for human life, sending people into the water for exploration, resulting in numerous fatalities without a single catch. Xue Changshu, wielding a small sword, eagerly gazed at the river's surface, impatient to slay demons. Despite his reputation as a wastrel, Xue Changshu was destined for greatness, being born into the Duke's household. Even without rigorous training, he had reached the first level of the acquired realm. Not far from the second. What a fortunate birth indeed. Zhou Ping'an could only envy silently. Zhou Ping'an's fishing promptly attracted a crowd, many of whom he recognized from the previous day. Li Fatty, you are back again. After devouring such a large fish demon yesterday, are you still hungry? Aren't you afraid of bursting? Spoke the steward of the Chui family, Chui Quan, a clan with a history older than the Zhou dynasty itself. What concern is it of yours? I am plump and can eat a lot, Li Fatty retorted. Regardless of the Chui family's esteemed background, he would not yield. Zhou Ping'an's lips twitched. Having already given Li Fatty a thrashing the previous day, it seemed that the wealth of the Prince of Peace was thicker than he had presumed. Due to the bait, a demon was soon caught. With the help of the demon-slaying crossbow, the fish demon stood no chance. A third level of the acquired realm. Rather mediocre, Zhou Ping'an scoffed. After having caught the dragon-transforming fish demon, this third-level fish demon seemed rather uninteresting. This lad has caught yet another fish demon. Why can he and not I? This sentiment echoed among most of the fishermen. The majority had fished in the Huanglong River for months without a single catch. The newly formulated bait proved effective. Zhou Ping'an smiled slightly. After returning home yesterday, he had improved the bait by grinding the leftover eggshells from Zhou Bing'er into powder and mixing it with the flesh of the dragon fish demon. Xue Changshu poked the lifeless fish demon repeatedly with his short sword, seemingly practicing the art of slaying demons. The newly concocted bait proved to be astonishingly effective, attracting fish demons one after another. The sounds of splashing echoed, and within just an hour, 5 fish demons lay on the shore. However, Zhou Ping'an hesitated to cast his line again, for beneath the surface of the water, several dark shadows swam ominously. Demons, demons, so many demons. Xue Changshu exclaimed with unrestrained excitement upon spotting the shadows. His ignorance rendered him fearless. The more demons there were, the more exhilarated he became. In stark contrast, those who truly comprehended the terror of these demons wore grave expressions and instinctively distanced themselves from the riverbank. Prepare the demon-slaying crossbows. Nia Wushuang commanded with authority. Should these demons surge ashore, the crossbows would undoubtedly pierce them like hedgehogs. A colossal whirlpool formed on the agitated river surface, and a massive shadow swiftly surged upward. With a splatter, a fish demon was instantaneously ripped apart, staining the lake with crimson blood. Xue Gui raised an eyebrow, an 8th-level demon of the postnatal realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Nia Wushuang released a signaling arrow, calling for assistance from the demon-slaying warriors nearby. The demon in the water was on a rampage, devouring several fish demons as if they were mere morsels. As this demon broke the surface, its crimson shell glimmered in the sunlight like flames. Zhou Ping'an felt a chill at the sight of the fiery shell. This creature appeared exceptionally ferocious. Fire! Nia Wushuang commanded. In an instant, 10 crossbow bolts flew through the air. Clang, clang, clang. However, the once infallible demon-slaying crossbows faltered this time, as the bolt struck the shell without inflicting any damage. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. A demon that even the crossbows could not vanquish was beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. The shell was remarkably hard. Even a 9th-level postnatal warrior would likely find it insurmountable. Zhou Ping'an's brow furrowed deeply. The fiery shell grew increasingly radiant, and a terrifying wave of heat surged forth. It's a demonic spell. Retreat! Zhou Ping'an shouted, grabbing Xue Changshu and swiftly leaping several paces away. Yet, he did not pause, dragging Xue Changshu into a frantic flight. Boom! A scorching inferno swept behind them, engulfing the area within 100 feet in flames. Zhou Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. It was a close call. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have been consumed by the fire. Demonic spells. This demon undoubtedly possessed a demonic core. Such formidable magic, if wielded by me. A warrior laughed maniacally, rushing towards the clam demon. However, before he could close the distance, numerous shards erupted from the clam's shell. Thud, thud, thud. The fragment struck, reducing the 5th-level postnatal warrior to a mist of blood. The strength of this clam demon likely exceeded that of the water-toad demon. Zhou Ping'an's brows tightened. Having hooked such a formidable demon was a grave matter indeed. Xue Gui gazed at the demon, remarking, only a grandmaster of martial arts could hope to defeat it. Zhou Ping'an's lips twitched. Where could he possibly find a grandmaster of martial arts? Even if he did, would such a master heed his call? Fortunately, the clam demon moved sluggishly, at least for now, alleviating the immediate concern of its escape. The mollusk demon searched for a while, swallowed the bait provided by Zhou Ping'an, and then swaggered back to the Huanglong River. Upon witnessing the mollusk's retreat, Zhou Ping'an let out a slight sigh of relief. Its return meant that their paths would no longer intertwine. Zhongyongbo, would you be interested in discussing a business proposition? The plumply grinned as he approached. You want me to fish for that mollusk demon? After all our collaborations, I know precisely what you're after. Zhou Ping'an thought to himself. Indeed, Zhongyongbo is quite astute, Li remarked, giving a thumbs up. Farewell. Zhou Ping'an turned to leave. That mollusk demon was undeniably the most terrifying creature he had ever encountered. The risk involved in capturing it was far too great. And one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Fatty, you're stealing my business. That mollusk is meant for the Duke of the Protectorate. Xue Changshu stormed over, visibly irate. Young master, do not jest. That mollusk, did you not hear my words? Xue Changshu drew his short sword, aiming it menacingly at Li. Startled, Li stumbled back, exclaiming, Young master, please, let us not resort to violence. Look at that formidable mollusk demon. If we join forces, we could split the spoils. No. I want it all, Xue Changshu huffed, for he had never shared anything with anyone. Zhou Ping'an shot a glance at Li, sensing that the latter had a plan to slay the mollusk demon. Changshu, do not cause trouble, Zhou Ping'an admonished, pulling Xue Changshu back. Do you have a way to eliminate the mollusk demon? Zhou Ping'an inquired. Indeed, I can summon a great master, but that may not be sufficient. If young master could persuade his brother to assist, then we would have a foolproof plan, Li chuckled. Xue Changshu's eyes brightened. My brother is indeed formidable. But he is not easily persuaded, is he? Zhou Ping'an frowned. That may be true for others, but my brother dotes on me. He will certainly help if I ask. Xue Changshu assured, thumping his chest. Young master, let us return and strategize properly, Li suggested with a smile. Yes, meticulous planning is essential. I shall invite a few more friends. They have skilled individuals and their families as well. Together, we shall strive to vanquish that mollusk demon, Xue Changshu exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Slaying a formidable demon of the 8th tier of the post-heaven realm was an endeavor even his father had not partaken in. A day later, within the private room of Jean Mantang, a group of privileged heirs gathered. Changshu, is what you say true? Are we really going to slay a demon? Asked Kai Xiang, the grandson of the Duke of Kai. What, are you afraid? Shui Changshu shot him a disdainful look. Who is afraid? I, Kai Xiang, have never known fear since birth. Kai Xiang retorted defiantly. Of course, if you cannot even write your own name, how would you know what fear means? Rong One, the young master of the Rong family, chuckled. You seek death. Kai Xiang seethed with anger. What? Are you afraid of me? Silence, everyone. I summoned you here to deliberate on significant matters, not to engage in quarrels. Anyone who causes further disturbance shall be expelled. Shui Changshu exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Ah, do not be angry, Changshu. We shall heed your words. Whatever you decide, we shall follow. Kai Xiang and Rongwen hurriedly conceded. Among their group, Shui Changshu was the most formidable, and they all rallied around him as their leader. Kai Xiang, your father, Duke Kai, oversees military supplies, correct? Shui Changshu inquired. Yes. What do you require? The demon-slaying crossbow? Kai Xiang nodded. The crime of misappropriating military equipment was a grave offense, yet in the eyes of these youngsters, it was of little consequence. Indeed, the demon-slaying crossbow is essential, but I require another item. The thunderous bomb, Shui Changshu stated. Ah, that might be a bit more challenging. The thunderous bomb is exceedingly potent. Acquiring it would be no simple task. Kai Xiang scratched his head. If it were easy, why would I seek your help? This is a splendid opportunity for the 5 tigers of the capital to make their mark. Once we vanquish that demon, everyone will hold us in high regard. Shui Changshu huffed. Exactly. The worst we might face is a beating. I refuse to believe my father would execute us, scoffed a youth clad in a python robe. He was the 19th prince, Zhou Yunsheng, the youngest son of the current emperor, who was dearly cherished due to being a late-born child. Yunsheng, surely within your palace. There are many capable eunuchs. Can you summon a few? Shui Changshu suggested. How many do you need? Zhou Yunsheng asked. 5 should suffice. At least of the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. Otherwise, they would be of no use, Shui Changshu replied. Very well, I shall request them from my father. Zhou Yunsheng nodded. Li He, you shall be responsible for procuring poisons effective against demons from the demon-slaying department, Shui Changshu directed, pointing to the youngest among them. Li He, the grandson of Duke Li, was the last remaining descendant, as both his father and grandfather had perished in battle. The old duke cherished him dearly, treating him as if he were fragile. The first Duke Li had followed the founding emperor through countless battles, establishing the demon-slaying department, which had since taken deep root. Chapter 30. The might of the Grand Master of Martial Arts, Zhou Ping'an, entered the private room. Changshu, how goes the discussion? Fear not. I have handled everything, Shui Changshu replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. This is Lord Zhongyong, my newly recognized leader. Shui Changshu introduced his companions. The leader of the leader, thus he is the grand leader? Kai Xiang looked at Zhou Ping'an with admiration. Greetings, Grand Leader. Being recognized as a leader by a group of youngsters felt quite peculiar. However, these children were not ordinary. Befriending them would at least ensure a more pleasant existence in the capital. Once you have gathered the necessary items, we shall commence our mission. Zhou Ping'an stated. Rest assured, within 3 days, we shall have everything in place, they assured him. After parting ways, Zhou Ping'an returned to the Diao residence, beginning to consume spiritual flesh to enhance his strength. Shui Gang found it curious that his son was so exuberant and energetic over these past few days. Changshu, come here. Shui Gang called to his son, who was preparing to seek out his elder brother. Father, what is it that you need? I am quite busy, Su Changshu reluctantly approached. You've been quite restless these past few days. Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Su Gang furrowed his brow. Impossible. I have been exceedingly well behaved, Su Changshu retorted. Pouting slightly, Su Gang felt quite helpless regarding his younger son. You must refrain from wandering about. The Huanglong River area is rather perilous. Understood, father. Su Changshu responded before hastily departing from the Duke, who was residence. Su Gang rubbed his temples, exasperated by his son's antics. At Jimintang, Su Gang had gathered a few old friends for drinks. What has your Changshu been up to lately? He seems to visit my home every few days, inquired Duke Kai. The children are likely just engaging in some innocent mischief, Su Gang replied nonchalantly. He had grown accustomed to the trouble his children caused. The clam demon that appeared a few days ago was formidable. Our demon-slaying crossbow couldn't even leave a mark, Duke Kai remarked. Indeed. What a pity that we are too old for such endeavors. In our youth, we would have relished the chance to confront such a demon. Now, it is the realm of the young. Let them handle these creatures, he concluded. By the Huanglong River, Su Changshu anxiously awaited his companion. Why are they taking so long? Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Kai Xiang arrived. Did you manage to get it? Su Changshu asked eagerly. Boss, do you doubt me? Kaixiang replied, lifting the oilcloth to reveal iron projectiles. Indeed, they were thunder bombs. I managed to sneak out 10 of them after getting my father drunk, he boasted. Excellent work. Once we vanquish the demon, I shall commend you for this, Su Changsho exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. With these in hand, their chances of defeating the demon increased significantly. Foolishness. You dare to steal thunder bombs? A voice thundered from above. Brother, Su Changsho exclaimed, filled with joy. A magnificent eagle, its wingspan exceeding 100 feet, descended, upon which stood a striking young man. With a leap, he landed gracefully on the ground, harnessing his inner strength to steady himself. This dashing figure was none other than Su Dingtian, the Grand General of the kingdom, a formidable master of martial arts at the peak of the post-heaven realm. You sent word claiming an urgent matter. Is this what it pertains to? Su Dingtian inquired, his expression stern. How could I be so foolish as to overlook such matters? Su Changsho chuckled. Speak then, what is this about thunder bombs that necessitated my return? Su Dingtian pressed. The extermination of the demon. Su Changsho recounted the events leading up to this moment. Su Dingtian's brow furrowed. In my absence from the capital, so much has transpired? At that moment, the rotund Li arrived with his own skilled fighters. Mr. Sword Ghost. Su Dingtian's pupils constricted upon seeing the individual behind Li. There are few martial arts grandmasters in the Great Zhou dynasty, and they are nearly all acquainted with one another. Mr. Sword Ghost was an esteemed master, now nearing a century in age. It was thought that he had perished, only to discover he had allied himself with the Prince of Peace. Few things can truly captivate a master of martial arts. Perhaps only the elixir of longevity could compel such a master to willingly offer their service. Boss, I have arrived. This vial contains the demon-subduing powder, which will induce drowsiness in any demon that consumes it. Boss, I have brought skilled fighters with me. I informed my father that we were going hunting, and he graciously provided me with 5 martial arts masters. Shui Dingtian's eyelids twitched. Were these youngsters truly engaging in such grand endeavors? Zhou Ping'an approached, fishing rod in hand, accompanied by Nie Wu Shuang, who, as Zhou Ping'an's dear brother, was naturally partaking in this venture. I have urgently summoned 10 demon-slaying crossbows. We now possess a total of 20, Nie Wu Shuang declared. Zhou Ping'an had met the great general before and quickly stepped forward to offer his respects upon seeing Shui Dingtian. The latter nodded. Do you have confidence in this? With the great general and Mr. Sword Ghost by my side, I possess complete assurance, Zhou Ping'an replied with a slight smile. Proceed without reservation. This general shall fortify your position, Shui Dingtian encouraged. Zhou Ping'an meticulously baited the hook with his carefully prepared mixture. With a splash, the hook plunged into the water, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Soon, a fish demon was caught. Though it was merely a 4th-tier being, the group remained undeterred. The manpower arranged by Fatty Li swiftly transported the fish demon away. This location was destined to become the battlefield for the martial arts master. And these fish demons would undoubtedly meet their doom here, so nothing should be wasted. 5 times in succession, only minor fish demons were caught. Boss, could there be an issue? Shui Changsho could not help but inquire. Have no fear, fishing requires patience, Zhou Ping'an reassured him confidently. The fire clam demon from the previous day had been searching for its bait, and this time, he had prepared in abundance. Convinced that the fire clam demon would take the bait. After waiting for over 2 hours, the fishing rod suddenly plunged downward with force far exceeding Zhou Ping'an's expectations. Remaining unfazed, he let go of the rod, exclaiming, "At last, it has come." With a swift kick, he overturned a nearby iron bucket, causing the meticulously prepared bait to spill out. The mixture of demon flesh, elixirs, and some special ingredients drew the keen attention of Shui Dingtian, a master of martial arts with sharp senses. The previously still Mr. Sword Ghost abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled with newfound clarity. Suddenly, the fiery red shell of the clam demon erupted from the water's surface, drawn ashore by the bait. Prepare the thunderous bombs. Fire. The enormous thunderous bomb was launched from the demon-slaying crossbow, crashing against the clam demon's tough shell. In an instant, a brilliant explosion illuminated the sky, annihilating everything within a 100-foot radius, the thunderous sound echoing all the way to the capital. At the Golden Prosperity Tavern, the Duke of the Protectorate jolted as he sipped his drink, exclaiming, "That sound resembles the thunderous bomb." Thunderous bomb. Duke Kai awakened with a start. Oh no. It truly is a thunderous bomb. He hastily exited the Golden Prosperity Tavern, witnessing a colossal mushroom cloud in the distance. Who dares to use thunderous bombs near the capital? I shall have them flayed alive. Prepare the horses. Quickly. The noble lords, akin to rabbits startled by a stepped-on tail, hurriedly rushed towards the city outskirts. Zhou Ping'an, taken aback by the tremendous force of the thunderous boom, initially dismissed the iron contraption, considering it merely a common explosive. However, upon further inspection, he realized the immense power it possessed. This thunderous boom was certainly not an ordinary explosive. It was undoubtedly filled with something far more potent. Just a single thunderous boom had inflicted excruciating pain upon the fire clam demon, causing even its formidable shell to display fine cracks. Continue. Detonate it. Destroy that wretched creature. Kai Xiang exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, for this treasure had been filched by him. Boom, boom. The thunderous booms erupted continuously, the resounding blast striking terror into the hearts of the citizens of the capital. The protecting duke and his companions were on the brink of madness, questioning who could possibly have acquired such an arsenal of thunderous booms. After 10 detonations, a small portion of the fire clam demon's shell was finally shattered, and its scorching demon blood dripped down, melting the ground beneath. Prepare the demon-slaying crossbows. Aim for the gap in the shell. Fire. With a command from Ye Wushuang, 20 demon-slaying crossbows unleashed a barrage, their sturdy black iron arrows piercing into the flesh of the fire clam demon. Yet, these arrows only endured for a few breaths before beginning to melt. What an extraordinary fire clam demon. Even an average grandmaster would struggle against it. Shueding Tian's fighting spirit ignited. The arrows were coated with poison, making it difficult even for a postnatal 8th-layer demon to withstand. The fire clam demon's already sluggish speed was further hindered by the effects of the demon-vanquishing powder, rendering its movements nearly stagnant. The time had come for the martial arts masters and grandmasters to showcase their prowess. As 5 elderly eunuchs ascended into the air, their ethereal internal energy coiled around the fire clam demon like a silken ribbon. Astonishingly, the demon's blood, capable of melting sand and stone, was unable to counteract their internal force. How terrifying! Is this the essence of internal energy? Zhou Ping'an gazed on with envy. We implore the sword demon to intervene and assist us in vanquishing this demon. With a resounding boom, the sword demon unsheathed his long sword, unleashing a gray sword light that soared 100 feet, striking the shell. The already cracked shell shattered under the might of that single strike. Zhou Ping'an was left in awe, recognizing that this sword's power even surpassed that of the thunderous boom. Is this the might of a grandmaster of martial arts? Is this still human? Almost simultaneously, Shueding Tian made his move, wielding a long spear. With a thrust, a fiery spiral followed the sword light, piercing through the fire clam demon's body. 5 martial arts masters and 2 grandmasters formed an elite lineup in the capital. Various intricate martial techniques emerged from their hands, their profound internal energy bombarding the foe. Ultimately, after a grueling half-hour, the fire clam demon was slain by the 2 grandmasters. The battle had taken its toll. Both grandmasters were bloodied, and the 5 elderly eunuchs bore minor injuries. Yet, they gazed joyously upon the fallen fire clam demon. For to personally vanquish a postnatal 8th-layer demon was a dream cherished by countless warriors. The fire clam demon possesses the bloodline of a flood dragon. Shueding Tian furrowed his brow tightly. Previously, a fish demon on the verge of transforming into a dragon had emerged. Now, another fire clam demon with the bloodline of a flood dragon has appeared. What secrets lie beneath the depths of the Yellow Dragon River?